sleep apnea. Chat hitting his redeems to wake him up. His kitty cat kids terrorizing him as he gives. Enjoy the random silly craziness he has with friends and fellow streamers. Am I asleep? Is this a dream? Falling through the abyss to the void. Move, wake up! Move, wake up! Move, wake up! Move, wake up! Move, wake up!
I'm Kaito, Destiny Dragon, from the Xeno Outcast clan. Blue fluffy elemental, ruler of the Dragonlands. King of dragons, child of Xeno, god of creation's fire. Born from stars and chaos, I light the endless pyre. I travel through time and space, ripping holes in the night, exploring distant worlds under alien light. Adventurer, eternal crafter of fate, survivalist, heart beating, never too late. I live so many lives, I come and I go. Respawn in the fire, let the new story flow. Reincarnate, stronger, no grave can hold me down. I rise from the ashes, claim my dragon crown. I travel the arcs, make a tribe, family and friends by my side. We tame the wild, we build the sky. We fight, we thrive, we survive. Blue dragon fire, fluffy and bold. King of the outcast, story never grows old. Through every death, every new dawn, Kaito, destiny rises. I live on. Crafting my legacy with claws and with flame, taming the beast, giving them a new name. From frozen tundras to volcanic rage, I build empires that time cannot erase. I come and I go like the wind through the leaves, reborn in the service, no final reprieve. Every life a new chapter, every world my domain. The blue fluffy dragon, forever unchained. Xeno's blood runs in these veins of light. God of creation, I paint the endless night. When the servers call and the tribe needs a king, I spread my wings and I sing. I travel the arcs, make the tribe, family and friends, we're alike. We tame the wild, we build the sky. We fight, we thrive, we survive. Blue dragon fire, fluffy and free. King of the outcast, this is my destiny. Through every death, every new dawn, Kaito, destiny dragon, I live on. Yeah, I live on. Blue fluffy dragon, king of it all. Xeno outcasts, forever we call.
For Frost
Hello,
underscore scale.
and welcome everyone. Yeah,
Taking on you,
Dragon,
Tal. That's
welcome to
crazy.
Fluffy Madness.
I always end up
Hope
joining
everyone's
after
having a
time.
great, wonderful time. There will be some
Yesterday
background
is
stuff.
kind of more of
Chaos here.
I think the VOD
I
should be
will.
uploaded, but yesterday is more of my vibes usually. I'm like just a fucking
I will turn to the street and
drunk as fuck talking
Not
about
too-
wanting to
but I do hope everyone is having a great, wonderful day, night, or morning, whatever it may be. We're gonna do some
Pokemon
Arc
Community
Survival
Game
Ascended,
Venupedia escaped.
and
No one
then
caught
probably
it.
switch to something else a little later on. Currently I'm on a friend's Japanese server, and I'm gonna do a little upgrading here and there. Let's see. Okay.
Why, hello there.
There's gonna be a lot of reworking stuff here.
Hi, Viper. How you
Do a
doing?
character reset.
Turn the truth and beauty into
Take
fools.
that.
It's like, no, it's just what happened.
What?
Like, honest to God, what happened? I don't know. Like, I'm sorry.
Good to be back. Ready for action.
Oh, and a Wesker. Okay. Heavy Wesker. Okay, then.
Alright, so here. I got a lot of crafting to do. Oh, I forgot to unscrew.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're okay. Oh, of course. Oh, sure.
Alright, let's
Yes, so we can try and get better. I'm sorry. I've been moving today.
This.
That was fucking sad, dude. That was very sad. That's alright.
Okay, let's see. We got 15 hours of power. Eh, watch it with the claws, kitty cats. I'll feed you in a bit.
Ah, so close.
Alright, let's go and put the curtain up. Nope, looks like there is a server restart, so... Oh, I got time.
Pokemon community game A Wild Hitmonlee appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s. Pokemon community game Hitmonlee escaped. No one caught it.
Alrighty then. Send the server in. It's fine. I'll go check in
Oh, I can eat it.
the other server I'm on.
I'm grabbing that now.
A good
Come
game
here.
for most voice actors? That sounds like fun.
Castaway, gonna get to bed. Have a good dream. Oh, thank you, Nate. I appreciate it. Have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck on your classes, by the way. Good luck. No sharks to eat your booty. I know. It's not like Raft or anything. I do love Raft. I wish you could. I wish that was on Xbox. You could play it as well. Okay, E.
Let's see, what do we got here?
I
Oh.
don't have space in my inventory. I'm just swimming.
Such a broad spectrum.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Swimming. Can I get to my base? All over here. Wow, I'm like legit like
Yeah.
swimming, like for a very long time. What is that? This has to be
Cade
close
said
to
I
my
like
base.
this
Oh, what's
one.
this? The door's apparently locked. Oh, okay.
Are
is
you
this, by the way?
talking about Coda?
What did I get? Glass? Oh, thanks.
Look a lot more like Pete.
I got glass. I'm doing a good deed. I'm taking all the pollution out of the
Yeah,
ocean.
With me. I've got
I got
llama.
glass.
Presumably
Can
I've
I
got
use this
llama, but
glass?
I've got room
Yeah.
for 2 more.
Yeah,
Give it to
I
sub
have
to a
my
channel.
model.
Got the badge and 2 months of Audible
My tongue
Premium.
hurts. I have
Yeah,
like
the
a.
multiplayer?
Have you ever got like a? You know, you get like an inflamed tonsil or something. Not tonsil. Whoa, hold on, no. An inflamed taste bud or something, and but then you kind of keep biting at it, and it makes me. I can't stop rubbing against my teeth, and I've gotten. It's been worse, but hopefully going down, but it still hurts.
Got room for 2 more.
And I'm just messing with it now.
If you make it,
I
I
feel
wish
fun
you
now.
luck.
Okay.
I hope so. I've seen somebody get there
Let's
once.
sell. Let's just sell chickpeas. The
Got the
flour,
headphones,
because.
the charging case
Settle
is
down, you
missing.
Can I put that in the museum? Wait a minute.
I gotta
Wait a minute. It will tell me. It's a good thing though that it will tell me if
I am
I can
gonna
put it in the
do
museum or not. Thank God. With
I-
Sunhaven and Stardew Valley, you don't even know if you have to put it in the. It won't tell
I
you
hope
you need it
that I
in
am
the
not
gun. Well, actually, wait a minute.
simultaneously sick.
No, it will. It will say like if you
So
find an
much.
artifact. It was like maybe we'd gone
I
through
am
would know about
sitting
this,
here,
and that's
my
it.
eyes
Loading in, loading
I
in.
feel like they're covered in
No, it would.
sandpaper,
Sunhaven
but
doesn't
like
fucking
Well, it
matter.
loads. I
I
will.
had an energy drink.
I'm gonna keep that.
I woke
I'm gonna
up.
keep glass because I
went
might
out,
need
I
glass
did some
actually.
things. Woof.
I'm gonna put this in here.
I just wish I knew why I was
Did I put it
always
in the?
so
Oh, never
tired.
mind. It's in my hands. I'm like, did I put it in the
What's wrong
trash?
with
Because this
you? Why
popped
is
up.
sick?
No,
Oh,
I don't want to put it in
no,
the
it's not
trash.
sick, you're sick.
Good job,
Green.
honey. What?
Hot weather makes
What did I
you
do?
sleepy, and my office is
Property.
always hot.
Grass
I'm just
seeds?
always sleepy.
Grass. Oh, acorn. Oh my god, I'm grabbing all
I
this shit.
I'm good at putting
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
back really quickly to go
Nope.
to the.
Continue on
Thinking
where we
about
left off.
everything that had
And then we'll come home. Because
enemy.
it's getting
Ix, Amelia, and Arl stood confidently after winning the fight. On their way back home, Ix said they owed Alice a lot. He explained that the Soundstone helped them track Amelia and Arl's location. Alice then appeared to welcome them back, along with other Divine Class students. She called out to Amelia. While everyone stayed busy checking on each other, Ix quietly watched Arl. Arl kept thinking about everything that had happened while she traveled with Amelia. Ix leaned closer and told her he felt relieved that she was safe. Arl said she would have been in serious trouble if anything had happened to the Holy Maiden while they were together. Ix quickly made it clear that he had only worried about her, not Amelia. His words surprised Arl. At that moment, Amelia excitedly talked to the others about what had happened and called Arl over to join them. Ix then admitted that he actually felt bad for Arl because she had been stuck listening to Amelia's non-stop talking. Just imagining it already exhausted him. Arl almost misunderstood what he meant. After things finally calmed down, Ix sat alone and thought about something from the game. There had been a mid-boss with a fighting style and name similar to Arl Slane. Still, he believed they were different people because the mid-boss had a different last name. Even so, the strange graveyard continued to bother him. That place had never appeared in the main story. He wondered if it had been hidden before but never made it into the game. Pushing those thoughts aside, Ix asked why the girls had gathered here. Claire and Layla said they needed a comfort solution. Claire explained how they needed something like the Lord of the Wolf. Layla's proudly said Ix would probably rank higher than Ix in the world. Ix found it surprising to hear Layla speaking casually outside of such a situation. Embarrassed, Layla quickly tried to correct herself and returned to a formal tone, but Ix told her to relax. After that, Layla shared how Julius had defeated the castle by himself. Because of that, Ix was stunned by what he heard. Layla's absence was he still could not stop thinking about Julius. The protagonist was The instructors concluded that this year's first-year students were impressive. Then they asked Ix's team what they had gained. Ix's teammates raised their fists and nervously answered while making applause. The instructors gave them 0 points for friendship. Later, inside Useless's hideout, Arl's angry voice echoed through the abandoned church. Zenith told her to calm down since Arl did an even worse job while giving grades during the field trip. Arl kicked her in the butt. Zenith quickly learned that not to hurt the sharp plushies. Arl complained about Julius taking the church out. He also complained that Zenith never cleaned her room. Zenith picked up one of the plushies and told Arl to calm down first. Arl punched the plushie and shouted that Layla was
I can't hear anything. God damn it,
Founders
Art.
of Useless.
You're
However,
rapey.
when it came to him, Zenith was hiding one important secret from Arl. At that moment, Zenith asked Arl how Ix was doing. She noticed that he had been showing more of his real strength lately. Arl confidently said that she was still stronger than him. Even so, she admitted that he was not as bad as the rumors made him seem. Zenith then suggested that Arl could still leave everything behind and enjoy a normal school life instead. Arl stayed silent for a moment because she could not believe what she had just heard. Soon after, she became furious. She told Zenith not to mess with her because during the field trip, she personally saw what happened to people like her. Because of the church and the Holy Maidens, their lives ended up this way. She said that if she lost that purpose, then everything she had lived through until now would have no meaning. Arl then remembered that Zenith had other plans besides Amelia. She asked Zenith to give the mission to Alterate instead of Arl Slane. Arl declared that she was currently the strongest member of the team. She wanted to take part in the operation against the third Holy Maiden, Sophie. The next day during class, Zenith announced that school would end early because of several reasons. She told everyone to head home soon after classes ended. Ix felt lucky after hearing the news. He thought Amelia would be happy too, but something seemed wrong. Amelia looked down and apologized quietly. Before leaving the classroom, Zenith told Ix that he had face someone stronger, smarter, and more experienced in battle. Ix told her to just explain what he was doing wrong. Zenith said his fire giant looked impressive but lacked real power. She also pointed out that his red threads were always too slow. Shocked, Ix asked how she even knew about those techniques. Amelia then admitted that she had bragged about him to everyone. Meanwhile, Arl stayed quiet. Zenith clearly ignored her on purpose. Arl wondered what Zenith was planning when the assassination of the third Holy Maiden was already underway. Zenith reminded Ix again that the assignment was his responsibility. Ix dropped onto his desk and complained, asking why it was always him. Zenith answered that it was because he ranked dead last. Ix tried to ask what she meant, but Zenith walked away. Suddenly, Cilicia said they had a problem and shoved a document in his face. Ix tried to ask what it was, but Cilicia punched him while still holding the paper. It turned out to be the school newspaper. The headline of the week called Ix a jester. It said he was worthless for making the Holy Maiden finish in last place during the field trip. On the other hand, Julius was praised for defeating a golem alone. It also mentioned that Claire got second place and might even have the Vandals under her control in the future. Ix could not believe what he was reading. Cilicia and Claire also looked at the newspaper and were happy to see their names on the front page. Lele's felt sad because her drawing was smaller than Cilicia's. Cilicia, on the other hand, was pleased to see herself featured. Claire wanted to get a copy and send it back home. Ix finally understood why Amelia had been feeling down. Claire asked if Ix had not heard anything that morning. She explained that the carriage carrying the third Holy Maiden, Sophie, for next week's Dawn Festival had been attacked. The Holy Maiden was now missing. Ix apologized to Amelia and said he had not known about it. Amelia told him she was fine. She even said it was a good chance to prove everyone wrong. Still, she felt sad because she had been placed on standby. Suddenly, someone flew away if it was only about Ix was surprised at this point to suddenly appeared in front of him. Julius then suggested a match. Ix spoke in a proud tone and said they had finally met. This made Ix think deeply. Julius was the main character of the story. However, with how the situation was changing, Ix did not know what would happen next. He then thought about it and asked Julius what he would get from making such a suggestion. The others were shocked to hear Ix say that. Ix then angrily told him
They need to just take the summer event shit off. I mean, it bugs the crap out of the game.
Near where the Holy Maiden had gone missing, but the Vandal Knights had blocked the area. Ix then realized that Julius was trying to use him as cover. The match was only an excuse. Ix stood up and accepted the challenge. He moved closer and asked for the details. Julius said it was a monster extermination job in a ghost town. Ix assumed that whoever killed the most monsters would win. Julius said he could bring as many people as he wanted, and finishing quickly was better. He also included preparation time. As he walked out of the classroom, Julius announced the start of their match. Ix was glad that he had something to take his mind off things. He then went to Amelia and reminded her to keep her neighbors happy. He said he doubted Julius's job was going to be simple. Since Amelia's friend was feeling hurt, he invited her to come with him. He said they might accidentally get near the accident site. Amelia's expression brightened, and she agreed to go with him. Everyone soon went to Alice's shop and told her everything that had happened so far. While everyone ate, Alice gave a short summary of the situation. After listening, Alice angrily asked Ix if he understood what could have happened if he had taken Amelia outside during such a dangerous situation. Ix said that Julius told him to bring as many party members as possible. He also thought Alice could help them. Alice stayed silent for a moment. She then said she understood and walked away briefly. She came back with a box that contained 4 sets of communication magic tools called Soundstones. Since there was a blockade, Ix and Lele's were chosen as the main members because they came from Vandil. She told them to always keep track of each other's locations. Cilicia calculated the price of the items in front of her and was shocked. She said it was worth 160 times her annual income. Alice felt glad that her late-night math lessons had finally paid off. Alice was not finished. She reminded them that they were not acting as students on this.
They have a kitty
She
here.
gave them full sets of equipment. Ix was glad that Alice matched the mood of the situation. Cilicia was also impressed by the quality of the gear. Alice reminded them that they were going out as adventurers while using
you're
equipment.
stuck now.
Not only Ix and Lele's, but the rest of the group also received their own full sets.
Waiting to
Ix
get
asked
back into
if
the
she was
server.
really sure about giving them all of this. Alice admitted she was planning to start selling adventurer gear in her business, and she had another reason as well. She pointed out that Ix and the others always ended up in dangerous situations. The others were surprised to hear this. Alice then asked them to return safely and promote her her shop. Ix said he did not
Now,
have a
hopefully
choice.
I can
Alice
get
also
in.
said they had only recently
This is
become
getting
friends,
annoying.
and she did not want them to separate so soon. The girls then gathered around Alice and hugged her. Alice told them to hurry up since they were in a race. As soon as they left the shop, Ix told Lele's to handle the checkpoint like it was an old nuisance. Lele
Pokemon
said she
community
understood
game
but
a
did not
wild
like how he
tinkating
said it.
appears
Ix
catch
then
it using
pretended to wander
Poke
into the
catch.
accident site
Winners
by
revealed in
mistake. Amelia
90s.
said they could not be blamed if it happened by accident. Ix and Amelia arrived at the accident site. While Amelia checked the carriage, a knight said the situation had become worse because Ix brought a holy maiden with him. He said the Knight Order had already taken over the search. He also said that sending the holy maiden was like challenging the knights. This was Noah, the Blue Knight from the Vandal Knight Order. Ix told him to handle the situation properly. Noah then complained about how dangerous the graveyard was that Ix had asked them to investigate. He also said they had run into the holy knights there. He added that those knights would look for any reason to fight, but he was worried the holy maiden could get involved. Ix said it would be fine. He said that if anything showed up, he would cut it down and handle the rest. Noah wondered if this was the same hot-headed man who had once fired a titled knight. Ix then went to Amelia and asked how she was doing. Amelia said she felt better and that she had been allowed to borrow a dragon carriage.
Okay, the
Noah spoke
game
loudly
got me
so that
in.
other knights could
Now
hear
I just
him and
wait
told them
for it
that
to
none of them
load
saw
in
anything.
properly.
Ix got on the dragon
Yes,
carriage
kitties,
and brought Amelia
I'm
with
getting
him.
you food,
He
alright?
thanked Noah and said he was counting on him again. Amelia said she could walk, but Ix said it was time to leave. As Noah watched them leave, he realized the rumors about Ix changing were true. He only hoped Ix would not get involved in something even worse. They flew through the sky on a dragon. While riding, Alice contacted Ix and asked if he could hear her. Ix replied that he could hear her clearly. Amelia held tightly onto his back because she was scared of falling. Alice told Ix to keep moving in the same direction they were already going. Ix thanked her for helping
Pokemon community game tinkating escaped. No one caught it.
Ix wondered who had been crying. Amelia, as the wind pushed against her face, reminded him how expensive the dragon was. Ix told her to just make the owner raise the price instead. Amelia shouted that this was not what she meant. The royal capital of Azabini in the kingdom of Fenelia was built 1,000 years ago. It started as a city built on top of the old Demon King's castle with another town below it. Over time, the layered city grew very large. The map of the city was far bigger than anything in the game. People even said that being born there meant you would get lost every day.
The
Ix
fuck
and
is
Amelia
going
were now
on?
flying over this huge city. Below them, many rogues and criminals moved through the shadows, always active and watching. Places that looked empty even without shadows were usually where monsters lived. Someone then told Ix that their target this time was a pack of draugrs. Ix told the others to lure the monsters into one spot. When they asked what he was planning, he said he had a strategy. Claire then took the lead and began guiding the monster horde toward them. At that moment, everyone heard Ix's voice from above, telling them to fall back. He cast a higher-tier primary magic called Soul Armament Manifestation, Anima Incarna. The undead monsters froze when they saw the flames coming toward them. Ix warned them to step forward if they wanted to get roasted. The others quickly ran away as the entire area was engulfed in flames. After the attack, Ix asked if it had worked. Claire said it would not. Confused, Ix asked what she meant. Aisha explained that these monsters were a real pain. They could heal themselves and kept getting back up as if nothing had happened. Ix quickly realized how troublesome they were. The others continued fighting the monsters, but Arl saw them as a great way to blow off some steam. She started smashing the monsters with her fists. Amelia realized they could look at the situation that way. Arl then pointed out that the monsters were the same type as Solva from before. Amelia confirmed that she could sense white magic nearby. Ix decided to investigate. Salacia asked if he needed someone to babysit him, but Ix said he would be fine. He then asked Amelia to support him from wherever she was while he went ahead and took out the boss monster himself. Using the communication device, Ix contacted Alice and asked if she had any idea where the boss monster might be hiding. At the time, Alice was holding a sword against a suspicious person. She asked Ix what he was talking about. Ix explained that the monsters were regenerating, so everyone assumed there was a boss monster controlling them. He then asked if there were any likely places where it could be hiding. The masked person standing in front of Alice told her to inform Ix that something suspicious was inside her shop. Alice calmly told Ix that she would check her side first and told him to continue ahead. Ix said he understood and ended the communication. Alice then raised her sword and suggested that they talk things out. She knew something about the situation was unusual. The person in front of her was wearing a high-grade mask that scrambled recognition, a voice changer around the throat, and a cloak that blended into the surroundings. Every piece of equipment the person had was top-class magic gear. The suspicious person then explained that they would have loved to chat, but they did not have the time. They were in a hurry. For now, they made it clear that they were not an enemy. They then pulled out a short sword, ready to stab. Alice was caught off guard. Ix then received another message from Alice. She asked where he was currently located. Ix said he was in a plaza with a fountain. Alice told him that there was a church to the the northeast of his location and instructed him to head there. She explained that it was an old church and warned him to be careful. She then gave him directions based on the map that the suspicious person had stabbed. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the suspicious person was actually Julius. As Julius ate some fruit for a snack, he wondered if Ix knew that happy endings don't exist in this world for a villain like him. Ix eventually found the broken church that Alice had mentioned. He was surprised by how badly damaged it was. Suddenly, a sword swung toward his neck. Ix barely avoided the attack by quickly leaning his head backward. Alice asked what had happened. Iska jumped down from his dragon and finally came face to face with the boss monster. He was the first knight commander of the Holy Knights, the Holy Knight Gun Girl. Isk then told Alice that she had gotten it right on her first try. Alice wondered if the masked person had known that the monster was there all along. She then worriedly asked if Isk was okay. Ix did not answer. Instead, he wondered what he should do next. He thought about what someone was supposed to do when they had to fight an enemy who was much stronger than them.
Welcome to the madness,
The
everyone.
Holy Knight,
Where
which
art
had fused with
likes
its
to
steed,
be
suddenly charged toward quickly pulled the sword from his back.
well
At that
guard,
moment, he
never
wanted to tell Zenith that he had finally found the
optimized.
answer. Gungrel swung his sword wide as he charged forward, with a hand shield on his other arm. Ix did not back down. He knocked the shield aside with his left arm and struck at Gungrel's sword with his other arm. Gungrel blocked the attack, but Ix used magic to keep the assault going. However, Gungrel easily cut through the magic attack, shocking Ix. Gungrel swung at Ix but missed. Ix moved above him and sent a barrage of fireballs down at the knight. Even so, the attacks were still ineffective. Holy Knight Gungrel had once been saved by a holy maiden and later founded the Millis Church. His current strength was only half of what he had possessed during his lifetime. The dragon seed he had ridden, his lifelong friend, and his legs had also rotted away along with him. Gungrel had lost more than a few battles. Yet no matter how many times he died, he always returned. Ix managed to throw the knight off balance, but Gungarl used magic to quickly regain his stance. He was simply carrying out his duty. Gungarl swung his sword wide and struck X, sending him crashing into a nearby building. X struggled to get back up. From that exchange, he had learned enough. Gungarl was far above him in both strength and experience. X knew he was going to die. He was slower and his sword skills were worse. Even so, X had decided long ago that he would overcome every obstacle in his path, no matter what it took. He did not want to live any other way. X took his stance again as the Holy Knight charged toward him. Gungarl swung his sword with great force, but
looks
X's
like
sword broke when
I voted
Gungarl
in.
blocked it with his shield.
But
X then
it's still
used
a little
intermediate
freebie, so
magic
I'm going to give
summon
it a
his
moment here
blazing
still.
sword. He leaped toward the Holy Knight and brought the blazing sword down on him. The technique was supposed to create flames in the shape of a sword. However, because of X's affinity, the flames became coated in lava, making the attack far more powerful. With that attack, X won. Still, he felt sad as he looked at his broken sword once again. However, just when Ix thought he had won, Gungarl suddenly stood up behind him. Ix could not believe he was still able to move. He decided to fight him again because there was still so much he could learn from Gungarl. But instead of attacking, Gungarl simply threw his sword toward Ix. Confused, Ix caught it safely. Gungarl then pointed at him, leaving Ix even more confused. He then pointed toward another direction. Ix followed his gesture and saw an altar at the end of the ruins. He tried to figure out what Gungarl wanted him to see, but Gungarl suddenly went silent and collapsed to the ground. Ix walked toward the altar and complained when he found nothing there. He then remembered that he needed to check on the others. Since Amelia was with them, he figured everyone would probably be fine, so he decided to rest for a moment. Suddenly, the top of the altar moved. Ix looked inside and immediately contacted Amelia through the communication tool. He told her that he had found a lost kitten. However,
Kaito
it turned
Destiny
out to be a
Paper
young
Dragon
girl dressed
Reborn.
like a holy
Welcome
maiden.
to my
Ix
channel.
estimated that she was around
At
10 years
Kaito
old and
Destiny
had curly
Paper
hair.
Dragon
When the
Reborn.
girl heard
Welcome to
Amelia's
my
name,
channel.
She nervously asked if he was talking about big sister Amelia. Ike suggested that they regroup for the time being. The girl then started comparing Ike to the
Hello
description
there,
of the silver-haired
Paper
boy she had
Dragon.
read about in her sister's letters. She became excited when she realized that she was looking at the Silver Knight hero.
Currently
Ike.
feeding the
Ike's
kitty
immediately
cats here,
cringed
so
at the title
please
and
enjoy
angrily
the
wondered
anime
who the
made
heck the Silver Knight
of
hero
my
was
head.
supposed to be. After
While
hearing
I
Ike's
lurk
reaction,
into these
Amelia
circles.
realized that the girl he had found was Sophie. Ike then told Amelia that they needed to regroup because things were becoming urgent. Amelia asked why. Before Ike could explain, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him. A man wearing an eye patch revealed that the Draugr were not the only ones blocking their path. The Holy Knight Gun Girl was also there. The man then concluded that the rumors were true. Whenever a holy maiden was in danger, the Holy Knight would rush to her side. Eichels told Amelia that if they did not hurry, the battle would be over before they could even join it. He then calmly reached behind him and grabbed his sword. He complained that these insects just kept crawling out of the woodwork. The leader of the trio then ordered the others to make their move. Claire relayed Eichel's words to the other girls. They quickly realized that these might be the same people who had attacked the Holy Maiden. As soon as Kalacia heard this, she immediately rushed off without saying anything to the others. She had to get there as quickly as possible. She was a sword, and a sword that was never used had no value. Meanwhile, the man with the eye patch before him was Eikos. He had heard that Eikos was a deadbeat, so he told him to leave and said he would spare his life. Sophie then told Eikos that these were the people who had attacked their carriage. Eikos asked if they were from Deuceless. The man with the eye patch was surprised that Eikos knew the name of their group, but he said it did not matter. He ordered Ix to hand over the Holy Maiden. Before the man could say anything else, Ix unleashed a high-tier primary magic called Anima Incarna, Ix Soul Armament. Flames burst from the weapons in the shape of a huge dragon. The men quickly dodged the attack, they were shocked by Ix's power. The man with the eye patch wondered what adults were teaching children these days. Ix apologized and declared that the fight was already over. He followed a simple rule, strike first and win first. Sophie was impressed. She realized that Ix really was the Silver Knight hero. She then made up her mind and asked Ix to take her to the Grand Cathedral. Ix assumed she meant the Cornelia Grand Cathedral, which was the stronghold of the Millis Church. It stood at the very center of the royal capital, Azabenia. Sophie admitted that she was not as strong as Maria and was nowhere near as amazing as Amelia. She believed that her ancestors had been the great ones, not her. In her eyes, she was not worth much. Among the holy maidens, she was basically the spare of the spare. Because of that, Sophie wanted to handle things without becoming a burden to anyone. She believed that if it was Ix, he would still help her even if she caused trouble. Still, she wanted to give him anything she could if he needed it. Ix smiled and told her to relax. He joked that he was already used to trouble anyway. Suddenly, a slash struck his left shoulder, causing blood to spill. Both Ix and Sophie were caught off guard. The man with the eye patch admitted that his aim had been slightly off. If his attack had been just a little closer, he would have hit Ix in the head. He was also impressed that Ix could summon his counterpart from another world, Anima Incarna. For someone as young as Ix, he considered the ability quite impressive. Anima Incarna was a soul armament manifestation, a version of Ix from another world where gods like Millist existed. By summoning it, Ix could greatly increase his magical power. However, the ability consumed magic very quickly, so he could only use it once or twice a day. In the main game, Anima Incarna was a temporary power-up that became available around the middle of the story. The man with the eye patch claimed that no one could call themselves an advanced tier fighter without being able to pull off a move like that. He explained that this was why most people remain stuck at the intermediate tier forever. However, he wanted to make one thing clear. His group was also made up of elite fighters. His two teammates then summoned their soul armaments. The eye-patched man proudly declared that they would show Ix what years of experience looked like. Ix angrily wondered why the eye-patched man was not using advanced tier abilities himself. He then summoned his own soul armament. The masked man's soul armament suddenly shattered the fireball. He mocked Iking's fire giant, claiming it was all show and nothing more than a large empty doll. Iking's attacked with his flame threads, but the woman in the group easily dodged every attack. She pointed out that Iking's threads were always a little too slow. She then tried to crush Iking's with a stomp. Iking's quickly dodged while carrying Sophie in his arms. The ground where Ikes had been standing was crushed under the man's foot. After hearing their comments, Ikes realized something disturbing. These people did not just know about his reputation, they knew about his actual abilities. While Ikes was distracted, the man
Let's see, Pegus.
Wisebot 3 viewers, plus 3. Alarm clock 52 minutes and 11 seconds.
Knowing his enemy's abilities ahead of time was supposed to be his greatest advantage.
You're not even on this
Fortunately,
map.
he managed to land safely while still holding Sophie. As far as Ikes remembered, Sophie had never existed in the main game. These enemies should have been nothing more than background characters in the game. But this world was no longer a game.
Let's see.
It was
Thank
a
you
real
for your
place,
90
and everyone here seemed to have a life
streak
of their
there.
own. That also meant his enemies had grown stronger. The robed man suddenly appeared behind Ikes and launched another attack. Ikes turned around and tried to fight back. His sword was quickly blocked and pushed aside by the robed man's weapon. The man claimed that he had finally caught Ikes and swung his sword again. But at that moment, Ix calmly pointed out that someone had arrived at incredible speed. The robed man was caught off guard when his attack was suddenly blocked. Salacia stood her ground and blocked the robed man's sword. With a serious look, she asked what she could do to help Ix. Ix told her to hold back the strongest opponent. Salacia understood. She said it was only a gut feeling, but the robed man looked like the strongest one among them. Ix then left him in Salacia's hands. While the robed man drank something, he introduced himself as Cassius, a former executioner of the Millis Church's Inquisition. He claimed to have been one of the finest swordsmen the church had ever had. Kalesha did not let him finish. She twisted her body in midair and kicked him, telling him to stop talking and fight. Cassius blocked the kick with his other arm, but Salacia quickly thrust her sword at him. He dodged the attack, only to get hit by another powerful kick that sent him flying. Cassius landed on top of a nearby roof. He commented on Schia's wild fighting style and guessed that she was the Black Knight in the making that he had heard so much about. To him, fighting Salacia felt like fighting a monster. Salacia said nothing. She simply stood ready with her sword. Cassius was amazed by her strength. As a former executioner, Cassius had a simple job in the church. He only had to cut off the heads of heretics. It did not matter whether they were moving or standing still. After doing the same job for so long, however, Cassius began to grow bored. He started wondering what it would feel like to cut down something far greater.
And I had to
He
go
wondered
and
what it would
ban
be
some
like
more
to cut down a
people
god. Cassius then asked Celestia why she was
who
fighting.
did the
She
whole
gave him no
unfollow
answer,
thing.
and
They
instead
were
rushed at him with
never
her
in the
sword.
stream to
Cassius
do
defended
this.
himself against her attacks. He noticed that Celestia attacked without even the slightest
Alright.
hesitation. He admired that confidence and even felt jealous of it. He waited for the right moment before parrying her sword. Celestia lost her grip and accidentally let go of her weapon. She quickly avoided his thrust by throwing herself backward. Cassius still could not understand her. Celestia grabbed her sword by the blade and used it to block his next attack. Cassius then wondered why someone with such great power would risk everything for someone like Ix. Celestia noticed that
Pokemon
Cassius had
community
sliced through
game
her
A
shoulder
Wild
guard as
Travish
easily as
appears
cutting
catch
butter.
it using
She finally
Poke
grew annoyed
Catch.
by his constant
Winners revealed in
talking. She told
90s.
him to stop talking, take the blade, and die like the worthless fool he was. Cassius then realized that children these days were truly terrifying. Celestia also wondered why she fought. The answer had never changed. She was Ix's sword, and she was also the one who had once killed him. In the past, a young and overweight Ix had been cornered by a girl known as the Black Wind, who scavenged battlefields for a living. After she beat him up, Ix asked what she wanted. He offered to make her a knight and become the sword at his side. That day, Celestia had been wandering alone through the ruins of her homeland's battlefield. Ix's offer gave her a purpose in life. The world-famous Vandil Knight Order took her in, and it became the luckiest thing that had ever happened to her. Ix's father, Knight Commander Axe Vandil, had once wished that Celestia's talent belonged to Ix instead. Ix was shocked when he heard this. Later, Celestia was assigned to serve as Ix's personal bodyguard and maid. By then, Ix had already given up on the sword. He chased after achievements as if he were running away from something. He proposed to nobles far above his station, blamed Celestia whenever things went wrong, and even caused trouble with the Holy Maiden. As time passed, Ix became more and more tyrannical, but for Celestia, living as his sword was perfect. She never had to think about anything. She simply followed orders, and even handled duties that were supposed to belong to the Knight Commander's heir. One day, Ix and his group were ambushed by a huge and dangerous monster. Celestia was captured, while Ix fled in fear and left her behind. Even so, Celestia defeated the monster on her own, and dragged its head back to the manor. Whenever she was ordered to defeat something, she did it, even if it meant risking her
Pokemon
life.
community
But when
game
she
Travish
returned, the
escaped.
manor gates did not
No
open
one
for a
caught
maid
it.
like her. Still, Celestia did not mind. She simply waited outside without thinking about anything until sunrise. Those days eventually came to an end. A monster unlike anything she had ever seen appeared and carried Ix away, dragging him into a swamp filled with darkness. Celestia could have saved him if she had used everything she had, but she did not. She watched as Ix died before her eyes. With his death, Celestia could finally be free again, just as she had been before. However, she did not even know what freedom was. She simply stood there all day until the search party finally found her. A few days later, Ix somehow returned alive and collapsed in front of the manor gates. Celestia expected to be punished. However, when Ix woke up, he seemed confused. He did not know where he was or who Celestia was. That was when Celestia noticed that something about X had changed. He picked up his sword again, and together they faced enemies that Celestia could never defeat on her own. This time, Ike saved her and held her in his arms. He confronted the scarred man who had laid a hand on his maid and made it clear that he would pay for what he had done. Celestia was shocked by how much Ike had changed. He kept becoming stronger, far stronger than she had ever imagined. Before she knew it, more and more people had gathered around them. Celestia had once been nothing more than a black maggot who survived by scavenging battlefields. Now everything around her felt like a dream, but Celestia had a reason to fight. She was a sword. The memory of Ike saving her came back to her. She believed that a sword like her had no place beside its master if it was weak. If she was ordered to cut down people, she would do it. If she was ordered to cut down gods, she would do that too. With that resolve, Celestia took her stance and prepared to fight again. As Celestia attacked, Cassius noticed how careless her movements were. He could tell that she was not thinking about what she would do next. Celestia tried to avoid his attack by jumping away. Cassius considered her swordsmanship a complete failure, but Celestia did not care about proper technique. She only cared about cutting down anyone who stood against Ix. She swung her sword with all her strength and cut down Cassius. She prayed and hoped that Ix would never let her go. Cassius was already bleeding badly. Even so, he believed that Celestia had great potential. If she learned proper swordsmanship, he thought she could become the strongest swordsman in the world. No blade would ever be able to reach her skin. With that thought, Cassius finally collapsed, imagining the powerful swordswoman Celestia could one day become. Celestia told him to shut up and called him a scrub. Just listening to him made her skin crawl. Her slash had been so powerful that it even cut through the arch behind Cassius. She clicked her tongue in annoyance when she noticed that her armor had been damaged. Amelia had heard Celestia talking like a delinquent, which made her tremble in fear. Celestia noticed her and claimed that she had only happened to see her there. Amelia quickly swore that she had not heard anything Celestia said. She then began healing Celestia. The others soon joined them and were amazed to see healing magic in action. Meanwhile, Arl quietly whispered Cassius's name after finding her comrade lying in a pool of his own blood. Amelia realized that these were the people who had attacked Sophie. She immediately went to Cassius and began healing him. Salacia pointed out that she had worked hard to give Cassius that wound, only for Amelia to heal it. Amelia apologized and stopped healing him, saying that she had only done it out of habit. Lele's and the boys then tied Cassius up first. Amelia thanked them for their help, while Arl remained silent. Claire then told everyone to look at Ick. He and the enemies were fighting in the air. She wondered if she would ever be able to do something like that herself. The eye-patched man warned Ikes not to underestimate them, as they were war veterans. He sent Ikes flying down to the ground.
Okay, so I got stuff to make kibble.
A monster that looked like a wind djinn.
Only thing we need to do now is get a beat
that should have been kept in reserve.
and
The
Polly.
eye-patched man looked guilty, but he still told them to continue searching. The masked man looked down at the crater below and asked where the Holy Maiden was. The eye-patched man told them to capture the Holy Maiden and escape, while the Night Order still believed that the attack had been caused by a monster. While lying on the rubble, Ikes realized that his tricks had already been exposed. Even so, he refused to run away because he was not like the others. Sophie then knelt beside him and began healing his injuries. She told him to relax as she treated him. Ikes thanked her, but he soon noticed something strange. He felt that Sophie's healing was somehow better than Amelia's. Her magic felt warm, almost as if it was heating him from the inside. Sophie explained that a Holy Maiden normally used the patient's own magic to heal them by making it stronger. Amelia, however, used only her own magic whenever she healed someone. Ikes realized that Amelia had been a careless healer. This also gave him an idea. If Amelia could focus on healing his magic instead, it might work better. He asked Sophie to do exactly that. Sophie explained that this would actually be much easier for her. Ikes then told her that she would be dancing with him. Sophie was left confused by what he meant. Just then, the eye-patched man finally found them. He declared that it was time for the two of them to finally fall. However, Ix suddenly manifested his anima incarna. The giant flame creature roared as it pushed back the eye-patched man and his own anima incarna. The man could not believe that Ix had been able to use anima incarna several times in one day. He wondered what kind of person Ix really was. With Sophie clinging to his back, Ix proudly declared that he had an endless supply of magic on his side. Together, he believed that the two of them were unbeatable. The eye-patched man heard this and complained that they were being unfair. Ikis responded just as childishly, claiming that their teamwork was still better than fools like them. While clinging to Ikes for her life, Sophie suddenly realized something. She became worried about her older sister, Amelia. It seemed that her reckless sister was about to be tricked by a terrible man. Meanwhile, at the Cornelia Grand Cathedral, Ermiria received a report from another holy maiden. She asked if Sophie had been found, but the maiden said that was not the case. Instead, a red giant was heading straight toward the cathedral. The maiden explained that the Holy Council had ordered them to stay on standby. As the first holy maiden of the Millis Church, Ermiria said she understood and decided to handle the situation herself. The maiden warned her that they had been ordered to stay back, but Ermiria ignored the order. She went outside with a sword in each hand and prepared to face the giant of flames. She wondered what the Night Order had been doing to let something like this roam freely. The maiden assumed that the knights simply did not want to get involved. Suddenly, the flame giant crashed down right in front of them. Ix stepped onto the ground and remarked that he had finally made it. He then dragged Sophie toward Ermiria while walking away from his anima incarna and the other members of Deuslis who were lying on the ground. The eye-patched man was still conscious. He wondered why Ix had not finished them off. Ix explained that the last time he did that, it had not felt very good. Besides, he believed that trash like them did not deserve a finishing blow. The eye-patched man called Ix a brat before losing consciousness like the rest of his team. Ermiria then called out to Sophie. Ix asked Sophie to take care of the rest. Confused, Sophie wondered why she had to do it. Ix explained that he had finally reached his limit. As he walked forward, he suddenly lost consciousness and fell face first into Ermiria's chest. The first holy maiden immediately blushed in embarrassment as Ix rested his face against her chest. Sophie became worried about him. Ermiria, however, decided to deliver a finishing blow to Ix. Sophie quickly begged her not to.
Ladies first.
Okay, alright. Yeah, let me
The first thing my wife brought out of the burning building was not me, it was a blue plastic pet carrier. I saw it through a second-floor window while I was on my knees in smoke so thick that the streetlights looked like orange coins under dirty water. One of Leah's firefighters came through the front door carrying the box against his chest. Inside, something gray moved behind the grated door. Colin Mercer was waiting on the sidewalk. My wife put a hand on his shoulder, then she looked up at my window. For half a second, I thought she had seen me. I hit the glass with the heel of my burned hand. Leah, the window didn't open more than 3 inches. Heat had swollen the frame. She turned away. Behind me, something heavy collapsed in the hallway.
So
that was
I
when
got
I understood
that.
I might actually die in a building I had entered because my wife had asked me to do her ex-fiancé a favor 2 hours earlier. I had been standing in Colin's third-floor apartment with a meter in one hand and a screwdriver in the other. Kitchen lights flicker when the espresso machine kicks on. He'd told me Colin ran a coffee shop 3 blocks away. The apartment belonged to him, but the espresso machine didn't. He had dragged an old commercial unit upstairs because he was repairing it for the shop. I'd looked at the cord and told him not to plug it in again until I checked the panel. He had smiled the same way he always did around me. Polite enough that calling him an asshole would have made me sound insecure. Leah said you'd know what to do. Leah said that about me a lot, for most of our marriage. I liked it. Mason can fix it. Mason knows a guy. Mason will figure out the insurance. Mason can cover dinner. Mason won't mind. That last one had started showing up more often in the previous year. I had just removed the dead front from Colin's subpanel when someone shouted in the hall. Then the alarm went. This wasn't a neat little electrical smell from an overloaded circuit. Smoke rolled under the apartment door. Before I had the cover back on, I killed the panic,
that's gonna
grabbed
suck.
my tool bag, and opened the door. A woman from the unit across the hall was already coughing. Stairs, I told her. Now, she was maybe 70, no shoes, one hand gripping her robe shut. I got her down one flight before heat pushed up from below us. The fire wasn't in Colin's unit. Later, I learned it started in the first floor rear apartment. At the time, all I knew was that the main stairwell had turned into a chimney. I moved the woman toward the east stairs. She made it out with another tenant. I didn't. A door slammed somewhere behind me. Pressure changed, and black smoke filled the landing. I went back west, found a narrow service stair, and got 2 flights down before the door below me glowed orange around the frame. I called 911. I'm inside, I said, crouching low. West service stair, second floor landing, adult male. Main stair is cut off. The dispatcher kept me talking. What's your name? Mason Hale. There was a pause. Are you related to Captain Hale? She's my wife. Another pause, then the dispatcher said, units are arriving now. Stay low. Do not open the door below you. I heard sirens before I saw the red wash of lights through the small landing window. Leah was on engine 17. Her company was first in. That should have made me feel better. Instead, through the glass, I saw Colin pushing through the crowd toward her. He had gotten out before the smoke thickened. His cat, Atlas, hadn't, even through the window. I could tell he was frantic. He pointed at the building. Leah grabbed his arms. They spoke for maybe 10 seconds. Then she turned and started giving orders. I couldn't hear them. I could only see the results. One crew went through the front entrance. Another firefighter pulled a line toward the rear. No one came toward the west side. I called 911 again. I can see them. I told the dispatcher. Tell Leah I'm at the west landing. We have your location. Tell her. I am updating command. A minute later, a firefighter came out with the blue carrier. Colin bent over it like somebody had handed him a child. My wife touched the top of the box. Then she looked up. That was the moment I kept replaying later, not because I could prove what she saw from the street, because I knew my wife. Leah noticed exits in restaurants. She noticed missing smoke detectors at rental houses. She could walk into a crowded room and tell you who was blocking a door. She saw that window. Whether she saw my face was something else. The heat behind me answered a question I didn't have time to ask. The hallway door cracked, smoke pushed in. I crawled into a laundry room off the landing, closed the door, and shoved a metal cart against it. There was one exterior window, old glass, painted frame. I wrapped my forearm in my jacket and hit it with a wrench. The first swing bounced, the second cracked it, the third took the center out. Cold February air hit my face. I sucked too hard and started coughing. Below me was a narrow awning over the rear entrance, maybe 12 feet down. I heard a ladder bang against brick. A firefighter shouted, "Stay where you are." I almost laughed.
Okay,
I'd been trying. Truck 9 got me out. By then Leah was no longer
40,
incident commander.
39, okay,
Battalion
that one's
Chief
a good.
Darius Cole had arrived and taken command. I remember hands under my arms, a mask
50
over my
attack.
face, someone
Okay,
cutting
there
the
we
cuff
go.
off my jacket because the fabric had melted against my left wrist.
So,
then the
I got
ambulance doors.
39 in
Leah did
health.
not ride with me at the hospital. A doctor told me I had smoke inhalation, a second-degree burn across
So
the heel of my
I
left hand and wrist, and a
was at
badly
3,
twisted
4
ankle.
weight,
My oxygen
7.
levels came up. My chest x-ray looked ugly but not catastrophic. You were lucky.
I need
He
a
said.
female
I hated
wolf.
the word immediately. Nora arrived before Leah did. My sister took one look at me and said, "Do you want me to call her?" "No. She knows you're here. She's the reason half the city knows I'm here." Nora's mouth tightened. She didn't ask. Leah came in 40 minutes.
31, 30.
Later, wearing department pants and a navy quarter zip. Her hair was still damp around the temples. She stood at the foot of the bed for a
Pokemon
few
Community
seconds.
Game A Wild
Maze,
Seaviper
I had
appears
heard her
catch
say
it
my
using
name thousands
Poke
of
Catch.
times. That night
Winners
it sounded
revealed in
borrowed.
90s.
Is Atlas okay? I asked. She flinched. Mason. Simple question. Yes, he's okay. Good. She came closer. I need you to understand how chaotic that scene was. I looked at her. She was already explaining.
How
not
chaotic the scene
apologizing,
was? That's
explaining.
bullshit.
You
She's
were visible
lying.
at the window.
She's
She
lying!
said,
She
"You
don't
had
give a fuck.
survivable space." Colin told me the cat was trapped in a back bedroom with the door shut. Ortega's crew was already assigned to that side. Did you know where I was? I knew you were somewhere in the building. That's not what I asked. Her jaw moved. I didn't have an exact location. I stared at her. The 911 dispatcher had repeated my location twice. Maybe Leah hadn't received it. Maybe someone else had. Maybe the radio channel had stepped on the transmission. I wanted that possibility more than I expected. I gave her one chance. Did dispatch tell command I was on the west service stair, second floor landing? I don't remember hearing that. You don't remember, Mason? I had a working fire with multiple occupants, and Colin's cat. Her shoulders dropped. Don't do that. Do what? Reduce the whole incident to that one thing. I looked down at the bandage around my hand. I watched your firefighter carry his cat outside before anyone came to my side of the building. They were conducting a primary search. 4 people, yes, and they happened to come out carrying Atlas. Her eyes hardened a little. That was when I saw
Pokemon
the
Community
captain in
Game
her,
Seaviper
not my
escaped.
wife. The cat
No
was
one
in the
caught
room
it.
they were clearing. Did you tell them to look for him? Silence, not a long one, long enough. Mason, you're medicated. Did you? I told them there was an animal in the unit. Before anyone reached me, you were not abandoned. I was waiting for a truck company that hadn't arrived yet. You don't know. That, I know because truck 9 pulled me out. She rubbed her forehead. Please don't turn this into something it wasn't. That sentence did more damage than the rest.
What, that
I had
she's a
spent 9 years
backstabbing
helping
cunt?
Leah
That she
recover
went
after
and
bad calls, had
is
sat on
going
the kitchen floor
fucky
her
with
at
some
2 in
other
the
guy
morning
when
after she
she's
lost
already
a
with
kid in a
somebody?
house fire. I had learned which nights
She's
to
gonna
ask
lose her
questions,
job
which nights to
as a
put food in
firefighter.
front of her and leave the room. I knew how seriously she took accountability, or I thought I did. Who's listed as my emergency contact? I asked Nora. Leah looked confused. Nora said, Leah, I assume, not anymore. Mason, Leah said. I pressed the call button. When the nurse came in, I asked for the paperwork to change my emergency contact and remove Leah from anyone authorized to receive updates after discharge. Leah's face changed, not dramatically. She simply stopped looking like someone explaining a bad call. Now she looked like a wife realizing the argument had moved without her. You're serious? Yes. About what? I'm not going home with you, Mason. I'm staying with Nora when they discharge me. Because I rescued a cat? No. Because I asked if you knew where I was, and you lied before you even knew what the records would say. Her mouth opened. I looked at Nora. Can you get my laptop from the house? Tonight? Yeah. Leah crossed her arms. What are you doing? Preserving records. For what? I don't know yet. That was true. I didn't know if I was preparing for an insurance claim, a departmental investigation, a divorce, or all 3. I only knew one thing. I was done trusting memory. At 1 in the morning, using my laptop one-handed, I sent a written request to the city's records office, the fire department, and the city risk management address listed on the incident form. I asked them to preserve all dispatch audio, fireground radio traffic, incident command logs, and reports connected to the Northside fire. I included the incident number. I included my 911 call time. Then I added one sentence. Please preserve any radio transmission identifying Mason Hale as a confirmed occupant inside the structure. I read it twice before I hit send. Leah was sitting in the chair by the window. She had refused to leave. You really think I knew? she said. I closed the laptop. I think one of us is going to find out. The hospital kept me until the next afternoon. Leah went home around 4 in the morning after Nora told her, with more patience than I had, that's sitting in a chair and staring at me was not helping. When I woke up, there was a text from her, I love you. I'm sorry you were hurt. We need to talk when you're thinking clearly. That last part bothered me more than the
When
first
you're
two.
thinking
Helped.
clearly.
Nora read
He
it over
is
my
thinking
shoulder.
clearly.
She
You're
always
not.
talked to you like
You're
you're
thinking about the
witness. She
pretty
needs to
fuckboy.
manage.
That's what you
No,
are thinking
you
about.
sure? I didn't answer. I'd known Leah 11 years, for most of them. She was the person I trusted when my own judgment got noisy. When my father died, I spent 6 months convinced I could keep his old contracting business alive while also working full-time for another electrician. I slept 4 hours a night and took any job that came in. Leah, then a firefighter with 3 years on the department, had sat me down and said, "You're not honoring him by killing yourself." She helped me close his debts. She worked overtime while I built Hale Electric from 1 van to 2. That woman was real. I did not need to pretend our marriage had always been terrible.
Got another Oviraptor. I think
Justify
he's
leaving it. That was one of the hardest things to understand. A marriage could contain years worth saving and still reach one moment that made staying impossible. Nora drove me to her townhouse. The first 2 nights were mostly medication, coughing, and the humiliating logistics of trying to shower with one hand wrapped in gauze. On the 3rd morning, Priya Shah called me. She had handled a contract dispute for my company 2 years earlier. She practiced family law now but still took the occasional small business matter. I got your message, she said. Before we talk divorce. Are you safe? Yes. Any threats? No. Any concern Leah will empty accounts, destroy records, or damage your property? No. Good. Then don't create an emergency where there isn't one. That was Priya. She could make sensible advice sound like she was cutting wire. I wasn't planning to. You'd be surprised what people plan after 3 sleepless nights. I told her what happened. She did not interrupt until I finished. Then she said, the fire department issue is not the divorce issue. I know. Do you?
Okay.
Yes. Good. Because if she made a bad operational decision, the department handles that. If you were injured because of negligence, that's another track. If your marriage is over, that's family court. Do not threaten one process to get leverage in another. I won't. Also, don't access her phone, email, or work account without permission. I wasn't going to. I say that to everyone. We scheduled a meeting. That afternoon, Leah came to Nora's place. She brought my favorite soup from a deli near our house. It would have meant something 3 days earlier. Nora let her in, then disappeared upstairs. Leah placed the bag on the kitchen counter. How's the hand? Hurts. Chest. Better. She nodded. I talked to Darius. That got my attention. About the fire. He said there'll be a routine review because a civilian firefighter spouse was injured. Civilian firefighter spouse. You know what I mean. I'm a civilian. You're making the language sound worse than it is. I looked at her. You came here to tell me what Chief Cole said. I came because you're my husband. That didn't answer the question. She exhaled. Darius said the initial sequence doesn't look unusual. First and crew split assignments. Truck 9 was approaching. Ortega's crew had access to the east stair. And Atlas. Her face tightened. They found him during the sweep. Did you tell them to look for him? I told you already. Colin said the cat was in the rear bedroom. I passed on information to a primary search crew. Yes. While I was still inside. Mason, we knew a truck company was coming for the west side. They were 2 minutes away. You don't know exactly how long. I was the one waiting. She stopped for a second. I saw guilt, then she covered it with anger. You think I stood there and decided a cat mattered more than you? I think that's the question you're terrified the recordings will answer. She pulled out a chair but didn't sit. You want to know what I thought? Yes, I thought you could hold your position. The answer came so fast I almost missed it. What? You had a window. You were communicating. You know buildings. You know fire behavior better than most civilians. Colin's apartment was being searched anyway. So you did know where I was. I knew generally. You just said I had a window. She looked away.
Aw, kitties.
How did you know that? I saw the west side. Did you see me? I don't know. You knew enough to decide I could wait. That's not what happened. It's exactly what you just said. She sat now. Her voice dropped.
She
I
fucked
knew
herself.
You would keep your head. There it was, not cruelty, something worse in its own way. Trust turned into permission. You thought I could take care of myself. Yes. And Colin couldn't. He was panicking. Because his cat was inside. His mother died 4 months ago. Atlas was hers. I stared at her. She realized too late what she had said. His mother, don't, you risked time because the cat belonged to Colin's dead mother. That is not what I said. It's what you meant. She stood
Yep,
again.
she
You
fucked
become
up.
impossible to talk to. I got burned in a stairwell 3 days ago, and I've apologized for you being hurt. No, you apologized that I was hurt. That's not the same thing. Her eyes flashed. Are you filing a complaint? I requested records. That's not what I asked. I haven't decided. My crew is going to get dragged into this. Then the records can clear everybody. You know how departments work. Once lawyers start asking for recordings, everyone gets defensive. So maybe you could talk to me before you turn this into an official accusation. I looked at the soup on the counter, still warm, still in the white paper bag from the place where we used to eat on Sundays. You want me to protect you from a review. I want my husband to understand context. I asked you for context at the hospital.
of
You told me
you
didn't know
rescued
where I
somebody
was.
else when
She
your
had no
husband
answer.
was
I
in
went to the
danger,
house the next day.
and you
Nora
saved
drove
their
because
cat
I couldn't manage
instead.
a stick shift with my hand. Leo was on duty. I packed clothes.
Point blank
My personal
range, she
records,
fucked
my
up.
father's old hand tools, 2 guitars I rarely played, and the box of invoices I had been meaning to scan for 6 months. I did not empty the house. I did not remove furniture. I did not touch Leah's belongings on my desk. I found a framed photo from our 7th anniversary. Leah was laughing because the wind had blown her hair across my face. I put the picture face down, then I left it there, at Priya's office. I signed a representation agreement. She reviewed our basic finances, house, mortgage, my business, Leah's pension, 2 retirement accounts, no children, no secret lake house, no offshore money. Just the ordinary knot of 2 adults who had spent 9 years building one financial life. This will take time, Priya said. I know. You're still paying half the mortgage. I know. You may also be paying rent. I know. Your business will need evaluation if you can't agree. I know. She leaned back. You keep saying that, because none of it is the part I'm afraid of. What are you afraid of? I looked down at my wrapped hand. That the recordings won't show what I think they show. Priya studied me. You want them to prove your wife betrayed you. I want them to prove I'm not inventing the thing that ended my marriage. She shook her head. No. What? The marriage can end because you no longer trust her. You don't need a radio transmission to authorize your feelings. I hated how much sense that made. But, she added,
Yeah.
if her professional
I mean,
conduct caused your injury, facts matter.
I
there.
mean, look,
She slid a
it's
yellow legal
common
pad
sense.
toward
I
me.
mean,
Started
you either
timing.
have
Only
people
what
that
you
are
know.
just
No
clout
guesses.
chasing
That
somebody
night I wrote down every
and
minute I
doing
could
stuff for
remember.
that said
6,
person
18
when you're
p.m.
supposed to be
Alarm,
over at your
6:21, 9/11
with your
call.
partner.
6:22 engines arrived.
I mean, it makes
6:24 blue carrier came out. 6:26 truck.
I just
9
laugh
reached West
at this,
Window.
'cause it's
Timeline
like,
ended with my own
how are
handwriting
these
shaking.
people so stupid
Across the page,
that
at
they think they're not going to get
10:47,
any
my phone
consequences?
buzzed. Leah, City Risk Management called me. What exactly did you send them? I stared at the screen, then another message appeared. Mason, my job cannot become collateral damage in our marriage. I read it twice. The strange part was that I agreed. Her job should not be collateral damage if she lost it. It needed to be because of what she had done. The insurance investigator came to Nora's townhouse 6 days after the fire. His name didn't matter enough to remember. He had a tablet, a calm voice, and the expression of a man who had learned that people gave him more useful information when he didn't act impressed. Why were you in Mr. Mercer's apartment? He asked. My wife asked me to look at an electrical issue. Paid service call. No, friend. I almost laughed. No, he waited. Her friend. I said. Mr. Mercer said you inspected the panel. I removed the dead front. I didn't modify anything. I shut the apartment subpanel off when the alarm started. Did you plug in or operate the commercial espresso machine? No. Any reason the fire marshal might find your tools near the panel? Because I was working there. That was the first moment I understood how ugly the situation could become outside my marriage if the fire had an electrical cause. I had been the last electrician touching something in that building. It did not matter that I had gone there for free, in some ways. That made it worse. After he left, I called my insurance carrier, then I called my office manager and told her to notify our commercial liability broker. She was silent for a second. You think they're blaming us? I think we document before anybody gets creative. That was how I worked. Maybe it was how I survived things. Put the panel back on, label the breaker, take the photo, save the invoice, assume that 6 months
I'm
from
gonna
now,
get this ground
someone who
beef
wasn't
here
there
on
will
the
need to understand
stove.
what happened. I had never expected my marriage to need the same treatment. 2 days later, I went
So
to the
I
shop.
can go out
Hale
taming
Electric
stuff.
occupied a cinder block building
get
behind an
across.
auto body place. We had 4 vans, for full-time employees besides me, and exactly 1 office with a door that closed. It was not an empire, it was mine. I had started with a used Ford Transit and my father's tools for the first time in 12 years. I couldn't grip a pair of lineman's pliers properly.
Oh, kitties,
I
I
stood at
really
a
wish you
workbench
didn't
and
watch on the
tried.
floor
Pain
like
shot
that.
across my wrist. My foreman saw it. You're not climbing a ladder for a while. I'm aware. You gonna listen to the doctor? No, he smiled. Good. At
Damn it.
least nothing happened to your personality. I needed that. Normal disrespect, normal work, normal problems. The fire had turned me into an injured husband, an insurance file, and potentially a witness. At the shop, I was still the guy who forgot to order enough half-inch connectors. Leah came by that evening. She waited until everyone had gone. I heard the insurance company talk to you. They did. Colin called me. Of course he did. He's worried they're going to blame the espresso machine. Did he use it after I told him not to? I don't know. You seem to
Pokemon
know a
community
lot about
game. A
what
wild
worries him.
Snover
She
appears.
folded
Catch
her
it
arms.
using
There
Poke
it is.
Catch.
What?
Winners
This
revealed
thing
in
where every
90s.
sentence about Colin becomes evidence of an affair. I haven't accused you of having sex with him. You don't have to. You say his name like it tastes bad. I sat behind my desk. Why did you ask me to go there? He needed help. He could call an electrician. You are an electrician. I'm also your husband. So I want to understand why my wife thought sending me to do free work for her ex-fiancé was normal. She looked irritated, not guilty. That difference
Free
mattered.
work
We're adults.
for
Mason,
X.
That phrase
Okay,
usually means someone
right
is about
there.
to explain why
Red
boundaries
flag.
are childish.
Red
He's
flag.
been through a rough year. I know. His mother died. You like Denise. I met her twice. She was good to me. There was history in the way she said it, not just Colin, whole version of Leah. From before me, I had never been threatened by that. Everyone had a life before marriage, but Colin had become present tense. How often do you see him? Her chin lifted. I don't know. Try coffee sometimes. How often? Once a week? Maybe. I felt something settle in my stomach. How long, Mason? How long? A few months. And you didn't think to mention that. You knew we reconnected after Denise died. I knew you went to the funeral. We talked after, once a week, not every week. Close enough that you know where his cat sleeps. She
yeah,
looked at
that's-
me. That's cheap. No,
No.
cheap would be asking whether you know which side of his bed he
That-
sleeps
that's
on.
too many
I'm
red
asking about the
flags.
Pokemon
things
community
you've already
game.
admitted.
Snover
She
escaped.
turned toward the door.
No one caught
This
it.
is why I didn't tell you. I stood. That sentence never means what people think it means. What's that supposed to mean? It means you knew I'd have a problem. So you solved the problem by keeping me in. He needed someone. He had you. Yes, and apparently me. She looked tired suddenly. I liked being able to help him. I believed that the simplicity of it hurt more than you liked being married to me. That is not fair. Neither
Yep.
was the fire. Her face closed. She walked out. I did not follow her. The next morning, Priya called. We can file whenever you're ready. I'm ready. You understand filing may harden positions. I do. Do you want to allege misconduct? In the divorce? Yes. No. She paused. Good answer. I want the marriage ended. The fire department can decide. The fire department. That distinction will help you. I signed the complaint electronically. No dramatic courthouse steps, no wedding ring thrown into a river, just a PDF, a signature, and a filing fee. Leah was served 3 days later. She called at 7:12 that night. You filed. Yes. Without another conversation. We've had several. You never said the word divorce. I said I wasn't coming home. That's not the same thing. It is. When I mean it. She was quiet, then she said, is this because you think I'm sleeping with Colin? No, that's bullshit. It would almost be easier if it were. What does that mean? It means I can imagine a marriage surviving an affair if both people want to rebuild. I can't imagine surviving the fact that you heard I was trapped in a fire and decided I was the person who could wait. You still don't know that. Then the recordings will help. Her breathing changed. Mason, what?
Okay, that's...
Need you to stop saying that like you're hoping to hear something terrible. I'm hoping to hear you were right. That silenced her. I meant it. I wanted the audio to prove confusion. I wanted static overlapping transmissions, mislocation, a tactical reason I did not understand. I wanted the version where my wife made a mistake instead of a choice. 2 days later, a certified letter from the city arrived at Nora's house. My request had been accepted. The records would be retained. Release could Take several weeks because the incident remained under active investigation. At the bottom was another sentence, certain communications may be withheld pending completion of the fire cause and administrative review. I folded the letter. For the first time since the fire, I understood that whatever had happened on that sidewalk was now bigger than Leah and me. Battalion Chief Darius Cole interviewed me 11 days after the fire. He met me in a conference room at a municipal building instead of a fire station. Smart choice. Firehouses belong to Leah's world. Neutral carpet and a broken coffee machine belong to everybody. Darius was built like a retired linebacker and spoke quietly enough that people leaned toward him. He had known Leah for years, had met him at department cookouts. We were not friends. I'm not here to mediate your marriage, he said. Good. I'm also not here to prosecute Captain Hale. I understand. This is fact-finding. I nodded. A department investigator sat beside him. Taking notes, they asked me to describe the fire. I gave them the timeline Priya had helped me clean up. No conclusions. No, she chose the cat. Just what I saw, heard, and did. When I finished, Darius looked at his notes. Did Captain Hale communicate with you directly during the incident? No. Did you hear her give any fireground orders? No. Then your understanding of crew assignments comes from what you observed from the window? Yes. And from who eventually removed you? Yes. He nodded. That was the problem. Had the outcome. I did not yet have the decision-making process. Do you know whether firefighter Ortega's crew was assigned to a human primary search in the East Side apartments? No. Do you know whether Atlas was encountered during that search rather than made the purpose of it? No. I could feel the case getting smaller, not because anyone was cheating, because evidence mattered. Darius leaned back. I'm going to tell you something you may not like. Go ahead. A company officer can make a decision that looks awful from outside and still be tactically defensible. I understand. You had a survivable space and verbal contact with dispatch. Truck 9 was close. If Ortega's crew already had an interior assignment, redirecting them across the building could have created another risk. Did she know exactly where I was? That is one of the questions we're examining. Did she tell them about the cat, also under review? I left less certain than I entered. That feeling lasted 4 hours. Then my biggest commercial client called. We maintained electrical systems for 7 assisted living facilities owned by the same company. The operations director sounded embarrassed. Mason, I need to ask you something directly. Okay. Were you doing electrical work at that building before the fire? I was inspecting an apartment panel. Did you make changes? No. Fire cause determined. Not yet. He sighed. Our insurer flagged the incident. What does that mean? It means they want us to pause the new service agreement until the cause report comes back. The new agreement was worth almost 20% of my annual revenue, not profit, revenue, enough to matter. How long? I don't know. I've serviced your buildings 8 years. I know. No violations. No claims. I know. But somebody sees my name on a fire report. I'm not accusing you. You're suspending the contract, temporarily. That word had ruined plenty of businesses. I thanked him for telling me directly and hung up. Then I sat in my office with my injured hand on the desk. Victimhood did not come with immunity from consequences. The fire did not care that my marriage was falling apart. Insurance companies did not care that I had been rescued from a window. They cared whether I might have touched a circuit before a building burned. The fire marshal called the next morning. I met him at the site. The building smelled like wet charcoal. Windows were boarded. The first floor rear unit was gutted. He walked me through the areas he was examining.
I
Your
can
work was third floor.
clearly
Inspection
say
only. You
that
photographed
the little
anything.
fuckboy
Always. That habit may
messed
have
with
saved my
shit.
company. I showed him time-stamped pictures from my work phone. Panel before opening, breaker positions, conductor condition, commercial machine unplugged, panel shut down before evacuation. He asked me to send originals on the sidewalk. Colin appeared. He wore a black coat and carried Atlas in a soft-sided carrier. The cat had become famous in my head. Even if no one else knew his name, Colin stopped 6 feet away. Mason, I waited. I'm sorry. For what? The whole thing. That covers a lot. His eyes dropped toward my bandaged hand. I never thought Leah would. He stopped. What? I don't want to get between you two. You're late. His expression tightened. I didn't ask her to leave you in there. I didn't say you did. I asked her to save Atlas. That was new. Directly. He was my mom's cat. I know. I was panicking. I know that. 2. I told her he was in the back bedroom. Did she say anything? He looked toward the building. She said they'd get him. When? I don't remember. Before or after I came out. Before. There it was, not enough, but something. Did you know I was inside? He hesitated. No, I believed he might be telling the truth. That did not make me like him. It did make the situation clearer. Colin wanted his cat. Leah was the one with command authority. I went back to work. 2 days later, Priya forwarded Leah's initial divorce response. Leah was contesting my proposed separate valuation date for the business, normal. She also requested full documentation regarding Hale Electric's involvement at the fire property, also normal. Technically, then Priya called. Don't get angry. Usually means I'm about to. Her attorney is preserving an argument that your business activity may have contributed to the fire. I stood from my desk. She knows I didn't do anything. Knowing and proving are different. She asked me to go there. Yes, she's going to use the fire against my business. She hasn't alleged causation. She's preserving the issue. That's lawyer language for loading a gun. Pretty much. I walked to the shop floor. 3 of my guys were loading conduit. Normal life going on 10 yards away. Can she do this? She can ask questions about a marital asset whose value may be affected by liability. I close my eyes. So while her department investigates whether she left me burning building, her divorce lawyer is investigating whether the company she sent there caused the fire. That's why we don't panic. I'm getting tired of not panicking. You're allowed to be angry. You're not allowed to be stupid. That afternoon, Darius called. Preliminary crew interviews are in, and Ortega says his assignment is primary search, east side, floors 2 and 3. Anything about the cat. He says Captain Hale advised him the animal might be located in apartment 3C. Might? Yes. Did she tell him to retrieve it? He doesn't recall a specific order to prioritize the animal. My stomach dropped. Darius continued. This is preliminary. I barely heard him. For almost 2 weeks, I had been sure one record would make the entire fire obvious. Instead, everyone had
Okay, let's see what we got. We got snake,
and the official evidence was
Gerber,
active investigation.
gas, 100 gas bags. Really?
My left hand, it slipped.
Kentro,
Handle hit
Harry.
the floor. I kicked a metal trash can hard enough to dent it. Then I stood alone in my shop, breathing too fast for the first time. I wondered if Leah was right about one thing. Maybe I was turning 90 seconds of chaos into a story because I needed the end of my marriage to make sense. The next morning, the assistant
No, I did not grab a shovel, and I need an arrow.
30 days.
Actually,
pending the cause investigation. Being right, I was learning. Did not keep me from losing friends by the 3rd week. My lungs were improving, my finances were not. I could still run the company. I could estimate jobs, schedule crews, handle permits, and argue with suppliers. What I could not do was spend 10 hours pulling cable through a ceiling, which meant I had to pay other people to do work I normally covered when schedules got tight. At the same time, the suspended service agreement left a hole in our pipeline. Payroll came every Friday whether my marriage was collapsing or not. I moved money from the company reserve account to operating legally, normally, painfully. Nora watched me do it from the folding table in her spare room. You have enough for now. You want a loan? No, that wasn't a pride test. I know. She closed her laptop. You also haven't slept. I sleep. You pass out for 3 hours. Counts. Mason. I looked at her and she softened. You don't have to win every part of this. I'm not trying to. Yes, you are. I almost argued, then I stopped. Maybe she was right. Wanted the fire investigation to validate me. I wanted the business cleared. I wanted the divorce handled cleanly. I wanted Leah to admit what she had done. I wanted Colin to disappear. I wanted my hand to work. Too many things depended on people and systems I did not control. Physical therapy gave me one thing I did control: grip, flex, rest, repeat. Every morning, every evening. Slow improvement, no speech. No dramatic breakthrough. That was closer to real life than anything else happening. My first settlement. Conference with Priya and Leah's attorney took place 4 weeks after the fire. Leah attended. She wore civilian clothes, jeans, and a gray sweater. I had not seen her without a uniform or department logo since the hospital. For one stupid second, she looked like my wife again. Then she sat across the table. Her attorney started with the house, then retirement, then business valuation, normal divorce, 2 people putting numbers on a life. At one point, Leah rubbed her wedding ring with her thumb. I noticed because I used to do the same thing during difficult service calls. Priya noticed. Me noticing, she tapped her pen once. Stay here. We got through 2 hours. Then Leah asked for a break in the hallway. She approached me alone. Can we talk?
Dude, she fucked up too much. She's gonna lose her job. That fuckboy is gonna lose some Yeah,
apartment floor
because
is getting stupid
most likely
loud.
she's
They're
been
pulling
using
every
the
transmission,
marriage
every
money to
assignment.
spend on the
Everyone's writing
fuckboy.
supplemental statements. That sounds like a review.
Oh, and I've been
You know
kicked
what
back
I
to the
mean.
main menu.
They're acting like I knowingly endangered you.
You were here for a second.
Did you? No.
Yeah,
Then
that's what
answer
happened
their
last
questions.
time. Okay.
She
And
looked
then
toward the
I-
conference room. My union
then I
rep
broke
thinks
my
this is
shit.
being driven by the injury claim. I haven't filed
Alright,
a lawsuit.
where
Risk
is the
management
mixed
is involved.
veggies?
I was hospitalized after a city fire response. Mason,
I just
what
looked
do
at
you
my
want?
Steam
Her
and someone
face
it just went
tightened. Then she
homo
said, if
kisser.
we can settle this divorce without turning everything into war,
What was their name?
maybe
I
there's a
need to see
way
it.
for all of us to stop escalating. All of us,
Boy kisser
you, me,
homotrons.
the lawyers, and the
Life's full of coulda, shoulda,
department.
woulda.
I'm asking whether you need to keep pushing.
coulda hired
I
a
submitted a preservation request. You gave an interview.
Shoulda locked
They
the
asked
Got me a
you
soup,
could tell
I
them
can
you
make
don't believe I
gum.
acted intentionally. I don't know whether you acted intentionally.
Would
You
have bought a
think I
better
tried to
toaster if
kill
I knew
you.
this one would detonate.
She blinked. I
It's
continued.
perfect.
I think you knew I was in danger. and
Probably
believed
need
I
those later
was
because I've been having heartburn
Shoulder
lately.
first. That is not a fireable offense.
Oh,
I stared at her.
Toms.
That isn't what.
Where'd the cat go?
Not, I'm sorry, a classification
There it is.
offense. Is that why you came out here? Mason, I'm trying to protect a career I spent 13 years building, and I'm trying to understand why I almost died. You didn't almost die. And still, she realized, too late. I mean, medical. Don't.
Pokemon community game A Wild Whimsicott appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Turned my survival into evidence that your decision was acceptable.
And there, folks, she fucked up. Again!
Speak accurately. You're trying to
Saying,
survive or
you
die.
did die. I almost died.
If I lose my position
Like-
because my husband keeps telling investigators I chose a cat over him, what do you think
You-
that does to me? I looked at her for a long
Well, you
time.
did choose
I
a
don't know.
cat.
That answer surprised
And
both of us. She
I
had
know how that
expected anger,
sounds.
had expected
Especially coming
anger.
from me, I have
Instead,
6 kitty
I
cats.
was tired.
I'd choose my
You used to
cats
be the person
over
who
people
told me
because I have
facts matter
trust
even
issues
when
with
they
people.
hurt. I said, they do. Then stop asking me to soften them for.
But,
I'm
thing
asking you
is,
not to speculate. Fine. I
she
won't.
did get a
She
call.
relaxed
She
slightly,
did know
and I
where
said,
he was
I'll
at.
tell them exactly
So-
what I know. Her face closed again. We went back into the conference room. with
I might
no
restart my
agreement
game.
that
He
day.
literally
Drive back.
fucked up.
Priya said, did she ask you to influence the investigation?
like the third
She
one, it
asked
worked
me
for
not
me.
to push. That's not necessarily improper. I know, you sound disappointed.
Wish that was a
I am. Why? Because she was more afraid of losing the job than losing me. Priya kept her eyes on traffic. Those
Well,
are
yeah,
different
she's
losses.
afraid to
I
lose
know.
her job.
You
I mean,
keep
it's a
expecting her to
government
react like
job.
the woman
Being
you
a
married.
firefighter is
I looked out
basically
the window.
a
What if that
government
woman
job
still
that
in
she's
there?
afraid to
Priya
lose.
took a breath. Then she
And if
still
she
has to
loses it,
answer for
guess what?
this
All that
version
good
of her
pay
did.
goes away.
2 days later, the fire marshal
And all those
requested
benefits.
another interview. He had narrowed the origin to the first floor rear apartment.
Pokemon
not
community
college,
game
not the
Whimsicott
third
escaped.
floor.
None of his
No
guns
one
are
caught
on
it.
their own.
But cause was still pending laboratory confirmation. I left. With cautious relief, then my office manager
W.
called. One of our younger electricians had accepted a job elsewhere. He had a baby coming and did not want uncertainty. I couldn't blame him. That hurt too, a week earlier. Would have called it betrayal. Now I understood the difference. He was protecting his family. Leah had taught me how dangerous it was to confuse someone else's needs with an attack on you that
Got me with
night.
the man-
I got an
the
email
man
from the
THC
city.
was
The
getting
active
permission
fire
to
cause
use it the highest
investigation was
time.
nearing completion. Certain dispatch records would soon be releasable. I stared at
Alright.
the message. For a month I had wanted those recordings more than anything. Now that they were coming,
unless it's, like,
part of me
in
wanted to close the laptop
country, there's no way
because
that's going
uncertainty still left
cross-country.
room for a better version of my wife. The recording would not. Priya made me listen in her office. I don't want to do this at Nora's. I told her, good. I don't want her hearing it. Also
Okay.
good. She plugged a
Because otherwise
laptop
you
into
wouldn't
a
be able to
small
see the
speaker. The
objective.
city had released my two.
Who needs to see objectives?
911 calls, selected dispatch
You know,
traffic,
it's great
and
the
the
fact
primary
that,
fire ground channel
even
from
if
the
you've
first
done the
12 minutes of
objective,
the
if you don't have
incident.
it,
Some
it doesn't
sections
actually
remained
say that
redacted
you've
because the
done it.
personnel investigation was
Awesome.
open. It did not
Yeah,
matter.
you're
The
right.
timestamps were enough. Priya placed the written incident timeline beside me. Ready? No. She clicked play anyway. Static, sirens, a dispatcher's voice, then mine, thin, breathing hard. West service stair, second floor landing, adult male. Main stair is cut off. I hated hearing fear. In my own voice, I had not remembered sounding afraid. The dispatcher repeated my location. Another channel opened. Command from dispatch. Confirmed occupant. Mason Hale, West Stair B, second floor landing. Caller reports lower door compromised by heat. Silence. Then Leah's voice, calm, professional. The voice I had heard at family dinners when her radio went off and she shifted instantly from wife to captain. Command copies. Mason Hale, West Stair B, 2nd floor. Priya stopped the recording. Neither of us spoke. I looked at the timestamp, 6/22/41. The question that had followed me for 31 days disappeared. Leah knew. Priya said, "We can stop." No. She pressed play. Radio traffic overlapped. Water supply, ventilation. A resident accounted for. Leah assigned engine 17's interior
looking at
team.
like a park
Ortega,
scene?
East Stair, primary, floors 2 and 3. Start with 3 Charlie.
That happened to me a couple times.
3
And then the
Charlie
other
down,
time,
then Leah.
it was,
Occupant advises cat in rear bedroom. Gray tabby. Get him if you can. My.
Yeah, and then the other,
Chest tightened,
the other
then
times,
answered.
I would, like,
We still
load
have
in and then
confirmed civilian
crash
West B.
instantaneously.
6 seconds. I counted them
And I
without
went-
meaning to. Leah came back. Truck 9 is 2 out. They'll take West B. You have East. Go.
No, I couldn't
There was
open
no
it.
villain music, no confession, no sentence.
I don't know.
My husband can wait. Just operational
Trying
English.
again.
Clean,
wait, wait,
short,
wait.
devastating.
Saw
Priya
you for a
paused
second.
the audio again. I sat with my burned hand flat on the table. She knew exactly where I was. Yes. She had a crew entering. Yes. She sent them away from
No, it's still open.
me. They were assigned East
Waiting
Side
for like a
primary
second.
search. She specified Collins' unit. Yes. And the cat. Yes. Truck 9 wasn't there, according to dispatch. Approximately 2 minutes out. I laughed once. It did not sound like laughter. 2 minutes. In a fire. Yes.
Dang,
I
what the
leaned back.
fuck?
The strange part was that I did not feel rage. Not then. I felt the last uncertain piece
She
of the marriage
fucked
locked into
up.
place.
She
Leah had
fucked
not
up.
tried to kill me. I believed that. She had made a calculation. Mason is communicating. Mason understands buildings. Mason has a window. Mason can hold. Colin is panicking. Atlas is trapped. Ortega can handle East. Truck 9 can get Mason. Every step probably felt reasonable inside her head. That was why the audio hurt. She had placed me lower on the
But we had
urgency list
3.
because she trusted my
know,
ability
now
to
it's
survive
having
the
a
consequences of
stroke.
her choice. Priya let
I
the
broke it.
silence sit. Then she said, "There's more." The recording resumed.
broke it.
2 minutes and 11 seconds later. Truck 9 announced arrival. Another 45 seconds. Victim located West Side Laundry. Window, then another voice. Adult male coming down. The rest blurred. Priya closed the
Everyone
file.
has to leave the
What do you
session.
want to do? Send it to the
The
investigator.
host
They
must
already have it.
restart the
And
game
we do
entirely.
nothing. She studied
Verify
me.
the files
That's
through
not what I
Steam.
expected you to say. What am I supposed to do? Many clients would call their spouse.
Aye,
I don't need
aye, how you
to.
doing?
Media would probably be interested eventually. No? Good. I looked at her. Why good? Because you're finally separating proof from revenge. The fire.
Let's see. Let's add some
Marshall's
sweet
final origin
teriyaki.
report came the same afternoon. The fire started in a first-floor rear unit where an old multi-outlet power strip had been used with 2 space heaters. My work had nothing to do with it. No altered wiring in Colin's apartment. No connection to the third-floor panel. Should have felt relieved. I did, for about 10 minutes. Then the assisted
fun
living
there,
company
Foxy?
called.
How are you
They were
feeling? I'm feeling
reinstating my
okay. I'm
contract.
feeling a bit better
The
today.
operations director apologized.
Terrified
We
because
had
a
to
certain
wait for the
someone's
cause
pulling my
report.
phone.
I understand. You still want the work. I looked at the stack of medical paperwork beside me.
know?
Yes. Good. One problem solved. One marriage
How about we don't
confirmed
do
dead.
that?
Leah called that evening. I almost let it go to voicemail.
Claude
Then I
doesn't
answered.
work.
You got the records. She said, not hello. Yes. I talked to Darius. Okay. You need to understand that radio traffic doesn't show the entire scene. Probably not.
verified my files.
Ortega was already committed to the east
Filling your
stair.
Troniac?
He
Yeah,
asked
please
about
bring
me.
suggestions.
He
As a
asked
rule,
for
I haven't accepted any
clarification.
suggestions within reason.
And you told him
and keep
Truck
them in
9 would
24
handle me.
hours.
They were approaching. They weren't there. Mason, you knew my exact location. Silence, then, yes.
Yep.
One word. I sat down. It was the first honest answer she had given me about the fire. You told me you didn't. I was scared. At the hospital. Yes.
You tried.
This. What is this?
No.
You decided that one judgment call means everything we had is
try
worthless.
hosting again.
I never said it was worthless. You filed for divorce. Something can have been real. And still be over. She breathed out slowly. I did
Well,
not
yeah.
choose Atlas over you.
She
Chose not to send
chose
the available crew toward
the
a
fuckboy.
confirmed trapped civilian because you expected
mean-
another crew to arrive. Yes, and you told the available crew where Colin's cat was. They were
Yes, thank
already
you, Sam.
searching
I know
that
my
unit.
breakfast is
You started them at 3 Charlie
very
because Colin had just exited that unit. We needed to confirm nobody else was
Yeah,
inside.
we've been having
Was anyone
issues.
else reported inside? No. Was Atlas? She stopped.
We can get one person in the
That's not
lobby.
fair. It's the
But
timeline.
not the other.
It is not the entire tactical picture.
Doesn't
Then
mean if
explain
it's
the
fair.
part I'm missing.
She
For
chose
example,
to
you don't
ignore
get to
her
second-guess
husband.
incident command from the hospital bed.
She is
I closed my eyes, and there she was, Captain Hale, defending Captain Hale. My wife disappeared again. I'm not second-guessing you as a firefighter. I said, your department will do that. What are you doing? Deciding whether I can ever trust you as my wife, and, no, the word came easier. Then I expected, no, what, no, I can't. She did not speak, I continued. You knew, you lied. Then when I found out, your first response was to explain why I don't understand your job. You don't. I don't have to. I understand marriage. That is such a cheap line.
You guys are also
Maybe.
in the same
She
country.
started crying
So-
quietly. That was harder than if she had shouted. Mason, please. I
Probably
waited.
makes searching
I
a
thought you'd be
little
okay.
easier.
There it was again. The truth under everything.
So
I
he's the
know.
only
I
one
said.
in
I knew you'd keep your head.
Although he's
No,
not even
I
showing-
wasn't
he
trying to
even
leave
showing
you.
up for me.
I know.
Oh.
Then why are you doing this? Because I
I've
finally
taken
understand
10
what being
damage.
reliable means to you. She was silent. I looked at my hand. The skin under the healing burn was shiny and red. You don't protect the person who can take it.
I'm here.
I said.
We
Respect
did
it.
it.
She
You guys
hung
can
up.
take the
The
guns.
next morning, Priya forwarded a notice from the department investigator. They wanted a supplemental written statement from me now that the radio record had been reviewed. I opened a blank document for the first
Can't
time.
move.
I did not write about Colin. I did not write about jealousy. I did not write about my marriage. I wrote timestamps. The local news learned about the fire investigation before the investigation
birthday's in
finished.
6?
Not the
Oh my
details.
fucking god.
Just
Why
enough.
did so
A
many people have
firefighter
August
captain had been
birthdays?
placed
What the
under
fuck?
review after her spouse was injured in a structure fire.
birthdays.
I called my business line. I said no comment. Another emailed, no comment. A third waited outside the shop. That one irritated me.
It wouldn't be
I stepped
executing,
outside and
putting you
told
guys to
him,
sleep.
you're
Well,
blocking my
happy
customer
birthday,
parking.
Mr.
Yeah, no,
Mister,
I attempted
Hale,
the-
we just want your side. My side is I have work to do. Did your wife order
Yeah, I was
firefighters
meant
to
to.
rescue
I
a
was
pet
meant to be a
before
September
rescuing?
baby. My parents
There it was,
fucked
the
on
headline
fucking
version. I looked at him. If you print something before the department finishes its investigation, make sure you can support it. Is that a denial? It's me asking you to move your car. He moved. Nora thought I handled it well. Priya thought I should stop going. Outside, Leah thought I had leaked the story. She texted, there are reporters calling my mother. If this came from your lawyer, tell her to stop. I forwarded it to Priya. She replied, do not engage. We did not contact media. I sent Leah one sentence. Neither Priya nor I contacted anyone. She answered, someone did. I did not reply. That was another old pattern I was starting to see. If something hurt Leah, she immediately
Fun
looked for the
fact,
person who
I
had
was
done
meant
it
to
to
be
her,
born
not always
3
the choice
days
she had
after
made
the
before.
birthday.
It 2 days later,
Well, a
Ben
year.
Ortega asked to meet.
half,
He called
but-
from his personal phone. I
you're
probably
older.
shouldn't be calling you, he said.
Yeah, she
Ben
holds,
don't. I need to say
Yeah,
something.
yeah, Peter.
If it's about the investigation, tell the investigator. I already asked for another
That's a
interview.
little odd.
That made me
It's a
sit
little
up. Why? He breathed into the phone. My first statement wasn't complete. I said nothing. I didn't lie. Okay. I answered the questions they asked. That sentence worries me. I know. What did you leave out? He hesitated, then said, I need to tell them first. Then tell them first. I just didn't want you hearing later and thinking I was trying to cover for her. I looked out my office window. One of my vans was pulling in. You were trying to cover for her. Not exactly. Ben, she's my captain. Was. He went quiet. Leah had been placed on paid administrative leave that morning, not disciplined yet. Just separation from command duties while the inquiry continued, Ben said. She's a good officer. Maybe. She's gotten me home safe more than once. I believe you. You do, yes. That seemed to confuse him.
For running
Then
out.
why are you? Because good people can make bad decisions. He let out a
See, if I
breath.
look back
I
on
should
there
have
and you've added
spoken up
more, I
on
swear to
scene.
God.
My grip tightened around the phone. About what? I asked about Westby because dispatch had confirmed you.
Oh, you're
When she
behind me
told
now.
me truck 9 was taking it. I
I'm
went
stuck
east.
on the corner.
That's on the recording. Yeah.
Yeah, then I got
What is
stuck
it?
on you.
He waited. She told me before we went in that 3 Charlie was Colin's apartment. I closed my eyes. And
You have? God damn.
she said, make sure you get that cat if you have the room. Is that exact? Close. Tell the investigator. Not me. I will. Anything else? Another pause. I knew Colin. How? He used to come
Got
by
a
the
drink
station.
gun and I'm not
That
afraid
was
to use
new. How often?
can't
Couple
use it on me.
times. Mostly last year. To see Leah. I
you
assumed
seen the
so.
messages? Yes,
Did
I
you
have,
ever
you little
ask?
kid.
No. Then don't assume now. Ben went
say it's a
quiet.
tragedy.
You're
What the
calmer than I
fuck?
expected. I'm tired.
You
Ben,
know for
I'm
a
sorry.
fact
I know.
shoot
Before
me
he
so
hung
fast
up,
with the
I
train
stopped
car.
him.
My
Don't
God.
change.
Yeah, don't
Your
assume.
statement because you feel bad for me.
Especially
I'm
when
not.
somebody has an
Changed it
ex in
because
their
the
life
first
still,
20 wasn't
even
complete.
after a breakup.
That's
Guess
the
what?
plan. That
Still
conversation
there.
changed something, not because Ben was suddenly on my side. He wasn't. He liked Leah, respected her, probably
say
still
wow like you
believed she
wouldn't
was a
also
good
shoot me
captain
with a
who
train
made
car to
one
get
awful
shit.
call that was useful. Reality was more credible when people didn't arrange themselves into teams the same week. Hale Electric landed a hospital
At least I gave you
renovation
a drink. You mean the
subcontract, smaller
beer
than
and
suspected.
toys that my dog's
Assisted
gonna
living
chew in
agreement,
2 seconds
but
if
good
she
work.
gets.
I went to the site meeting wearing a brace on my left wrist. The general contractor glanced at me. You sure you're operational? My guys
My
are.
dog's a
I'm
German
mostly
Shepherd. They're
decorative.
not
He
exactly
smiled.
nice.
You electricians always
Unless
work.
it's the
Work
dad.
came
He's
back
very
one
nice.
ordinary decision at a time. So did my confidence. Leah
Girls, though,
asked
they
me to
fuck
meet
them
at our
up.
house on
Okay.
Sunday. I agreed because we needed to decide what to do with the property.
Alright,
The place
so
felt
I need to
home
go
the
check
moment
on
I
this
walked
treasure
in.
map.
Everything was where I left it, my coffee mug, my boots by the garage door, mail on the counter. Leah stood in the kitchen. You look better. I am. She gestured toward the table. We sat for 20 minutes. We talked numbers, mortgage, utilities, insurance, whether either of us could afford to keep the house after the divorce. Then she said, Ben changed his statement. I know he requested another interview. He called you. Yes, that's inappropriate. I told him to talk to the investigator. You always know exactly
It's a shark.
what to say now. I almost smiled. No, Priya was training me to say less. Leah looked exhausted. Administrative leave was affecting her more than the divorce filing. No uniform, no station, no authority. What did he tell you? She asked. I'm not discussing his statement. You're my husband. Not for long. Pain crossed her face. Real pain. I did not enjoy it. I still love you, she said. Look down at the table. We shouldn't talk about that right now. Why? Because love isn't a dispute.
Pokemon community game a wild fanpy appears catch it using poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
She pressed both hands against the table. What if the department clears me? I hope they do if the facts support it, and then we still get divorced. Her eyes filled. So this isn't about accountability. It's about both. No, it's about punishment. I stood. Leah, if I wanted punishment, would be standing in front of a camera right now. She stared at me. I've had 3 reporters call you. Think you deserve credit for not talking? No. Then why say it? Because you keep accusing me of trying to destroy you. I picked up my folder. I am not your biggest problem. Really? Yes. I tapped the table once. The radio is. I left before we could repeat ourselves. That evening, Darius emailed asking whether I would consent to the department using my 911 recording in the administrative review. I answered yes. The next morning, Ben Ortega submitted his supplemental statement.
That's a dead deer.
Stop texting me
Oh,
for
and
9
that sounded
days.
like
The
a
first
fucking-
offer on the house arrived before either of
Guns
us had
over here.
emotionally accepted that it was for sale. That was the thing about real estate. It did not care whether the kitchen had held 9 years of Sunday breakfasts. It cared about square footage, school district, roof age, and interest rates. Priya had encouraged us to sell because neither Leah nor I could comfortably carry the mortgage alone while her employment status was uncertain and my business was. Recovering, Leah hated the idea, so did I. We agreed anyway. The listing photos
Pokemon community game fanpy escaped. No one caught it.
My garage described as ample storage. The back deck where Leah had once slept outside with me after a summer storm knocked out the air conditioner was ideal for entertaining. A young couple toured it on Thursday. Leah and I had to be out of the house. We sat in separate cars half a block away. I watched them come out smiling. For a moment, I wanted to walk
dinosaur go to sleep
over
so
and
hard.
tell them everything. The loose floorboard by the hallway, the way
Surely
afternoon
Mom
light
did
hit the
that
living
before
room in
it
October,
takes
the fact
effect.
that the kitchen window stuck when humidity got high, the place had been alive. Soon it would become paperwork. Leah called me from her car. I hate this. I know. We don't have to sell. Yes, we do. I could refinance if I'm reinstated. And if you're not, silence. She had been on administrative leave 3 weeks. Her pay had continued so far, but overtime disappeared. More important, the department had moved from safety review to formal misconduct investigation. The after-action report had become a problem. I learned that from Darius. He called me into a second interview. This time Priya attended.
Ready when
the
you are.
investigator placed 2 printed pages on the table. Captain Hale completed an initial incident narrative the morning after the fire. He said, I read the relevant line. Civilian
probably the last thing that I do, but I will
located
do it.
west side, status, and exact position.
Sleep real quick.
Confirmed at time of initial interior assignment, the investigator slid over another sheet. It was a version history record from the
Okay,
department's reporting system. An earlier draft contained different wording. Dispatch report spouse west stair, second floor landing. Truck company assigned on arrival. I looked up. What happened between drafts? Her supervisor requested clarification regarding confirmed occupants. And she changed it to say exact position wasn't confirmed. Yes, Leah asked, do you know why? That is part of the investigation. Darius sat at the far end of the table. He looked older than he had a month earlier. This is where the issue changed. He said, for you, I asked. For the department, I understood the tactical decision could be debated. A bad decision under pressure could be retrained, suspended, disciplined. But changing a report after the fact was different. Did she falsify it? I asked. The investigator answered carefully. We have not reached a finding. Good answer. I respected him for it. Leah's text messages. With Colin entered the investigation a week later, I did not see them then, only knew they existed because her lawyer objected to their use in the employment review and Priya received a copy of a related filing. The department was not interested in whether Leah had cheated on me. They were interested in her state of mind and her personal connection to the occupant giving her information. A message Colin sent from the sidewalk at 6:21 p.m. became relevant. Please get Atlas. He's in Mom's room. Please, Leah had replied, I've got you. Stay back. The department later argued the exchange showed personal involvement at a moment when she was exercising command authority. Leah's union argued that firefighters routinely receive information from occupants and that compassion was not misconduct. Both things could be true. That was what made the investigation harder than a revenge fantasy. One afternoon, Leah came to the shop. I was reviewing invoices. She shut the office door. You gave them divorce filing.
Don't worry, it's going to sleep.
They have our personal time limit. I didn't give it.
No, it's been my ass. It
attorney
should be a
says
second
they're
one.
asking
Went to sleep.
then answer. This is becoming an investigation into my marriage. No, it's
did their
becoming an
job.
investigation into whether your relationship with him affected command decisions. You sound like Darius.
Anyways,
He makes sense.
rudely
She
interrupted
stared
by
at
two
me.
graphics
You really have
and
turned
then
against me.
proceeded to get
I felt the old instinct rise. Explain, comfort, reduce,
Rubber-banded
make sure
back.
she understood I did not hate her. Then I stopped. I'm not against you. She
Really quiet
laughed.
because they're doing,
Please,
stuff
I'm
in
not
their
for you
houses
either.
now.
Her expression changed. That's worse. Maybe. I spent years supporting your business. I know.
I'm
I
actually
covered
gonna
our health
feel like
insurance when you couldn't afford good coverage. I know. I worked Christmas, birthdays, nights.
So that I'm
I
not
carried
on 60
people out of
health?
houses while you slept. I know. And one bad call erased
You'll
all
be
of
alright.
it. No. My answer came fast. It didn't erase anything. She looked at me. I remember what you did for me. I remember who you were when Dad got sick. I remember you sitting in the hospital parking garage because I couldn't go upstairs after he died. Her eyes watered. Then how can you do this? Because gratitude is not a lifetime contract. She turned away.
will look at
I
those two
continued.
other suggestions
I can
in a
honor the
moment.
woman who helped me 10 years ago without giving
As
the
soon
woman
as
standing
I've,
here permission to lie to
we're on
me.
the
She
ferry,
wiped her
I will
face.
go and have a
I
look.
was scared. I know. I thought if I admitted I heard them. Location. You'd assume the worst. You thought correctly. That's not fair. It was my life. She shook her head, then said quietly, Colin and I never slept together. I had not asked, but that told me more than the sentence itself. Okay. Her head snapped up. That's all. What do you want me to say?
lost. I hit a
You've been
corner.
acting like I had an affair.
Restart
No,
the run.
I've been acting like I don't trust you. She left 3 days later. The house under contract. That same afternoon, Leah was notified that her administrative leave would become unpaid after the conclusion of the current pay period unless the review resolved. For the first time, the consequences reached her bank account. She called me. What am I supposed to do if they drag this out? I looked at the payroll report on my desk months earlier. Would have calculated the mortgage, utilities, her car payment, and our savings. Would have solved it. Instead, I said, talk to your
They're both
attorney
gonna
about
be
your
moving.
union. She was silent.
Any of the buttons get
Mason,
hit, they both
what?
go off.
You know our finances better than I do. That was true. It had always been
Infinite
true.
sleep glitch.
You'll figure it out. I said, the moment the words left my mouth. I heard the echo. I thought you'd be okay. I almost took them back. Then I realized the difference. Leah was not trapped in a burning building. She was facing bills, and unlike me, she had months to plan. The pre-disciplinary hearing took place 73 days after the fire. It was not a courtroom, no jury, no
Anyone you should
spectators,
look for?
no
How about
dramatic
you
wooden
stop?
bench, just a long, Conference table, representatives from the city, Leah's union attorney, the department investigator, Darius, Ben, and eventually me. Leah sat at the opposite end. She wore a dark suit, had seen her in formal department dress uniform at promotions and funerals. The suit made her look smaller, not weak, just removed from the identity that had filled so much of her life. The city summarized the allegations, not rescued a cat before husband. The official language was colder, failure to appropriate. Prioritize a confirmed civilian occupant, exercise of command judgment potentially influenced by a personal relationship, inaccurate or misleading incident documentation, failure to fully disclose material facts during preliminary review. Leah's union attorney challenged each point. He was good, he should have been. He argued that Ortega's crew was already assigned to an East Side primary search. He argued that Atlas was encountered within the scope of that search. He argued that Truck 9 was already... Responding to the West Side, he argued that incident command decisions made in seconds could not be reconstructed as if everyone had perfect information. I agreed with more of his argument than I wanted to. Then the radio traffic played. Command copies. Mason Hill, West Stair B, second floor. My own name filled the room. Leah looked down. The recording continued. Ortega, East Stair, primary, floors 2 and 3. Start with 3 Charlie, then the cat, then Ben's question. We still have confirmed. Civilian West B, then Leah. Truck 9's 2 they'll take West B. You have East, go. The city stopped the audio. Leah's attorney said, that does not establish Captain Hale abandoned anyone. The investigator agreed. No one has alleged intentional abandonment. That mattered. Precision mattered. The city continued. Ben gave a supplemental smoke. He looked miserable. He described the scene, the smoke, the assignments, Leah's instruction before entry. Make sure you get that cat if you have them. Room, the union attorney asked whether Leah ordered him to stop searching for humans. No. Did she order you to bypass a known human occupant in apartment 3C? No. Did you encounter any civilians in the East Stair? One resident coming down from 4. Did your crew assist that resident? Yes. Then your assignment had legitimate life safety. Yes. That was true too. Then the city attorney asked one question. When you asked about the confirmed civilian in the West Stair, why did you ask? Ben swallowed. Because we were the first interior team ready to move. And what did you understand after Captain Hale responded? That West B would wait for Truck 9. Was Truck 9 on scene? No. How long until arrival? About 2 minutes. Would you have gone west if ordered? Yes. Could you have? Yes. Leah closed her eyes. The hearing moved to the report. That was harder for her defense. The first draft acknowledged dispatch had given my location. The final report said my exact position had not been confirmed. Her attorney argued that confirmed in fireground context could mean physically confirmed, not merely reported by dispatch. The city argued the wording changed only after supervisors asked why an available company had not been sent toward a confirmed caller. Then came the messages with Colin, only the relevant ones. No one cared about months of emotional history except where it intersected with command. Please get Atlas. He's in mom's
you guys running
Please,
down there like
Lee,
little fucking
I've got you.
gremlins.
Stay back. 49 seconds later. Her crew entered 3 Charlie went. It was my turn. I took an oath to tell the truth again. No drama, just procedure. The city attorney asked what I remembered. I described the stairwell, the window, the blue carrier, Truck 9, the hospital. Then he asked, did
Game
Captain
any of
Hale
the
ever tell you
following.
she knew your precise reported location during the
Yeah,
incident?
horror,
Not until
semi-
after the recordings were released. What did she tell you at the hospital? That she didn't remember hearing an exact location. Leah's attorney stood, Mr. Hale, you filed for.
So it's not working.
Divorce before receiving the radio records. Yes. So your marriage was already failing. Yes. Isn't it true you believed Captain Hale was having an affair with Mr. Mercer?
me right back
I
to where
believe
I
their
was.
relationship had crossed boundaries, but you had no proof of a sexual affair, correct? Is it possible your anger about Mr. Mercer influenced your interpretation of the file? Yes. The room shifted slightly. He had not expected that answer, neither had Leah. He continued. You admit bias. I admit. I'm human, so why should the department rely on your interpretation? They shouldn't. He paused. I looked at the investigator. They should rely on the recording. The attorney sat down. I did not feel victorious.
Oh, I see
felt
you.
tired. At the end of the hearing,
You can't
no
swim?
decision was announced. That came
No,
11 days later.
like I'm
Notice
on
of
the ground,
intent to
so it's not
terminate.
letting me-
Leah sent me a screenshot before Priya even heard. Happy now. I stared at it. I did not answer. An hour later, if you testify at the final
Why is this
review,
even in the
there is
game?
no coming
Why is this coded this
back
way?
from this. That one I answered. There was no coming back when you knew where I was and lied about it. She called immediately. I declined. That same week, our divorce meeting
Oh
was
yeah,
scheduled.
right there. It
The
makes
house
you
sale was
stand.
scheduled to close. We reached a tentative property agreement.
Don't do it.
Leah would keep the marital portion of her
Death trap.
vested pension benefits subject to the standard division
Why would you do such a
negotiated.
dastardly
I would
thing?
keep Hale Electric by offsetting
it.
part of its marital value against my share of
Go
the
try
house
and,
equity and
now
other.
you're stuck down here. I was gonna say go get
Accounts,
the next
neither of us
checkpoint.
got
Maybe I'll be able to
everything.
fix
That
it.
was what a real settlement looked like. We both signed the memorandum. When I left the mediator's office, the house was no longer really ours, the business was almost legally mine, the marriage was almost legally over, and Leah's department had moved toward ending her career. None of it could be put back into the shape it had 3 months earlier. That night, I slept 6 straight hours for the first time since the fire. Colin came to the shop on a whim. Tuesday, I saw him through the office
What's
window
up to you
and
guys?
almost told my foreman to send him away.
Why is this
Then
a
I
thing?
changed my mind. He entered holding 2 coffees. I looked at them. You serious? He put them on the desk. Have it. I'm not drinking anything you brought me. Fair.
Why
He
is
sat
this
without
even
being
coded
invited.
this way?
Atlas was not with him. That helped. What do you want? Leah won't talk to me. That sounds like a Leah problem. She
Like,
blames
why
me
is-
for
Oh
what?
yeah, it is
The
an air
messages.
pocket.
You sent them, I know, and the
Fucking
department
sucks. Why
requested
is that
them.
coded
I
that
know.
way?
Then what exactly are you asking me to do? He rubbed his hands together.
Maybe to
I want you to
rejoin?
understand something. No offense, Colin, but understanding you is low on my schedule. I never wanted
Teleport
this.
ready.
I leaned back. You wanted my wife.
And this is
He
why
looked
I
at me,
just ran
not
straight up
shocked,
the
not
fucking
offended,
stairs.
just tired. Yes, the honesty landed strangely. How long? I don't know. Tried. After mom died. Before. I still cared about her. That's not the same thing.
hello.
Did she care about you? Yes.
No gun, no.
Did you kiss her?
Nothing, but
He looked
I'm here.
toward the shop floor.
I can
Yes.
give you my gun.
There it was. No hotel receipt, no secret apartment, no dramatic discovery. A simple
Teleport
answer from a man who no longer saw
put
a
the
reason to
dinosaurs to
protect
sleep.
the fantasy. How many times? Twice. Anything else?
It's
No
an issue.
sex. I believed him. Maybe I was a fool. It no longer mattered enough. Why tell me? Because she thinks I should defend her from the
We talk
department.
about our
Publicly.
feelings when we
Teleporting
Privately.
always makes me
I
a
don't
bit
know.
dizzy.
He looked exhausted. She keeps saying
Pokemon
she
community
ruined
game A Wild Sunflora appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
She did. You asked her to get your cat. I was standing outside watching the building burn. I know. I didn't know you were trapped. I believe you. He looked relieved. That irritated me. Don't confuse that with absolution. His face tightened. I'm not. You knew she was
Can't
married.
imagine why
Yes.
that.
You knew you were crossing a line. Yes. You accepted free work from me while you were kissing my wife. He looked down. Yes, that part is yours. He nodded, had imagined this conversation during some of my worst nights, in those versions. I destroyed him, said the perfect thing, made him feel small, in real life. He already looked small enough. What happens now? I asked. With Leah. Yes, I'm done. I should have enjoyed it. I didn't. Why? He gave me a helpless look. Because this isn't what I thought it was. What did you think it was?
Oh my
He
God,
took a
who added
long
me
time
to-
answering.
what the fuck?
Something unfinished. There was the romance, the great old love, the possibility that had survived 20 years. And now every conversation is about the hearing, her attorney, your divorce, people at the station, what I should say. He rubbed his face. I miss my mom. Leah showed up when I was falling apart. I think I turned that into something bigger, and she liked being needed. He looked at me. Yeah, that was probably the most honest thing either of us could say. Colin stood. I'm sorry,
I
Mason.
know.
I know.
Hey.
No, that surprised
Pokemon
me.
community
I don't want
game
anything big.
Sunflora
He
escaped.
left the coffee.
No
I
one
threw
caught
both
it.
cups away that afternoon. The reporter who had waited outside the shop called again. This time he had details, enough to know about the radio recording, enough to know Leah faced termination. We'd like to give you space to tell your story. No,
Is this a
mister.
perfect example
Hey,
of why women
people
live
are
longer?
talk whether you I know. Correct. This could be bigger.
Next time. I'll
Then a
just be boring
personnel
as shit.
issue, public trust, command
How
integrity.
dare I try to explore
He was
the
not
map
wrong.
that they made?
That was what made the offer
And they
tempting.
get punished
I could
for
sit
it.
in front of a
What the
camera,
fuck
show the
is
bandage
that?
scars,
I
describe
tried
the
to pull
blue
the map
carrier,
that they
tell
made,
everyone
they
my
didn't
wife
use
kissed
the
her
best
and
line.
sent fireflies toward his cat while I waited. People would understand the story. Would do the rest. Leah might never work in public safety again. Even outside the fire service. Colin's coffee shop could get reviews from strangers who had never been there. Ben might be dragged into it. Darius too. For about 10 seconds, I wanted all of that, then I pictured Nora looking at me the way she did when I kicked the trash can in my shop. You don't have to win
Now I
every
get to
part.
see what
I'm
you
not
saw
doing
on
an
your
interview,
trip.
I said. Can I
was the
quote
same
that?
thing,
No,
but on
I
the
hung up
other
Priya
side.
approved. You may have just saved yourself several headaches. I didn't do it for the headaches. I know. A week later, the city offered to resolve my injury claim, medical expenses, documented lost income, a negotiated additional
No,
amount
you
for
don't
the
have the
injury.
money for that. Fuck off.
And recovery,
I
not
do.
millions, not
No.
life-changing, enough to be fair.
don't
Priya
have the
said we
money
could
to
reject it
replace
and
said
pursue
money.
more. Would we likely
don't have
get
the
more?
income to replace
Possibly.
that money.
Boy,
What
I
would
have
that
the money.
require?
I will smack the
Depositions,
shit out of you.
expert review, more scrutiny of departmental
You're all the way over
decisions,
there.
potentially
Well, I
naming
swear to God.
individuals depending on claims.
See.
Leah, possibly. I looked
You
at
thought
the
I was
numbers.
bad at hitting you
Take
in
the
game
settlement.
support?
You sure?
Just wait
Yes.
till you do
You
that.
don't want to make her pay personally. No, Priya nodded. That's probably the healthier decision. I'm not. Trying to be healthy. What are you trying to
No,
do?
no, 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 I'm talking
Finish.
about when we played
Leah
the
learned
map.
about Colin ending things before I did. She left me a voicemail at 2 in the morning. I did not listen until breakfast. Mason, you were right about one thing. Her voice sounded rough. I liked being needed. I liked that he looked at me like I could fix everything.
So
You
Yep,
never
yep.
did that. She paused. You always
internet
fixed
isn't
your own
working.
problems. Another pause. Maybe I started thinking that meant you didn't
Suddenly
need
I
me.
can no longer
I
play
sat at
online
Nora's.
games.
You have to be responsible.
Kitchen
with your
table,
money.
Leah continued. And maybe when I saw you at that window, I thought the same thing I'd been thinking for years. Her voice broke. You'll figure it out. The message ended. I did not call her back, not because the admission meant nothing, because it meant almost everything, and it had come too late to change anything. Leah's final employment decision
telling
came
you that I've
5 months
completed the
after the fire.
objective again.
Termination. The letter cited 3 findings. Her initial deployment decision showed unacceptable
So we
deviation
completed the objective too.
from life safety prioritization given a confirmed trapped civilian and an immediately available interior crew. Her personal relationship with Colin had influenced the specificity and urgency of her direction regarding apartment 3C. Most damaging, she had submitted an incident narrative that
finally.
materially obscured information she had acknowledged over the radio. The department did not say she
5
tried to kill me.
minutes.
It did not say she was evil. It did not say every call she had ever made was wrong. It said
Honestly,
that
the dinosaur
City
comes
could
out.
no longer trust her in command. That was enough. Her union appealed. For a while, I thought the whole process might have been that would have been difficult for me emotionally, but I had learned not to confuse what I wanted with what the process was. The appeal upheld determination. Leah kept the pension benefits she had already vested in the years. She lost her salary. Her department health coverage after the moment.
I don't like that sound.
Most of all, she lost them. The future she had built her identity around. I saw her 2 weeks
I heard
later at
like
the
a
courthouse for the
fucking
final
dialogue.
divorce hearing.
wait.
The hearing itself was
Vivi, come
boring.
back here.
Thank God, the judge reviewed our agreement, asked
come
whether
back
both of
inside.
us entered voluntarily, confirmed disclosure,
Ow,
confirmed
my
we
eyes.
understood the property division,
look at
no
this.
speech, no lecture, no public humiliation.
Oh,
At
yippee.
10:36 a.m., our marriage was legally over. 9 years ended with signatures outside. Leah
Didn't
asked if I would walk with her. We went
slide.
2 blocks to a small park. Cold air, bare trees,
And
traffic.
gunpowder.
She sat on a bench. I stayed
know I need
standing.
that.
You can sit. She said, I'm okay. She gave a tired
Whiskey, what
smile.
part of my
Still,
audio is
what?
fucking
Still
done?
always okay.
I'm talking about
I
the
looked at
MD
her.
as well.
No, I'm not always
Over
okay.
that wall, I
She
believe
nodded
is
slowly.
Diplo.
I know that
Oh,
now.
God.
For a while we watched people pass.
So I believe
She
in
said,
front of me,
Colin
there is
told
actually
you.
something
Yes,
eating me.
About the kisses.
There's a
Yes,
raptor.
there wasn't more. I believe you. I wanted there to be. That surprised me. She looked at her hands. I think I wanted some big explanation for why I was unhappy with me, with myself. I said nothing. She continued. When I made captain, I thought I'd feel
I
different.
have 6
How?
bullets.
Like I had arrived somewhere. And I just had more people asking me for answers. She laughed without humor.
Okay,
Then Colin
so,
came back
we
into my
got-
life and he remembered me before all of
Done.
this. Before the
I need to find an
department,
Archie.
Before marriage. Before mortgages. He needed me. And I didn't.
5
You did.
iguanodons.
She looked up. I just didn't
5
know how to see
basilos.
the way you needed me. That hurt.
23
Because there was
terrorbirds.
truth in it, had made competence my whole
25
personality. When my
Kentros.
father got sick, I fixed things. When business
15
struggled,
Capros,
I
1
worked
Theory,
more. When Leah had bad
5
calls, I
Pegos,
steadied the house. I rarely
100
said,
gas
"I need
bags."
you."
Jesus.
But none of that justified what she did. I should have told you more. I said, her eyes widened. That doesn't make the fire your fault. I know. And it doesn't make Colin my fault. I know. I don't want you taking responsibility because I finally apologized. I'm not. That was another sign I had changed months earlier. I would have grabbed the smallest piece of blame just to make the conversation balanced. Now I could acknowledge my flaws without using them to excuse hers. Leah looked toward the street. I saw you at the window. My chest tightened. You told me you weren't sure. I was sure. There it was, the last fact. I saw you hitting the glass. I did not move. Why didn't you send them? She closed her eyes. Because truck 9 was coming. That's the tactical answer. I know. What's the real one? She opened her eyes. Because you were you. I waited. You were upright. You were signaling. Dispatch had you on the phone. I thought. Mason can hold for 2 minutes. She wiped her cheek, and Colin was losing his mind over Atlas. I knew what that cat meant to him. His mom. That apartment. Everything. So you fixed the person who looked more broken. Yes. And assumed I could survive being second. Yes. No excuses. No qualifications. Appreciated that more than any apology she had given. I am sorry, she said. I know. I wish I could go back. I know. If I could change that one order, it wouldn't fix everything. Her face tightened. No, we were already in trouble. I know. But maybe we could have fixed that. Maybe. She looked at me. That was the last dangerous word between us. Maybe if she had told me about Colin. Maybe if I had admitted how abandoned I felt before the fire. Maybe if she had sent Ortega west. Maybe if I had come home after the hospital. A person could lose years inside. Maybe, Leah said. Do you think we could ever? No. I did not let her finish, not cruelly, just clearly. She nodded. I knew. Then why ask? Because I needed to hear you say it when you weren't angry. I understood that, so I gave her the clean answer. I forgive parts of it. She looked at me. I'm still working on other parts. But I'm not coming back. Her eyes filled. I don't know who I am now. That part isn't mine to fix. She laughed softly through the tears. There he is. Who? The guy who finally learned boundaries. I had a rough teacher. She looked at me, surprised, then she laughed for real. So did I. It lasted maybe 5 seconds. 9 years deserved at least that. We stood at the corner. She went left, I went right. I did not turn around, not because I was making a statement, because the light had changed and I had somewhere else to be. 14 months after the fire. I went back into the building. The owner had rebuilt it. New sprinkler system, new rated doors, new electrical service, new alarm wiring. My company got part of the renovation contract after another electrician withdrew from the schedule. When the general contractor asked if I was comfortable working there, I almost said no. Then I realized the building had already taken enough from me. I did not need to give it permanent ownership of one city block. So on a bright April morning, I walked through the front entrance wearing a hard hat and carrying a clipboard. The smell was different. Fresh drywall, paint, cut lumber, no wet ash, no burned plastic. The main stairwell had been rebuilt with proper smoke doors. The second floor, then I pinched chest tight, palm down, a flash of heat that existed only in memory. I stood still. The new lamp was wider. The laundry room door was gone. The window had been replaced. The sunlight filled the space. One of my electricians came up to my hand. You good? Yeah, you. Sure. I looked at him, then I smiled. Give me a minute. He nodded and went back downstairs. There was something else I had learned. Saying I needed a minute did not make the building so for most of my life. Compliments had meant never becoming a problem. I solved things. My father had been the same way. People loved that about men like us until they started believing we had no limit. Sometimes we helped them believe it. My left hand still carried a pale patch of scar tissue near the wrist, full. Strength had returned months earlier. The company had recovered too. The assisted living contract renewed. We hired 2 electricians. My old foreman took over more field supervision, which turned out to be good for both of us. For the first time since starting the business, I took Fridays off twice a month, not to build another company, not to fix a house, not to help someone move. Sometimes I did absolutely nothing productive. Nora called it a medical breakthrough. The divorce settlement money helped me buy a smaller house 10 minutes from the shop, 2 bedrooms, 1 car garage, no deck, mortgage I could manage without calculating anyone else's income. Leah moved across the river to northern Kentucky after losing the department appeal. For several months she did contract fire safety training. Later she took a full-time safety coordinator job for a distribution company. It paid less, no command, no red truck. No one called her captain. I knew because she told me in an email. We did not talk often. Birthdays. Tax documents documents, a question about a piece of mail that still went to the old address. That was about it. She did not become homeless. She did not spend every day begging me to return. Life was less theatrical than that. She built another version of herself because she had to. I respected the effort from a distance. Colin sold his coffee shop the following winter. I heard that through someone else. I never saw him again. Atlas survived for a long time. I hated knowing that. That embarrassed me. The cat had not made an operational decision. Atlas had been sitting in a bedroom while humans decided what his life meant. Eventually I stopped attaching anything to him. He was just a cat. The thing that mattered was the person holding the radio at the renovated building. I finished inspecting the west stair emergency circuit. The electrician working below me energized the panel. A rectangular exit sign above the new fire door came on. Bright, clear, ordinary. Got it. He shouted. Got it. I marked the circuit on my sheet. Then footsteps came up from below. A woman in her 20s appeared carrying boxes. New tenant. She had a blue plastic pet carrier in one hand. For half a second, my whole body locked. Same cheap molded plastic, same graded front, not the same carrier. Obviously, inside. An orange cat stared at me like I was personally responsible for the inconvenience of stairs. The woman smiled. Sorry. Can I squeeze past? I stepped aside. Yeah, you're good. She carried the cat through the fire door. It closed. Behind her, I stood under the glowing exit sign. A year earlier, I might have called the coincidence cruel. Now it was just a blue box that surprised me. My phone buzzed. A text from Nora. Dinner at 6. Do not claim you forgot. I answered. I won't. Then another message appeared. Leah, we had not spoken in almost 2 months. Saw the renovation permit online. Guessing that's your job. I'm glad you went back. I read it. For a moment, I thought about all the answers I could send. Something kind, something final. Something wise enough to justify the last 14 months. In the end I wrote, it's a good building now. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. No reply. I put the phone away. Before leaving, I tested the emergency light one more time. Normal power off, backup power on, exit still visible. That was the whole purpose of the system.
Look at that
You did not
lag
install
face.
it because you expected everything to go wrong.
Really?
You installed it because sometimes it did. Had spent years believing commitment meant staying until every possible repair had been attempted. Marriage had taught me something different. Some systems failed because a connection loosened. Some failed because people stopped maintaining them. Some could be repaired, and sometimes the safest decision was to disconnect power, label the circuit, and walk away before someone got hurt again. I locked the electrical room outside. Cincinnati was warm and bright. My truck was parked across the street. No reporters, no lawyers, no sirens, just an ordinary workday ending.
Oi, survivor!
Crossed at the light.
Pokemon
For
community
years,
game
Leah
a
believed
wild
I would
more
always
Peko
find
appears
my own
catch
way
it
out.
using
In the end,
Poke
she
catch.
had been right
Winners
about
revealed
that.
in
She had
90s.
simply misunderstood what I would leave behind once
Preparing
I
to
did.
teleport.
Like, you got stuck in a hole, now you're stuck in a house.
That's my fucking point.
Oh, cool, another dino. I can't fucking kill it. Oh, cool, it sees me. I'm dead.
You guys are doing great. I'm stuck in a house.
So I've managed to kite them. They can't get me.
Oh,
Here we
cool,
go.
there's a fucking dino in the spawn point.
Coordinates confirmed. Teleport complete.
This game is awesome. I'm having more fun trying to figure out ways to break the game than playing the game. I'm going to find any and everywhere that there's possible.
Dino in the way.
Yeah, if you look at my stream, you can see what I'm dealing with.
If you look at... Oh, wait, I'm not streaming. Well, you know what I'm dealing with, so...
Pokemon community game more Peko escaped. No one caught
Wouldn't
it.
believe it, I'm right back in the fucking house. So the unstuck doesn't work for anybody, but I think the host of the game.
So like, what am I trying to say? Or you can take away my items or whatever, but this game doesn't
You give it a try this week, see if it works for you.
you can take away my pickaxe, right? But you can put stuff on my screen just in general.
It puts me there for like 2 seconds and I'm back where I am now.
Yep, Yep, I saw a total pop up for half a second, and then it's gone. Hang on, I'm coming back. Don't worry. Does that mean I'm gonna spawn and die again? Like I'm just gonna be stuck in it?
Oh.
No, actually, what's happening to me in my game is going to fucking break it.
Well, I'm having a good time.
I'm getting attacked by Dino again.
I have
raptors in front of you.
I have 4 raptors.
Make it like 2 seconds out of the fucking like spawn.
This is going well. They like full release.
I understand.
Unfinished mess.
Other games take your money away or something like that. I'm gonna send you for the past 3 months. Yeah, I mean, it might take a minute, and honestly, I would don't.
Can I get down here without dying?
If you don't get it in
Yes.
a certain manner of time, like people do different experiences. You know, people are just different experiences. That's what I'm saying.
Hey man,
You have 23 followers. I mean, that's still pretty good. If you would like, though, you also play Minecraft, I would just give you a follow. There you go.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
There you go. Don't worry. I mean, it really is like just start meeting people. Start making like
That is so
networking is a really
expensive.
big thing. Start
it's just a
talking to
small amount.
people, start like making friends, getting to know one another, and people. There are some really good people
Light work, no
that
reaction.
Sorry, what now?
Fuck if I know.
Oh yeah, and if you would like to join the Discord, I very much appreciate it. There's a lot of people you can make friends with.
I was looking forward to dinosaurs, and all I got was stuck in a house and stuck in a hole, so...
Are
we playing Crime Simulator?
I do whatever it is. Remnant stairs.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
Put it up to Mound or Crime. We can always show where the actual Mound can be found.
Thank you so much.
Got some hexagons you're keen to spend?
We did find the mound.
I mean, I'm not sure if I would be joining
Kind
in
of.
tonight. I'm pretty tired.
It was the Mound.
Just maybe we'll join in and talk to you. There might be. I am trying to
Crime Simulator?
Yeah, Crime is Crime
We just-
Simulator.
make it more active again.
Yeah.
It's literally to sell weed to beat people.
You do crime.
You launch onto the roof and get executed for standing on the wrong part of the roof.
Yep.
He's pretty.
People might be. They want to like kind of like get to know one another for a little bit, like kind of like
What we doing?
Stage you and you die.
start like
Bear.
I don't know what to say, but if you
Here, I'll flip a coin.
with anything,
Pick a heads and
there's a
tails.
lot of people that can help you out as well.
Heads is Mound, Crime is Tails, and everything.
And yeah,
How are you guys? Welcome back.
I appreciate it. I gave you a follow as
Heads.
well.
Mound.
How did you meet? How did you find my channel? Just curious. Not give you a follow. Wait, I give you a follow. There you go. There you go. I don't know why it didn't show that.
The mound, omen of Kafu.
11 a.m.
Welcome back, play the Mound.
Mate.
It was a suggested line. Oh, that's cool. Thank you
Flip
for
the coin.
giving my
The fates
channel
have
for
decided.
checking it out. I appreciate it.
Yurt.
I would like to know like where people kind of like come from.
Oh,
so,
don't worry.
from
One of the
and
sets has already been gone.
What?
Oh, hey, I gotta turn this
What?
in. Hey, girl. Only a 5K. Adeline, you finished meeting everyone in town.
You better be
That's
kidding.
wonderful. Congratulations.
I'm most definitely not.
Here's your reward. I mean, I've kind of completed other shit. But
What happened?
Hey. I mean, shit.
Okay, well, see, the problem is
Oh,
they
wait.
got one of my tisms, and I saw dice, and I was like, well,
anymore.
It's a wrap.
You
You should, on the other hand, be proud that I didn't buy the other set.
Museum, and I was wondering why.
Yeah, I'm not
Nothing
proud
looks
because
good?
I'm looking at the fucking message you put on it.
Oh, rats.
Four?
Maybe.
What do you mean, four?
You will see. Only time will tell. How are you? Oh, fuck. Let's play a game more friendly. Well, guys, it was a good run. I will see you in the end.
And look at her. And look at her. There was only...
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, there's a tumbler, there's a roast. Maybe you fix, you don't need to fix.
No, I do love a good scheme.
Fuck, see, you were the whole reason why I have dice in the first place. For you, I didn't have any dice. No, must fix, no. Okay, are we doing in-game, or...? Let's go. Alright.
Fish snuck up on me.
With the arrival of Shine Wolf, I believe now we have a person to begin
Chocolate milk, that's not chocolate milk. That. Yeesh. That's just kind of gas as fuck.
No, dude. We did get a new survivor tool, but we don't know what he does. He just kind of walks around the bottom.
Yeah, Rose useless. Stop it. So it begins.
Wisebot 3 viewers, alarm clock 2 hours 35 minutes and 3 seconds.
Traded. You tried to double back. The double back of doom and despair. What the fuck?
Get him.
Ankle snapped. Oh my god. Get the fuck away from me. Oh, I caught on nothing. What did you do? Tell us, what did I do to you?
I feel like some people are uncomfortable going over there.
Okay.
There's a website called
This one looks alright. Bring back resistance. Gives us a bunch of melee and attack stuff. A lot of money.
Oh.
Hey, so that we can get towards the mound.
Okay. Weren't the Mayans condemned after the earthquake?
Because it just right in my ears.
Got it.
Damn, I'm one-upping out up here. I'm gonna spend my coins on the bandages instead.
That's my opinion, Bash.
Music, short stories, poems, all that. Yeah, definitely if you do any horror shit. There's the arts and crafts. You can also definitely post any of your poems in there. Free well.
Preparing to teleport.
And then of course, whenever you go streaming.
Thank you. Take a care back to talk for you fucking curious.
I also have it right now. Funny clips that they want to show from their stream. I have not been growing. Specifically, so because I want to separate the skills of live links from the
Yeah, it did not give much, and we have a very large goal. It's almost 3,000.
Look what you've done now.
Len Ashton trains relentlessly under the open sky, swinging his sword against his father while sweat and dust rise around them, refusing to slow down despite his young age and tired limbs. His father overwhelms him easily, sending him crashing into the grass with a heavy blow, reminding him firmly that reckless jumping only leaves an opening for a stronger opponent to exploit. Exhausted and unable to move,
I saw it. Looks very
Len
good.
thanks his father through ragged breaths, earning praise for movements far too skilled for a boy who is supposedly only 7 years old. Spring returns once again, and Len reflects quietly on how quickly 7 years have passed since the moment he first transmigrated into this unfamiliar world as a helpless infant. His home sits within a nameless village inside the Leomel Empire, a Western military nation on the Elfin continent, far removed from the grand cities of legend. Len recalls how difficult it was to accept this new reality at first, especially enduring half a year trapped inside a newborn's fragile and uncooperative body. Keeping his true awareness hidden from his parents, he lay quietly in his crib, letting his mother believe he was simply another ordinary sleepy infant needing comfort. Then, without warning, a mysterious status screen appeared before him, revealing his identity as Len Ashton, eldest son of the Ashton family, and unlocking a skill called Demon Sword Summoning. Unlike the game he once played, this new world offered no visible numbers for magic power, physical strength, attack, or defense, making everything feel unsettlingly real. Still, Len was
Pokemon community game A Wild Chingling appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Hours playing the original game. He remembered that during the second playthrough, players could merge 3 existing skills together, unlocking hidden combinations such as a magic swordsman born from a swordsman and magician. Realizing this skill might be different, Len understood that unique skills existed too, rare abilities granted only to specific individuals, and this summoning power certainly seemed to qualify. Testing it for the first time, he successfully summoned a small demon sword of wood, though its tiny size left him quietly unimpressed by the result. Analyzing its properties carefully, Len concluded the sword allowed him to grow plants as an attack, a small natural magic ability he could test inside his own room. He noted that raising his proficiency through repeated summoning would eventually unlock new elemental types, with Demon Sword of Metal likely being the very next one available. However, the power came with real consequences, since depleting his magic power entirely could trigger violent headaches, or even cause him to lose consciousness completely. Determined to avoid such danger, Len resolved to practice diligently every single day, steadily building his magic power reserve through consistent and careful daily training. His father suddenly called out, startling him into quickly dispelling the sword before anyone could notice, leaving him wishing the game would simply raise the level. Deep down, Len understood that his very existence
Pokemon community game Chingling escaped. No one caught it.
To protect himself against that looming future, he vowed to study this world thoroughly while training his magic power, starting from this very moment onward. At 7 years old, Len returns home carrying a tray while his father arrives with hunted boars, casually suggesting it is finally time to begin proper swordsmanship training together. His father admits he never formally taught anyone before, having only learned swordsmanship the same rough way from his own father, then eagerly calls Len forward to attack. Len charges forward while secretly channeling power through his hidden demon sword of wood, flashing hard against his father's blade with surprising speed and unexpected force. Impressed by the strong opening move, his father instructs him to keep pushing until his body simply refuses to move any further. And Len obediently agrees despite his nerves. Unable to last even 30 minutes during that very first session, Len collapses from exhaustion, yet quietly notices the 7-year-old body carries surprising physical strength. Panting on the ground, he tells his father he will return once he has gathered enough energy, earning praise for performing admirably well as a complete beginner. His summoning proficiency rises slightly from using the demon sword of wood, and from that day forward his routine settles into morning study, followed by afternoon sword practice. He later learns that demon stones, items harvested from monster bodies, are meant to raise his proficiency, though the source apparently matters a great deal. Testing a stone his father previously gave him, Len discovers it produces no reaction whatsoever, realizing only demon stones hunted personally by himself will actually work. Gritting his teeth, he understands that unlike the original legend of the 7 heroes, this world refuses to make his growth easy or convenient in any way. Life continues quietly around him through farming and small gatherings with neighbors. And before long, another full month passes as his training persists without pause. His father notes real improvement in his moves, though Len still loses balance too easily.
Just traveling around looking for maps and treasure. And during those bounties.
I'm so upset that you can't just kick them off the fucking mountainside. I need to like spot them. See how you're having bleeding again.
I was also bleeding out, and then I got attacked while I was on a single hit, so the bandage was
Well, I am no longer in.
You have a...
now because of updates and stuff, but I mean, I'm personally waiting for it to like kind of get stuff fixed up. I've been kind of ruining the game a little bit. I love Phasma. I want to play it again, honestly. I mean, I'm thinking about bringing it back.
Shaking or with the ground check?
Yeah,
I'm shaking. We're having earthquakes.
Oh, hey, look. It's a fake me. Just get that call.
Oh, I'm bleeding again.
G'day there.
Fucking great. Oh man, I love bleeding so much.
Where are you guys?
Just down to you.
Teleport ready.
Okay, well I found a gun.
I've also found a gun.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I can't.
You might want to pick me up in a second.
You
I found a flintlock musket.
Oh, cool.
Here we go.
It'll just put you on one shot. Yeah.
Coordinates confirmed. Teleport complete.
Flintlock on father.
If it's a musket, that'll just wait. That'll just let the entire world be like, hey, we're over here. And then everything is mad at us. So I'll take it as a last resort.
You can add a lot of weird shit.
It's a deer.
I haven't trusted out what happens with that game, but it would be kind of fun, honestly.
Last resort. First enemy I see.
I want to play. I mean, I have read it on my PlayStation. I don't have it on my PC. I only have it online on my PC.
Where did we lose this week?
Story version
The left here.
and online on my PlayStation. And I know what happens.
And needs to concentrate his strength more firmly through his waist, struggling for breath, yet insisting he can continue further. Len is gently overruled as his father firmly ends the day's exhausting training session for his own safety. His father praises his relentless daily effort while warning him not to push himself too far, since overexertion would ultimately only cause unnecessary lasting harm. Thanking his father through heavy breaths, Len is told to rest properly before dinner, his body still trembling from the demanding physical strain of practice. After several more days pass, his demon sword summoning technique finally approaches the 90 mark, bringing him closer to unlocking the next stage of growth. Reflecting on how slowly 2 points rise daily, despite his constant effort, Len admits that his gamer mindset actually makes the grinding process feel oddly bearable. Meanwhile at home, his mother notices things becoming more interesting lately, gently examining his hands and discovering yet another fresh blister from his relentless training. Len insists the pain is nothing, explaining that he genuinely enjoys learning more about swordsmanship, even as his mother worries the sessions may be too harsh. His mother softly acknowledges his passion for blades, reminding him that the Ashton family has long served as knights sworn to protect their humble village. His father hates swords. Len corrects him quietly, admitting the feeling is closer to fear rather than genuine hatred toward the blade. His mother reveals that Valtra has always been obsessed with swords since childhood, a courageous warrior unafraid of monsters, though something clearly troubles her deeply. She confesses the idea that his fearless bravery might one day become a curse terrifies her, fearing it could eventually lead to him being seriously hurt. Villagers gather around Baltra as he returns from hunting, grateful for the income and shared meat his monster hunts consistently bring to their small community. Milieu voices her worry, but Baltra reassures her confidently, insisting he remains strong and has grown far less careless than he once was in his youth. He tells her that nothing matters more to him than his family's happiness, gently reassuring her while Len watches the quiet exchange between his parents. Lying in bed that night, Len reflects on the word family, remembering how in his previous life his parents divorced early, and he followed his mother. As the years passed in that old life, conversations between them slowly dwindled until, by adulthood, his mother stopped returning home entirely, leaving him truly alone. Yet he remains thankful she allowed him to attend university, despite everything.
Oh,
Sensing there had been unspoken struggles
off
happening
my feet.
quietly behind her distant silence, back in the present, training with his father continues daily, ending only when exhaustion finally overtakes his small body, collapsing onto the open grassy field. His days now feel far more fulfilling than before, filled with chores, quiet writing, affectionate family meals, and endless additional sword swings his father demands. One evening during practice, his body suddenly gives out completely, forcing his father to call an early stop and check gently if he is all right. Afterward, Len notices something strange, his body suddenly feeling remarkably lighter, though he insists to his puzzled father that nothing is truly wrong with him. Charging forward with newfound energy, Len moves with startling intensity, his strikes suddenly carrying far more weight and speed than his father anticipated. His father barely reacts in time, visibly shocked by the sudden shift in Len's fighting rhythm during what should have been an ordinary sparring exchange. Startled by the unexpected speed, his father demands another exchange immediately, sensing something has fundamentally changed within Len's previously steady physical limitations. Locked blades against his father, Len realizes with shock that his own speed and arm strength are visibly increasing right in the middle of combat. His father struggles to comprehend how this child suddenly grew so much stronger, taking a heavy strike that shatters his wooden practice sword entirely. Recognizing the truth, his father gasps Len's name in disbelief, watching him deliver a decisive final blow that ends their intense sparring match. Overjoyed, Baltra praises him as a rare skill bearer, excitedly calling for Milieu, who rushes over worried at his sudden loud exclamation of surprise. Baltra admits uncertainty since he lacks the skill himself, guessing Len's sudden strength must mean his hidden ability leveled up through relentless daily training. Confirming this, Len notices physical ability up small has activated for the next level, exactly as expected from his demon sword summoning technique, reaching level 2. Excited villagers nearby declare Len shouldn't remain tied to their small village, urging him to head toward the capital and build a reputation there. Baltra mentions the town church could check his skill properly, though admitting they currently lack enough money to afford such an expensive request. Len brushes off the suggestion casually, insisting not knowing his skill's exact name won't actually cause him any real harm or inconvenience whatsoever. Baltra questions why he seems unusually indifferent, noting most children would naturally feel curious and excited about possessing such a rare, mysterious skill. Len simply laughs it off, claiming he has never heard of anything called demon sword summoning either, calling verification an unnecessary hassle not worth pursuing. Privately, Len wishes only to live peacefully within this village, hoping to hunt monsters alongside his father to raise income and help it prosper. Rather than chasing fame as a knight, he wants to become his father's successor, vowing that he could even protect Baltra if danger struck. Reflecting quietly, Len admits these past 7 years have made him happier than his entire previous life, feeling forever grateful toward both Baltra and Milieu. He acknowledges that a completely new person has been born within him, someone shaped entirely by this second chance and identity known simply as Len. All he truly wants is for the three of them to live a long, peaceful life together, prompting Baltra to gently scold his sentimental little brat. Considering this his second playthrough, Len resolves to cherish every remaining moment spent with his family while working hard to prevent a despairing future. Yet those quiet dreams seem destined to unravel within only a few years, as his life diverges sharply from the original path once walked in the game. He recalls the girl he was originally fated to kill, someone he now knows he will inevitably meet again, somewhere further along this changed future. Crowds gather as someone rides against a shifting fate, defying the unreasonable destiny that once bound the story's original, unavoidable tragic conclusion completely. For now, though, the present version of Len remains blissfully unaware, simply enjoying a peaceful picnic together with Baltra and Milieu beneath the open sky. In Clausel, the northern city of Leomel Empire, a quiet young lady sits alone in a garden, sighing softly while lost in her own private thoughts. She admits she feels bored now that her training has ended, brushing off concern from a nearby knight who asks if something is troubling her. Nearby, exhausted men lie defeated on the ground after losing an earlier sparring match, and the old knight remarks his men can no longer match her skill. The lady turns to another knight named Vios, asking if something happened in the territory, since he is suddenly dressed in full armor. Vios explains he was ordered to patrol the northwest region and slay a troublesome beast, leaving her unsettled at the mention of such a creature. Elsewhere, in the quiet countryside, 3 years after his rebirth, Len Ashton walks home from the market carrying a basket, reflecting on how much time has passed. His status screen reveals his skill. Demon Sword summoning technique has finally reached level 2, granting him a small boost to physical ability. Len admits his training has been inconsistent, since farm work and preparing for the coming winter often kept him from practicing swordsmanship every day. Despite the slow progress, he decides his current strength is more than enough to live a
Pokemon community game A Wild Swillis appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Insisting he will become a great knight. Suddenly, a group of armored horsemen appears on the horizon, and Grandma Rig urgently tells Len they must hurry home, recognizing them as Baron's men. The knights arrive at the Ashton household, and their leader politely apologizes for the sudden and unannounced intrusion into the family's quiet home. A nervous young man inside the house anxiously asks why the knights have come specifically to this remote village where he and his family live. Len's father explains that the Baron rules over this territory, prompting Len to quietly wonder if these visitors are truly servants of that same Baron. He recalls that his father serves as one of the knights sworn to protect the village, since every knight answers to a higher noble under feudalism. The visiting knight asks Len's father whether massive damage nearby was caused by the beast, while Len stares in awe, having never seen armored knights before. The old knight confirms witnesses described a beast moving as fast as the wind, adding that several villages have already suffered attacks and casualties. The knights explain they have been patrolling to subjugate the creature and now want Len's father to join their vigilance team, despite finding no clear clues. Len's father asks whether they know the beast's rank, since forming an official subjugation unit would only be necessary for a truly dangerous threat. The knight reveals the guild ranks it around D11, comparable to an early game boss capable of overwhelming 5 skilled knights combined. Roy stares at the terrifying beasts before him, shocked that such dangerous
Pokemon community games Willis escaped. No one caught it.
An old knight explains they had planned to recruit reinforcements from nearby villages, but security concerns have complicated their current search efforts. Roy realizes with alarm that reinforcements will take 20 days to reach Len's village, since the Lord's dispatch range covers such a wide area. The knights promise to focus patrols around the forest, while a worried woman pleads with them to hurry and asks everyone to hold on until then. Believing everyone present looks exhausted, an older knight suggests resting for a while, as Len quietly wonders what name this mysterious beast might carry. A knight notices Len standing nearby and asks if that boy belongs to Sir Roy, receiving grateful thanks after offering to share supplies with them. Len is amazed to learn the man is the highest-ranked knight in the entire territory, then nervously offers greetings to the celebrated captain of knights. Watching Len wave goodbye to the villagers, the knights note the boy is the same age as their lady, remarking calmly that he is already 10 years old. The captain admits he would have tested Len's swordsmanship on another occasion, since the boy is apparently a rare and valuable skill bearer. Back home, Roy proudly declares they'll be busier from today onward, though Len quietly asks to see the wanted notice describing the mysterious beast. Roy refuses, insisting Len doesn't need to worry, boasting that he once hunted down a D-rank beast completely alone before Len was even born. Len silently marvels that Roy defeated something stronger than 5 combined knights, despite having no special skill of his own to rely on. Sometime later, Roy and Len work together, catching numerous little boars, planning to increase the number of prey gathered for the time being. Len points out that these small boars attract dangerous predators nearby, since the creatures apparently taste delicious to hungrier beasts roaming the area. Roy explains that reducing the boar population should discourage the dangerous beasts from wandering closer, since only footprints and droppings remain as evidence. Afterward, the search continues deep into the forest, with Roy hunting from morning until sunset, despite mounting warnings issued earlier by visiting knights. While bathing together that evening, Len asks if Roy has been overworking himself lately, hoping to finally help once this troublesome matter passes. Roy apologizes for having no time to continue Len's sword training, since both parents are now busy preserving all the hunted boar meat. Len quietly thanks his father for helping his mother, silently hoping this 10-year peaceful life together will never truly come to an end. Days pass calmly until the 10th night arrives, when Len grows anxious noticing his father still hasn't returned home from another late hunting trip. Len's mother warns him it is far too dark and dangerous outside, but he insists firmly that he will go find his father regardless. Len refuses to back down even as his mother warns the search is too dangerous, admitting she sometimes fears the day he gets seriously hurt. Carrying torches into the pitch black night, Len admits this is his very first time venturing outside, after dark, urging caution with every step. His mother points toward distant torchlight marking the forest entrance, asking Len if he can spot the faint glow across the darkened landscape ahead. Crossing a narrow bridge, she warns him to avoid falling into the rushing river, separating the village from the dangerous forest beyond it. They pause at the bridge's edge, since beasts lurk beyond this point, while Len's eyes slowly begin adjusting further to the darkness surrounding him. His mother suddenly spots Roy resting against a tree deeper in the forest, crying out with relief when she hears him leaping. Rushing ahead despite Len's protest for her to stay behind. His mother crosses another bridge, desperately calling out to check if Roy is truly okay. Roy sits slumped against the ground, visibly bloody and exhausted, clutching his side from some of the Len stares screaming out to him in complete desperation as the dire situation unfolds. Ren discovered his father collapsed beneath one tree, panic tightening around the family like one noose. Abruptly, a monstrous boar charged through that darkness, its roar shaking the wood's air. Ren moved forward to protect him, but the creature lunged, knocking him to the earth. Pinned while helpless, he struggled as keen fangs closed about his arm. His mom rushed in using fire in palm, desperately trying to save her son. As Ren struggled beneath the beast, 2 further boars emerged from the trees, snarling at his opponents. Despite that pain, he felt one surge of strength awaken a thing unnatural empowering his limbs. Using a yell, he forced the creature off, stumbling back when the others closed in swift. Just prior to impact, a mighty figure intercepted the charge, landing one crushing blow. Ren gazed in shock. The monstrous boar dropped in one single strike. Using precise force, Ren slashed upward, sending that boar crashing back through that air. His gaze widened as that enemy's numbers dwindled each blow, creating space between boar and prey. Survivors hesitated, their growls faded. Ren stood firm, breath ragged, realizing his growth wasn't a fluke. Peace eventually returned to the hills, plus quiet settled over the family's house. Elsewhere, one old fellow sighed in relief, unaware of the conflict just barely survived. Granny Rig verified the father's condition had stabilized, though that outcome remained unsure. All present felt reassured, But Ren couldn't shake his suspicion about the cause of that injury. That unconscious man's state hinted at something far further dangerous than that boars they faced. Ren started to suspect the encounter involved a powerful beast still lurking in the woods. Fear spread across the settlement as they imagined what would happen if it attacked once more. Ren feared for his mom and the villagers if that monster struck once more. Resolved to act, he crossed that ravine, searching for any clue else solution. He discovered the little boar's corpse intact and decided to retrieve it rapidly. Unexpectedly, unusual energy rose from that body and was absorbed inside his bracelet. Upon checking his stats, Ren verified his blade summoning abilities had strengthened further. Ren uncovered the bracelet merely absorbed power out of monsters he defeated personally. He informed his mother of his decision to take over his injured father's role. Using resolve, Ren explained he was that last one capable of defending the settlement. He pleaded for her approval to protect everyone until help arrived. That evening, his mother rested silently by the bedside, incapable to sleep. To explore that forest provided he came back prior to nightfall. His mom warned him not to go deep plus to use Tsurugi Rock as one guide. As approaching the landmark, he reflected on his untapped ability, natural sorcery from the Demon Blade. Omo, powerful boss with similar sorcery, came to mind, drawn from his knowledge of that game. Abruptly, another wild boar burst out of that brush, catching him off guard. Faced using another little boar, Ren calmed himself and tried to activate his sorcery. Vines erupted out of the earth, binding the beast prior to it could strike. Astonished by his success, he marveled at that spell's effectiveness plus control. Thou hesitant to hurt it further, he prepared to end the fight in one clean blow. Further boars appeared, giving Ren a chance to test his abilities through real battle. Ren came back with 12 captured boars on his initial day. Impressing that nearby villagers, he practiced continuously, refining his coordination between magic plus blade to increase efficiency in combat. On that second day, he successfully hunted a second 12 boars and delivered them back alone. By the third day, Ren pushed himself harder, hauling also more prey while resting merely briefly. Beneath the moonlight, Chief Wolven howled atop a cliff, radiating dominance as one rare, powerful creature. Ren hurried through the dense forest, guided by one glowing light that pierced the evening ahead. Using a sudden leap, the giant wolf launched an overwhelming attack, forcing Ren inside frantic evasion. Realizing its unnatural movement, Ren identified the enemy's eerie trait. It wasn't one typical monster. At every scale erupted violently from that beast's strike, revealing its hidden magic plus flinging Ren backwards. Thrown to that ground, Ren understood Chief Wolven manipulated wind to create unseen palms for stealing catching his breath. He assessed the situation. This was no opponent his current self could beat. Despite his frail nature magic, Ren gripped his blade, seeking a chance to strike out of below one faint injury. On that beast's leg caught his eye had hinted at earlier life damage. Memory surged, that elderly scar. Could it be the outcome of his father's sword long ago? Ren connected that dots the wound had likely spared that village. His father had once landed one blow. Watching his dad rest, he understood. The man had fulfilled his duty as a true warrior. Currently determined, Ren remained firm. If his father had battled, he couldn't afford to give up. Chief Wolven roared once more, wind circling its body. The danger remained just as lethal. Ren remained grounded, resisting fear. Nature magic answered as he searched for an opportunity to counterattack. Vines burst out of the earth, but Ren was caught midair, plus thrown off balance. Despite that pain, he rushed forward. That beast roar signaled an immediate danger ahead. He unleashed nature magic, binding Chief Wolven's limbs in vines, forcing it to halt momentarily. Out of above, Ren hit with full force, aiming for that vulnerable spot he'd identified earlier. That sword shattered on impact, scattering fragments, but his gaze remained locked on the foe. Ren's sorcery sword broke mid-strike, leaving only the broken hilt clenched tightly in his palm. Facing that wounded beast, he hesitated, realizing one counterattack was imminent and his armament useless. Attempting to resummon it drained his mana. That broken sword flickered, next vanished once further. Using no time left, he blocked using all his strength, bracing against that monster's claws. Spotting one opening, Ren lunged, stabbing, using desperation toward the wolf's injured leg once more. Chief Wolven's intense blow sent Ren crashing inside a tree. His body slumped, plus trembled. He dragged himself at the rear of thick vines, breathing heavily as that beast slowly approached his hiding location. Roots surged out of the earth, shielding Ren temporarily.
Teleport complete.
But that monster began tearing across them. Clutching one herb, he realized it might be his merely opportunity to stay conscious. Thoughts of his injured dad filled his mind, fueling wordless resolve at the rear of his tired expression. Ren hesitated. Using the herb meant risking his father's survival. He couldn't waste his grasping his broken sword's hilt. A realization hit there was still one option departed. Prior to he could act, Chief Wolven unleashed wind sorcery, shattering vines, plus flinging Ren backward, breathing heavily. He took cover again, searching for one final opportunity to strike. Ren launched vines once further, desperately restraining the creature by himself for some seconds. Running low on mana, Ren hurried toward that boar corpses scattered across that battlefield. By absorbing sorcery stones from that fallen beasts, he hoped to restore enough energy to battle alone. System prompt appeared, unlocking the following tier, the powerful demon blade of metal. Using no other option, he bet everything on the fresh weapon and launched forward once more. Vines entwined that enemy, locking Chief Wolven in location as Ren's assault took final form. Memories of his household fueled Ren's resolve when he absorbed mana out of fallen monsters. Using the demon blade of metal finally unlocked, he stood resolved, refusing to lose. Chief Wolven charged, but Ren endured, channeling his remaining power inside one final blow. That blade hit cleanly his all. In wholehearted single attack discovered its mark. Ren launched one deadly blow, driving his blade into that Chief Wolven's skull. Using the beast defeated, energy surged into that blade, transforming it into the magic blade of metal. His limbs failed him. That drained power leaving his body fell beside the fallen beast. Across blurred vision, he spotted riders approaching, drawn by that dying beast's cry. Lone passing military force crossed the land, oblivious of Ren's silent struggle beneath that trees. Knights out of Clausel arrived at that cottage, urgently requesting shelter for that wounded child. One of that soldiers carried Ren's unconscious form, prompting immediate concern from the lady. Though barely conscious, Ren clutched his bag tightly, unwilling to release it even in pain. Within that pouch, she uncovered Rondo grass, its presence confirming her growing suspicions. Tears dropped as she embraced Ren, her tone trembling with both fear plus relief. News of Len Ashton's feat spread quickly. He had defeated the Chief Wolven alone. 2 months afterward, his actions still echoed, drawing that attention of nobles plus warriors alike. His growth was currently measured, skill levels rising, his sorcery swords gaining strength plus range. Out of his victory, a new weapon appeared finger, like armor called the Magic Blade of Bandit. Despite concern, Len practiced once more, driven by purpose, undeterred by warnings, else lingering fatigue. As riding through that forest, Len humbly thanked the knights for reaching him repeatedly. He disclosed the concealed treasures of the Chief Wolven, hoping to support his settlement. Using Lord approval that raw materials were sold at one generous rate. Tax-free this year, prosperity currently seemed sure, bringing hope that with final generations, backhouse, praise, and warmth greeted Len. His efforts eventually recognized by family plus friends. Ren credited his victory to his father's guidance, insisting the triumph wasn't his alone. Among that treasures, he chose that uncommon Salacia pearl, captivated by its beauty. He also requested one bracelet, grateful for that chance to wear it openly at final. Despite concerns, his family praised his bravery, proud of the selfless risks he took. Peace eventually returned to the village. Thanks to that boy who faced a creature alone. Ren came back to daily life, helping with chores beneath that calm village heavens. Nearby, one girl sat alone under a tree. Lost in
Pokemon
thought,
community
unfamiliar
game
to
A
the
Wild
locals.
Cleffa appears.
Curious,
Catch it
Ren
using
spotted her
Poke
presence
Catch.
and detected
Winners
she was
revealed
not
in
from the
90s.
settlement. Abruptly, she turned to him plus questioned if he was Len Ashton. He verified, puzzled, feeling sure they had crossed paths prior to somewhere he couldn't yet remember. She approached using calm steps, her gaze steady as that wind brushed through that grass. Through how Len met her gaze oblivious of the shared journey. Beneath the blooming tree, a mysterious young woman appeared and questioned if he was Len Ashton. Though startled, Ren verified his name. She smiled softly, revealing she had long awaited this instant. Lacking hesitation, she drew twin swords, her serene gaze fixed on him when she inquired about his injuries. As placing down the crate, Ren asked her knowledge of him. Her response was a peaceful signal. In one instant, her blade swung using force. Their meeting wasn't peaceful, it was the beginning of conflict. Ren stopped the twin blades just in period, caught off guard by that sudden force. Spinning gracefully, that young woman overwhelmed multiple opponents, her speed leaving that group in disarray. She smiled brightly, acknowledging Ren's effort, impressed by how he managed to hold his ground. Despite his confusion, Ren focused on defense. Her skillful attacks kept him constantly on edge. Assuredly, she reminded him that blades were dulled. Her intent wasn't harm yet evaluation across combat. Blades clashed once further. She acknowledged that situation was troublesome, yet didn't intend to stop yet. Ren moved decisively. Seeing no other option, he prepared to end the duel
Pokemon
himself.
community game Cleffa
Using one
escaped.
swift maneuver,
No
he
one caught
disarmed
it.
her plus brought her down, claiming a peaceful victory. As holding her wrist, something about her reaction shifted. Recognition flickered at the rear of her wide gaze. Embarrassed, she cried at him to back off. Ren leaped away, apologizing in one panic. Just when Ren caught his breath, she declared that match wasn't over and demanded a second round. Galloping hooves interrupted her challenge. One commanding voice yelled for that princess to stop immediately. Ren turned to see Vice Sama leading armored knights. His expression stern but composed, realizing that situation. The girl moved forward and offered to explain all things herself. She disclosed her true role, delivering one official letter to the Ashton household on her father's behalf. Ren froze when she praised his family's victory, plus talked of high hopes for Len Ashton. Using a serene voice, she introduced herself as Lycia Clausel, the scientist of White Moon. Sudden memories surfaced. Ren recalled carrying her lifeless form. Shock plus dread overwhelmed him. That knights questioned her actions, yet Lycia brushed them off with one casual response. Realization struck Ren hard. This young woman, Lycia, was that one he was destined to eliminate. Confusion clouded Ren's thoughts when he watched Lycia, unsure why she emerged in his realm. Afterward, they shared tea inside one quiet cottage, surrounded by knights plus lingering questions. Ren recalled Lycia's reputation, unrivaled strength, unmatched popularity, plus an untouchable role in that game's narrative. Lycia disclosed her reason for coming, praising his courage plus confirming his strength across their match. Traveling from the Clausel frontier, she endured 10 days on horseback just to meet him. Ren felt hiding in a distant settlement would spare him from encountering that feudal lord's daughter. Unexpectedly, Lycia traveled every that distance just to meet plus challenge him to one spar. He downplayed his role in that battle, crediting his dad for weakening the foe beforehand. Although unsure of himself, Ren's modesty impressed Lycia, who praised his sincerity and restraint. Using a resolved smile, she invited him to Clausel so they could spar once more anytime. Ren reflected on their duel, noting her passion for swordsmanship and tireless dedication. He acknowledged his desire to stay in that settlement, prompting her to question his distance. Defending his decision, Ren explained his duty plus firm connection to the village existence. Ren joined his household at the table, silently eating as warmth filled the modest chamber. Afterward that evening, he finished chores under that moon, brushing horses while recalling sword training. Stretching his arms, he asked the timing, unsure if this was rest else more practice. One girl appeared, determined plus prepared, announcing she'd arranged everything for their next blade session. Instead of obeying, Ren crouched down, weighing that option to simply ignore that armament altogether. Faced using a bold ultimatum, Ren froze when the girl's danger echoed in his ears. Her remarks struck deeper than expected, yet he masked discomfort with one forced grin and lifted the blade. Resolved, she declared her condition's defeat meant reality plus departure would no longer be optional for him. Ren attempted negotiating, but also victory wouldn't spare him her persistent visits to the quiet settlement. Using no more chamber to stall, he braced himself as she charged, initiating their decisive duel. Ren barely raised his blade in time when her aggressive strike came in fast and keen. She shifted using relentless speed, spinning plus lunging, forcing Ren to constantly shift his footing. Despite her momentum, he managed to parry, questioning that desperation at the rear of her intense determination. Pressed close, both clashed blades mid, shout neither willing to yield, neither holding back. Titles meant not. Her pride is that sometimes the she fight with all things she charged with intense intent, unwilling to lose to a person her own age. Ren countered her, puzzled how her title factored inside such one personal grudge. According to her, divine abilities granted her exceptional sword technique, plus physical power. Magic added to her advantages, making any loss feel utterly unacceptable in her eyes. Fueled by pride plus frustration, she charged once more, unleashing all things in one relentless advance. Using renewed fire, she declared her intent plus struck with explosive speed plus focus. Ren struggled to block. Her strength had surged, likely boosted by sacred magic's power. He recalled its holy attributes, healing, curse, breaking, also enhancing physical might while resistance. Dodging her relentless strikes, he understood all her traits had merged inside one perfect warrior. Also, Ren had to admit, when serious, her power reached one overwhelming, nearly untouchable level. Ren asked her delay in using sorcery, dodging as catching his breath between attacks. She yelled back, citing permission rules, as Ren internally acknowledged Weiss's excessive leniency towards her. Lacking hesitation, she launched skyward, slashing down using blinding speed plus graceful precision. Ren countered out of below, finally stepping forward using full strength plus determination. Having adapted to her rhythm, he parried smoothly, gaze locked using serene, growing confidence. Ren stopped her strike with precision, acknowledging her strength yet recalling a fiercer foe from prior to. He shut the distance, catching her off guard. Lacking hesitation, Ren pushed forward, surprisingly onto her knees that nearly shattered her face. She retaliated swiftly, unleashing rapid blows, yet Ren steadily parried each using practice timing. Timing his counter perfectly, he swept low, sending her airborne before she could react. When her body flew through that air, her wide eyes reflected the moonlit heavens. Landing difficult on the grass, she glanced up to find Ren standing over her. Ren steadily declared his victory, sweat clinging to his resolved features. She lay frozen, wordless, still processing that outcome she hadn't anticipated.
Oh my god.
Disbelief filled her gaze, able to accept that she had actually lost the match. Ren hurried forward, thinking the conflict was over until she shoved herself back to her feet. Tears welled in her gaze, yet her grip tightened when she refused to surrender just yet. Drawing both their eyes to the unfelt approaching. He praised Ren's power, amazed by the victory against her plus the sacred sorcery. Further credit went to Rory's practice and Ren's effort, acknowledging his earlier conflict with that chief wolf. Beneath the quiet night heavens, Weiss acknowledged Ren's strength and addressed the humble youthful lady. He encouraged her to reflect on the defeat as motivation to improve further. Bowing her head, she silently accepted his remarks, her pride softened by that experience. She expressed gratitude and apologized, admitting the match had been meaningful to her. Ren answered sincerely, and when she left to rest, mutual respect silently settled between them. Weiss expressed gratitude on behalf of that Baron and questioned Ren to forgive the young woman. Ren humbly downplayed his effort, yet Weiss steadily acknowledged that significance of his actions, reflecting privately. Weiss acknowledged the young woman had grown overconfident and required this humbling match. He desired for more period, but tomorrow's departure had already been resolved, despite all things. Weiss smiled, recalling how she had insisted on coming to that settlement herself. Weiss clarified her mission to visit nearby villages, plus ease unrest on behalf of that Baron. Ren learned of her academic excellence and elite status, reshaping his earlier assumptions. Though challenging to approach, she seemed honest plus sincere under her commanding exterior. Ren's thoughts drifted to darker memories, haunted by the tragedy of too plainly. Yet, her early appearance diverged from the game, leaving him questioning the altered route ahead. Dawn shattered gently over the quiet settlement. Roosters crowing as a new day started. Lying awake, she stared at the ceiling, troubled by defeat, yet unwilling to give up. Resolved, she handled that as wise announcement. Curious, she expressed her gratitude, plus invited Ren to visit her house, hoping the marks would reach him. Weiss read the draft carefully, puzzled by its tone, leaving her questioning her phrasing. One veteran man carefully examined the letter plus called out to the young lady next to him. She flinched at his remarks, stunned to hear it described when one love letter flustered her. Alicia guarded her writing, insisting her admiration was genuine after meeting that young man in person. That night acknowledged her feelings, yet warned that her letter sounded overly romantic plus emotional. Clutching her chest, Alicia begged him to believe her sincerity and not dismiss her heartfelt plea. Alicia passionately guarded her words, insisting anyone would admire such talent and wish to face him once more. Despite her earnestness, that night gently remarked that her tone yet resembled a girl in awe of one hero. Realizing that truth, Alicia lowered her gaze and quietly acknowledged the letter. Felt like one confession. Overwhelmed, she resolved to discard it, blaming her lack of experience using anything personal or else emotional. Eventually, that group prepared to leave, and Alicia bid farewell using quiet resolve and one bittersweet smile. Following parting ways with the villagers, Alicia silently rode through the woods, lost in her thoughts. Ruon's sudden gust of wind caught her by surprise, plus snatched the letter out of her bag. She didn't notice its flight, unaware of what had just been set into motion. Meanwhile, Ren prepared to test his newly acquired demon sword of banditry in solitude. Lacking realizing, his first attempt summoned one bird that flew off carrying something surprising her discarded letter. Ren examined that feather in his hand, confirming that sword's effect was exactly what described. When he continued testing, one fluttering object landed nearby, drawing his attention away from that bird. Curious, he picked up that mysterious page, plus realized it was actually one handwritten letter. Reading further, he became puzzled, slowly understanding it wasn't just any note, it was plainly heartfelt plus personal. Ren remained still under the trees, examining the letter, puzzled by its fine parchment plus wording. A memory of Liz crossed his mind, making him wonder if she had written it for him. Prior to he could finish reading, a noise startled him and hooves pounded across the woods floor. He pivoted toward the sound and spotted armored knights charging toward him from one unknown faction. Their banner disclosed one crest he didn't recognize. Signaling trouble he hadn't expected in the features yet. Ren identified that crest as unfamiliar, plainly not associated with Glossel's domain else. any known ally
Surely
won't.
is like you go
Mounted
for
Knight
it.
approached him directly. Banners raised high plus weapons sheathed for currently. Lacking warning, another knight's horse reared up, heightening that tension as the group halted prior to him. Ren verified his identity when asked. As the knight inquired about the Ashton family's territory, that commander revealed they bore an official message from Viscount Givens. While commanded to be guided, Ren understood the visiting knights were from one neighboring noble house, unrelated to the Ashton house. Following arriving at the estate, that soldiers dismounted, and their leader prepared to make one final approach. Within the house, the knights presented themselves to that Ashton's, with Ren quietly observing that exchange. One warrior stepped outside, plus unexpectedly addressed Ren, revealing a personal message from that Viscount. He informed Ren that his abilities had been noticed, plus an offer of deployment currently waiting. One knight out of Klausel's camp stepped forward, insisting their lord had extended the invitation initially. That visiting envoy calmly responded, clarifying that an offer doesn't equate to one accepted agreement. He was rapidly reminded that the settlement remained under Klausel control, plus formalities must be observed. Using steady conviction, that warrior argued that rank should not be provided basic diplomatic respect. Acknowledging the point, the envoy relented, agreeing to follow the proper protocol moving forward. That envoy then proceeded into the battle, promising to return after acknowledging that earlier challenge. Within the house, the settlement leader reviewed the letters of contents and revealed their concealed intentions. He clarified that this marked the spread of noble faction disputes inside, also remote territories, admitting that truth, that Klausel Knight expressed regret over that unavoidable political entanglement.
Kaito Destiny V Fireman, welcome to my channel.
Split into three
At
factions
Kaito Destiny
governing
V
every
Fireman,
noble region.
welcome
That
to my
first of
channel.
three factions, the Imperial faction, stood loyal to that royal bloodline alone. In contrast,
Fireman,
the Hero
hello
faction
and
championed
welcome
noble
to my
faith,
fucking madness.
challenges, plus historical victories over evil. Viscount Givens, one member of this hero faction, sought to limit that empire's centralized strength. Meanwhile, Baron Klausel
Why are these
aligned
sharks
using that
so
neutral faction,
overpowered when
which
they're
favored peace
wild?
plus
This makes no
cooperation.
sense.
Ren asked whether such territorial shifts could
Oh
truly
my
occur.
god.
Learning it was uncommon yet legally allowed. Puzzled. The villagers questioned why such a small settlement would be of strategic interest at every explanations followed Baron Klausel's reputation. Plus, the presence of the scientist offered the village surprising value. Ren inwardly hesitated, reluctant to be caught in a growing political conflict beyond his control.
Can you kill that
He
Basilo?
realized their ties to Klausel created the Ashton family part of that equation. Thou unsure of Viscount Givens' intentions, Ren concluded that staying alert was the wisest course. Ren reviewed that letter noting his claim about the village's frail military and recent beast threats. His dad acknowledged the Wolven incident, yet stated it was an isolated while unusual occurrence. Ren silently processed the statement, troubled by that implications by the unconquerable abnormality. Weiss had once warned him failure to defend territory could invite official reprimands or worse. Following that logic, Ren questioned whether Klausel's domain was at risk of formal punishments. Ren shared his suspicion that Viscount Givens might be exploiting the situation for personal gain. That family reacted in shock as Ren clarified the plan to frame Baron Klausel. Using that incident, Viscount Givens could offer protection plus, in doing so, pull Klausel
Pokemon
inside
community
the
game a wild
proceeded,
Dracozalt
realizing
appears
this
catch it
information
using
might have been
Poke
calculated
Catch.
from that start
Winners
of that
revealed in
crisis.
90s.
If so, the entire affair could be part of a worst-case, long-devised strategy. Ren weighed one disturbing possibility, that Wolven incident might have been orchestrated by Viscount Givens himself. His dad reacted with disbelief, unwilling to accept that some noble would unleash it, though lacking evidence. Ren acknowledged the theory clarified too numerous things to ignore. Others recognized the gravity of genuine. It would
Kaito
spark
Destiny,
scandal
a
across that
190,
entire noble
welcome to
circle.
my channel.
Hey,
At
90.
Kaito Destiny, a 190, welcome to my channel.
Feared such manipulation was in motion. Len clarified that, for now, they could merely stay alert, plus prevent further incidents. Orders were given to inform that Baron must reinforce their guard lacking delay. Despite uncertainty, Len understood he might face former comrades out of that hero faction. Period moved on when Len returned to study training, plus prepare for what lay ahead. When seasons shifted into winter, the settlement embraced peace, unaware of the storm silently brewing. That villager successfully completed another winter hunt. Thankful for Len's continued support plus leadership, Wangi Warrior praised Len's talents, suggesting he would thrive in that capital. Yet Len, though that others were disappointed, Len remained committed to his settlement and heritage when Ashton's heir. Upon returning house, Len greeted his family using a cheerful smile, carrying goods from that market.
Pokemon community
With
game
him, a young
Dracozalt
woman
escaped.
calmly informed him
No
that
one
was
caught
coming
it.
using rig, Don't know
Wisebot 3 viewers.
Ren entered that
Alarm
house,
clock
plus
3
froze,
hours
surprised
26
upon
minutes
seeing
and
surprising
23
death.
seconds.
Then Lycia, startled by his reaction, covered her ears and scolded him sharply, puzzled. Ren demanded an explanation, yet incapable to believe she was there. Using frustration, she disclosed her cause if he wouldn't come to her. She'd come instead. Ren observed that unusual object closely when water poured steadily out of its nozzle. That young woman proudly introduced her magical invention. One crystal orb that produced clean water effortlessly. Ren asked the practicality, yet she explained it had been repaired
for everyone
employing
who's
her own
just joining
funds.
in, my name is
Using a
Kaito,
serious
hosting on
tone,
Blue Fluffy
she
Dragon. Nice to have
acknowledged
you
the
here.
gift was also tied to
Currently
earlier
into
life
Arch
noble
Level
conflict.
Ascended.
Thou titled that
I'm
scientist,
currently on a
she
Gen
confessed her
1
limits against powerful
map on a
factions, yet
community
gripped her back. Lycia
cluster.
reflected on the Saintess's lineage.
Currently chilling, relaxing, having a good time. And and everyone's already gone, so bye. A damn monster. Alright, let's see, what do we got here? Bounties. Shitload of pigs. Capros, Kentros, Terrorbirds, Basilos. I killed 2 Basilos? I killed 2, I only killed 1 so far. 1 and on, 3. Oh, here. It's,
It's not my fault. I've given you 2 weeks to hire someone. And yeah, I'm not there for 8 of those days. Do I care? No. You've been looking for people to hire for 3 months. Your lack of preparation is no longer necessary. I informed you of you were asking for that. Oh, we have no tools. It's literally just locals.
Acknowledging their repeated appearance, yet lack of heroic achievement. Ren understood their status, while respected, couldn't compare to that legendary 7 heroes, else Lion King. Following returning, Lycia requested Ren's help to visit her father's chamber for one urgent matter within the room. She calmly started channeling sacred magic into the unconscious man's weakened form. That father awakened completely healed, thanking Lycia as Ren looked on in peaceful amazement. Following stepping into that hallway, Ren asked if she had treated the fellow previously. She verified it using one nod, leaving Ren slightly embarrassed for not knowing sooner. Beyond the home, they resumed training, their blades clashing under that falling snow. Ren spotted improvement. Her strikes had grown faster and further precise in a short period. Just as she attacked, her footing slipped, throwing her off balance mid-swing. Ren caught her mid-fall, steadying her prior to she could hit that earth. Lycia, breathless yet determined, asked his stamina following their intense exchange. Also, while tired, she admitted that sparring using him was the most enjoyable part of practice. They agreed to continue their duel the following morning. Both unwilling to back down during her short stay, they practiced daily plus shared peaceful moments between sparring sessions. Lycia departed using her escort, leaving Ren quietly watching when her figure disappeared into that distance. He acknowledged her promise to return, but reminded himself not to grow too attached. Spring reached, and with it came that next chapter of Ren's life in this realm. Together, using his father, currently completely recovered, Ren resumed their peaceful daily routine. That calm shattered when knights out of Viscount Givens appeared again, drawing wary stares from that villagers. One knight approached Ashton plus Ren with one confident smile, claiming he had awaited their arrival. That man extended an offer, one invitation to join the Viscount's ranks, and one proposal for Len. He disclosed plans to sponsor Len's entry inside that elite Imperial Cadet Academy's special class. That news caught all present off guard, stirring doubt plus unease. Ashton asked the offer's credibility, knowing how uncommon special class admission genuinely was. That knight explained that special class only accepted nobles and gifted elites raised in that capital. Boasting that Viscount's influence, he claimed arranging Len's admission would be plain plus beneficial. Despite that temptation, Ren firmly rejected that offer and expressed no desire to leave the settlement. His refusal wasn't just instinct, it was strategic, meant to avoid triggering the game's original storyline. Using calm resolve, Ren expressed contentment with his current existence, leaving the knight stunned plus speechless. That warrior pressed Ashton, demanding to know why he wouldn't seize the noble opportunity for Ren. Ashton acknowledged the capital had its benefits, yet believed Ren's wishes should come initially. Using steady resolve, he affirmed his loyalty to the Clausel household and declined that offer respectfully. That knight accepted that written reply and promised to deliver it to that Viscount directly prior to leaving. He expressed disappointment, though his tone hinted at deeper frustration in his remarks. Multiple days passed before Viscount Givens' envoy departed out of the settlement in silence. This period, their return carried a distinct weight, and Lycia appeared faint as being escorted. Ren prepared to receive her once further, surprised to see her arrive for 1/3 period. Shortly after, she was bedridden, her condition worsening when knights and staff observed helplessly. One warrior clarified that she had fallen ill days earlier as traveling between villages. Ren questioned about her condition and learned it was one rare illness tied to strong sorcery. Though non-contagious, it hit quickly, plus granted immunity only following recovery. If untreated, high fever plus frail immunity could lead to fatal complications. She required rest, understanding the risk. Ren assured them they could remain until her full recovery. Following 3 long days, her worsening symptoms ceased, plus her condition eventually stabilized. Ren was invited inside the chamber where Lycia lay resting, still recovering out of her illness. He spotted the color in her face hadn't faded, plus she remained quiet yet alert. Tears welled in her gaze as she apologized using lowered gaze, plainly distressed. She blamed herself for falling ill upon arriving, plus becoming one burden to all present. Ren softly insisted she wasn't at fault, plus questioned her to raise her head. Ren listened silently, as Lycia clarified their journey was meant to display unity plus resolve. Despite knowing her limitations, she wished to prove her presence strengthened Clausel's influence, clenching her hand tightly. She expressed frustration and disappointment in her own weakness. Ren reflected on her maturity, recognizing how much responsibility she bore at one youthful age. Tears dropped when she blamed herself for every failure, feeling undeserving plus powerless. Lycia expressed regret, feeling unworthy and believing she had dishonored her late mother's legacy. She remembered how joyful her mom had been upon learning her daughter was the scientist. Also on her final day, her mom had faith Lycia would achieve remarkable things, though she never heard her tone. Lycia often stood silently prior to her mother's portrait. Wearing her mother's childhood outfit, she sensed encouraged plus spiritually connected during every conflict. Ren understood the outfit was one memento, worn with that hope of fulfilling others' expectations. Lycia, seated steadily, revealed this would be her final visit to that settlement. She mentioned Ren's refusal of that academy offer, plus acknowledged her own immaturity. Gratitude filled her remarks as she apologized for that trouble she caused his household. With sincerity, she expressed heartfelt thanks for every kindness she had received. He observed that girl closely, realizing her remarks came from a location of sincerity. Unlike her, he carried secrets, hidden truths, wrapped in shadows he dared not reveal. Though her decision was clear, uncertainty weighed on him. Was this truly that farewell instant? Ren remained beside Lycia, who quietly rested on the bed, eyes lowered and considered, lacking hesitation. She mentioned writing some letter to her dad, requesting ink to do so. He kindly provided the supplies, pointing to his desk, plus welcoming her to use them freely. To her surprise, he disclosed the chamber belonged to him, not that guest quarters. Feeling guilty, Lycia apologized for troubling him, yet Ren rapidly reassured her, lacking hesitation. Ren politely questioned Lycia to bring a fire lighting tool following time. Even one spare would help. She seemed seemed startled, reminding him this was supposed to be her final visit to the Doma. Licia raised her tone, claiming she'd been causing trouble, and that Ren evaded their practice session. Raising one finger, Ren calmly clarified how sudden sparring requests had left him puzzled. Using a smile, he agreed to spar so long when she informed him beforehand and remained. Ren excused himself, claiming he didn't want Licia's condition to worsen under his presence. Prior to leaving, he vowed they'd speak properly once she sensed well enough to do so. Departed alone, Licia stared at that door as Ren questioned his own unusual farewell. Doubt lingered in her thoughts. Was he being sincere? And could she really return? When her headache faded, a quiet serene settled, softening the tension that had filled the chamber. Resolved to write before exhaustion came back, Licia Rose Plus approached Ren's desk for supplies. As searching the drawers, she questioned if the ink was stored inside one decorative box. Upon opening it, she discovered a paper tucked between other contents. Drawing her curiosity, reading that heartfelt message, her eyes widened at that mention of valor plus affection. Lone elder nearby observed bluntly. It resembled one love letter, leaving Licia utterly stunned, palms trembling. Licia clutched the letter, struggling to form remarks across sheer embarrassment. Panic surged. How had it ended up here? He must have read it. There was no doubt frantically. She denied the letter's intent, insisting it wasn't romantic, just admiration for his character. Eventually, she rested down, sulking, questioning why she sent so flustered over a thing so trivial. Though she scolded herself, her fingers clung to the paper, unwilling to let it go. Licia closed the box. Her thoughts drifted, wasn't it? His wish she wouldn't grow attached. Lying down, she gazed upward, heart restless, wondering what he genuinely sensed upon reading her letter. In her mind, Ren's calm smile lingered gentle, unreadable, yet impossible to ignore. Morning reached, activity stirred outside the house when preparations for the day started anew. At Licia's request, Weiss plus the Knights offered assistance using village labor, grateful for that hospitality. Ren was tasked using house repairs as others prepared for the forest expedition while medicine run. Following giving directions about supply locations, he continued coordinating while Licia observed quietly from that window, though she stayed indoors. Her condition steadily improved, leading all present to believe recovery was close to. Plans created for a return to Clazel, assuming not a thing disrupted the route ahead. However, rain started to fall, soaking the woods and hinting at surprising delays to come. Rain started to fall, and that workers, including Ren, paused as fog rolled over that fields. As resting beneath the trees, Ren caught one faint burning scent, and questioned that others. That odor reminded him of scorched fields, though the wet earth made it difficult to confirm. Alarm hit him, he dashed off, fearing the source might be close to their house. To his horror, that house was already engulfed in fire, smoke rising into the rainy heavens. Ren remained frozen in horror as thick smoke plus towering flames consumed the distant building. When he sprinted across that field, lifeless bodies of guards scattered the earth, falling mid-field. Examining one of them, he understood the fatal wound was savage, one neck bitten clean across the flames. He remembered Licia was yet inside, trapped somewhere in the engulfed home. Gripping his blade tightly, Ren charged forward, teeth clenched, prepared to break through that inferno. Ren shoved through the blazing hallway, stunned to find all that knights dead within the fire. He ascended that staircase, coughing from smoke, questioning whether that attack had been an intended ambush. Within, a cloaked figure remained surrounded by monsters.
Pokemon community game A Wild Thievul appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
That danger was beyond what he'd imagined. That monster was a mana eater, a deadly magic-devouring, drank beast with lethal strength. Licia lay unconscious in bed, oblivious of that chaos closing in about her. Ren burst across the fire, charging using urgency toward the peril threatening her. Blade drawn, he confronted the cloaked foe and demanded they step away out of Licia. Abruptly, by unusual force pulsed Ren's surroundings, twisted as his balance faltered, lacking warning. Kneeling in disorientation, he struggled to stand, drained of strength and blinded by warped vision. Ren gasped, barely holding on when the unusual scent filled the air about him. That cloaked figure revealed one jar of incense, claiming its strength could subdue also dragons. Weakened plus dizzy, Ren fell next to the unconscious Licia, realizing that the situation had worsened. His palm twitched as his awareness started to slip away, flames roaring louder in that distance. Gloom consumed his senses completely, leaving not a thing but silence plus falling ash. That creaking wheel jolted Ren awake, light piercing across the gaps in one wooden
toxic
grate.
little shithead.
Plus confused. He discovered himself lying in a straw-filled cart using no idea what it was. Nearby Licia remained unconscious, her
Fucking
wrists
seagull.
and ankles also bound. Ren rushed to her
Right,
side,
shit.
calling out and checking her condition in panic. Reassured, he noted her shallow breaths. She was alive.
Well, lay down, Oliver, if you're gonna come cuddle. God damn.
Zone rattling wheel jolted the young man awake as sunlight pierced
Pokemon
the wagon's
community
wooden
game
slats.
Thievul
Chains bound
escaped.
his limbs as he
No one
scrambled
caught
upright,
it.
disoriented and surrounded by straw. Next to him, the youthful lady stayed unconscious, her legs also shackled by iron cuffs. Desperately, he shouted to her, relieved while her faint breath confirmed she was yet alive. Concerned thoughts raced through his thoughts, questioning their captor's intent plus how far they've been taken. Bone-hooded figures silently observed from that shadows, known to manipulate plus command vicious monsters. Twin-headed beasts surged forward beneath his control, revealing his power surpassed that of greatest healers. Ren crouched next to Licia, eyes sharp, yet concern deepened as her breathing turned further labored. Period was slipping away. Her trembling palm cautioned that death would come if they delayed further. Determination hardened in Ren's eyes. He refused to let her life end on this battlefield. Licia lay motionless on that ground, resolved. Ren vowed to chance her fate lacking hesitation. Ren gradually opened his eyes, haunted by the remnants of one vivid dream. Emotions stirred within him regret, sorrow, and a thing deeper he couldn't name. Inside that dream, Len Ashton appeared. That figure wasn't just familiar. It mirrored Ren in unsettling ways, as though tied to one fate he once ignored. Fear had paralyzed him while it mattered most. As his dad fell ill, he couldn't muster the power to gather herbs. Prior to his eyes, his dad, once a brave warrior who faced Chief Wolven, breathed his final. Shortly after, disaster struck. Fire devoured the village, plus chaos reigned. Ren knelt next to his wounded mother, panic rising when he understood she wouldn't respond. As the village lay in ruins and despair surrounded him, one mysterious woman arrived using armored knights. Her palms moved with grace and certainty. Using a gesture alone, she commanded calm and radiance in that chaos. No one doubted her identity. She possessed that air of one chosen by the Divine One, genuine scientist. Next, a strange sensation overcame him. Lying in that dirt, breath shallow, he glimpsed scenes he had never lived. Memories of Len Ashton, the legend, echoed through his thoughts. When the cart moved through that forest, Ren's mind swirled with doubt. Was their meeting genuinely destined? He glanced at that girl who rescued his village. There had been no sign of conflict between her plus Len Ashton, at least not in that dream. One chilling image surfaced Len, standing alone in the shadows, carrying that lifeless body of a young woman. Questions surged. Ren searched for answers. If Len took her existence, there must have been a purpose. Could one hidden reality explain it? Abruptly, the wagon stopped. Someone approached. Ren knelt next to the girl, confused by that sudden halt. Within the dark, confined wagon, Ren and the young woman lay restrained. A small portion of food and water was tossed in lacking care. Ren pleaded for that chains to be removed so he could at least help her. That hooded figure dismissed his request using cold indifference. Harsh remarks followed. The captor claimed to have already provided more than enough aid potions, herbs, and period. Explaining further, that cloaked one disclosed one magical tool in use. Using that, the panel slid shut. The voice ordered silence and rest, departed in the gloom. Ren sat helpless, heart racing with frustration plus fear. Evening settled in the forest. A campfire flickered in that distance while the captor rested beyond. Cautiously, he lifted the water pouch with bound hands plus held it toward the unconscious young woman. Every movement was slow, precise. Drops touched her lips. Her eyelids twitched faintly, one soft breath escaping her mouth as she stirred for that first period. Ren observed her closely. She had little power left. Any further delay could be fatal. Over the sleeping world, the full moon illuminated that quiet hills. Its light signaled the hour to act, and Ren was prepared. Ren stayed quiet, eyes locked on the cloaked figure close to the fire. His resolve hardened he would act, now else never. Summoning one surge of energy, he called forth the demon blade. Chains shattered in an instant under its overwhelming strength. Amazed by its sharpness, he swiftly sliced the remaining restraints. That sword had granted him a run forward freedom. Using the girl's arm about his shoulders, he carefully exited that ride abruptly. A shriek tore through the sky. Bat-like creatures dove from above. Ren turned sharply, the blade ready. As the enemy struck fast and lacking warning, Wound Dragon descended from above, wings slicing through smoke, fire trailing in its wake. Ren shielded the girl with his form, pinned under the wagon. He clutched her tightly while a massive force hit down, narrowly missing them both. That wagon exploded violently. Wood splintered and debris flew across that air. That sudden blast stunned the hooded figure. Just beyond the wreckage, the creature roared and surged forward into destruction. Amidst that smoke and falling debris, Ren stood to his feet. Sword in hand, he prepared to battle. Out of the smoke, Ren swung his sword in a wide arc. A mighty force burst forth. That cloaked figure staggered and shot, caught off guard by the weapon's destructive strength, plus its unknown origin. Near me, one chain snapped cleanly as another force struck. One close to the horse rear, now free out of its tether. Lacking delay, Ren summoned a second weapon this time, that demon sword of wood. Vine surged forward toward the foe. Wrapping tightly, that vine's restraint rapidly reach. Its limbs thrashed, but escape proved impossible under that binding force. Vines surged at the rear of them, trapping the cloaked enemy in place. Ren shifted forward, carrying the girl towards safety. Surprise filled that air. The enemy thrashed, recognizing the sorcery as natural and uncommon. Ren pressed on, unwavering. Using one strong lead, Ren reached that horse. Every second mattered now. To escape was in sight behind. That captor raised his staff, unleashing a final attack. Resolved, he refused to let them flee. In response, Ren summoned a second blade, that demon sword of banditry. Eyes locked ahead, he prepared to strike once further. Just when the enemy raised his staff to cast, one blade whipped through that air, severing it cleanly. That cloaked figure stared in disbelief, palm empty. His focus broke when panic took over. Ren didn't slow. Using the girl held tight, he jumped onto the horse and urged it forward through that smoke. One-winged beast lunged from that sky, jaws wide. Ren glanced back, unable to dodge in period prior to impact. A blinding burst of energy exploded out of Ren's sword, blasting the monster away in midair. That winged creature recoiled midair, its attack broken. Ren held that girl firmly as that horse galloped ahead. At the rear of the dust, that hooded figure stood unfazed. Recognizing Ren was unmatched him, he vowed not to let him escape. Stretching out both arms, that captor invoked forbidden power. Unusual markings lit up across his skin when he summoned reinforcements. One wave of magical energy pulsed through that forest. Leaves rustled and animals stirred in response to that call. Out of the trees, monstrous apes and raging boars charged forth. That forest itself had become the enemy's armament. Dark wolves burst out of the underbrush, fangs bared. The forest trembled as Ren and the girl galloped through, pursued on every side, clinging to her tightly. Ren assessed that enemy's power. That summoner had rallied every monster in the territory. Monsters shut in. Despite their numbers, Ren remained composed. The demon blade of metal appeared in his hand once further. Using one sweeping strike, he cleared a path through their creatures. Bodies scattered as their horse slapped high into that air. Escape was in reach. When the beast howled behind them, the two rode into the trees, one final move. One last opportunity. Len shields Lycia using his body when dark tendrils spiral around him, forcing one desperate escape. Lone black serpent unleashes flames out of its gaping maw, scorching everything in its route. Smoke plus fire erupt behind them. On horseback, they push forward across the dense forest using urgency. Pursuit continues beneath the moonlit sky. Wolves chase relentlessly when the riders flee deeper into that wilderness. Far away in the northern town of Klausel, Lezard Klausel receives alarming news. His daughter Lycia has been kidnapped. Shaken by his failure, the grizzled warrior bowed in regret.
Oh my god.
He had left Lycia unguarded, resolved to make amends. He knelt before that lord, pleading for the opportunity to rescue her. That young lord clenched his fists, torn between command plus emotion. He knew that warrior's loyalty. Despite that pain, he chose action. Orders were issued swiftly to notify allies, plus that emperor. Prior to messengers could leave, a courtier burst in. Urgent visitors out of the imperial capital had reached. Officials out of the imperial capital reached before Baron Klausel, formally addressing him from that grand staircase. They presented a document citing negligence, accusing him of allowing monster threats to spread unchecked. The Baron, caught off guard, faced the harsh reality of judgment passed down by imperial command. Ren rode silently through that vast wilderness, Lycia resting mutely in his arms. Mountains loomed ahead while the plains stretched endlessly at the rear of. Under a tree's shade, Ren knelt beside Lycia. Sunlight filtered through that leaves as he offered a little wooden bowl. Using unsteady hands, Lycia accepted that bowl. Ren explained that bitterness was unavoidable, yet its effectiveness in lowering fevers had been proven. That taste struck immediately. Gaze clenched shut. She struggled through each sip. Ren handed her a flask of water, encouraging her to rinse that bitterness away. She halted, then accepted the drink. Supporting her softly, Ren helped her finish. Relief slowly came back to her expression. Rain started to fall gently across the riverbank when the forest swayed under that misty veil. Ren moved carefully through that stream. Lycia held securely in his arms. Their horse followed close, hooves splashing softly in the water when they crossed. Afterward, under one clear sky, Ren resumed the journey using Lycia riding in front. Her expression had regained color. He remembered the village from 3 days ago. In exchange for beast materials he'd gathered, a kind herbalist had offered him herbs plus supplies. Lycia's gaze softened with gratitude. Her words were peaceful but sincere. Ren smiled gently, brushing off her thanks when unnecessary. For him, her recovery was enough. When the mountains came into view, Lycia talked with confidence. She recognized their position close to Viscount Given's territory. Towering peaks known when the Baldur Mountains stretched across that horizon. Their sharp ridges and snow-covered summits marked one natural border. Ominous yet familiar. Lycia studied that map carefully, identifying landmarks using precision. She offered to guide them forward, knowing that terrain continuing along that trail. Ren inquired about that distance to their following destination prior to moving on. Ren reminded her of their priority. Reaching Clausel could wait. Ensuring her family's safety came initial. Plus, he wouldn't abandon that responsibility. Ren reassured her using a gentle smile. He believed her household had likely escaped danger and discovered shelter. Using steady confidence, he told her not to worry. His calm words and unwavering gaze bore quiet strength. Lycia glanced away, reluctant though comforted by his trust. Their route pointed toward Clausel. Ren talked of plans to greet the Baron, explore briefly. Next return, evening fell and rain soon followed. Trees swayed in that storm as the pair found shelter under one rocky overhang. Beneath the cover of gloom, Ren struck flint beside one pile of dry wood. Sparks caught flame, warmth returning to their temporary camp. Close to the warmth of the campfire, Ren placed a massive bird on the ground. Lycia, surprised by the catch, questioned how he managed. Her gaze shifted towards his sword. Curious, she asked if it aided the hunt. As Ren admitted it helped, he refused to explain further, calling its power a secret. Lycia pouted at that vague reply. As tending to their supplies, she noticed something glittering near her belongings. One mysterious pendant dangling from a delicate chain, unfamiliar plus oddly shaped. She raised it, puzzled. The surface was cracked, and it shimmered faintly. He recognized it. That pendant had been taken during the desperate escape. Ren remembered details of their past encounter. The beast tamer had employed a magic tool to soundproof their carriage. Lycia studied that object again. Its cracked surface didn't diminish its potential value. In that right moment, it could serve when vital evidence. As the rain continued outside, Ren checked the skewered meat roasting over that fire. Once satisfied, he carefully removed them and turned to share that meal. Using a lighthearted tone, Ren presented the food to Lycia. She watched silently when he sprinkled salt over the cooked meats. His movement was calm plus thoughtful. Though that seasoning was plain in presentation, she accepted it. Lycia took one bite and paused. One faint smile formed as she glanced up at Ren. Ren relaxed, pleased by her reaction, but that tension faded. Their simple meal in the forest delivered a rare moment of serene between them. The next day, they resumed their journey. Charred ruins lined the route. Amid the desolation, they found a grove plus picked fresh fruit together in silence. Shortly after, they reached a river close to a weathered stone bridge. While Lycia waited nearby, Ren led the horse to drink from that shallow stream. Kneeling at the edge, he rinsed their cloaks and supplies. Lycia rested wrapped in a blanket while her clothes dried nearby. Ren quietly handled that laundry, ensuring everything was clean and prepared. Noticing her silence, Ren approached using a cloth. He provided it gently, sensing her hesitation yet remaining considerate in his gesture.
Pokemon community game A wild Larvitar appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Ren's expression softened. His tone held peace and patience. Lycia gazed at him. Her heart raced. Ren stepped back slightly, noting that color of his face, and commented on her yet visible flush. Ren softly placed his hand on Lycia's forehead. Her fever had faded, yet her eyes widened at that sudden contact. Flustered, Lycia pulled back and insisted she was fine. Her sudden reaction caught Ren off guard. Memories of that letter she had written resurfaced in his thoughts. Resting her hand on her chest, she silently questioned how he had truly sensed reading it. Ren approached cautiously, plus asked if he could speak using her. She turned toward him, startled by that directness. Avoiding his gaze, Lycia accused him of hiding something. Her tone trembled slightly. Ren stared back, puzzled by her sudden shift. Lycia gripped the letter in her hands, tone trembling. She questioned why he had kept it so cautiously. Opening one small ornate box, she uncovered the letter stored within. Ren seemed unsure.
Oh,
Licia became flustered, demanding clarity. She hinted at something odd he'd maintained in his room, though he appeared genuinely puzzled by her reference when memory surfaced. A lady had once asked about his growing pile of magic stones, puzzled by that collection's purpose. He'd clarified they weren't for trade or study. He simply liked how they glanced and decided to keep them no deeper cause than
Pokemon
that.
community
Ren's
game
mom smiled
Larvitar
gently,
escaped.
recalling
No
how his
one
dad
caught
had
it.
also been obsessed with swords while stones. Reflecting on her remarks, Ren considered how odd his habit might seem. Out of a girl's point of view, his crate of stones might indeed look unusual. When memories surfaced, his thoughts wandered back to Licia. He recalled her glance, that one that stayed using him. A thing in that moment had captured him. From that very beginning, her presence had remained in his thoughts. Quietly yet constantly, Licia's gaze widened when she listened.
The deer vanished.
Her expression shifted. Whatever she had expected, it wasn't that peaceful, honest admission. Ren verified it she'd been on his mind. That plain truth left Licia speechless while flustered, unsure how to respond. Turning red, she dismissed that idea. Ren, smiling awkwardly, acknowledged that it was odd and curiosity. He waited for a reason for her discomfort. Perhaps the origin of that stone's from monsters unsettled her. That thought hadn't occurred to him prior to apologizing. He attempted to explain that the stones merely fascinated him. Despite her silence, he still discovered them captivating. Frustrated, Licia snapped. She recognized already and desired he'd stop repeating it. Her face was flushed, but not just out of annoyance. Buried beneath her blanket, Licia struggled to sort her emotions. Ren's honest remarks departed her unsure how to respond. Ren silently watched her. She hesitated, necked softly, questioned him to stop calling her. Formally, just her name would do. Puzzled, he blinked. She repeated herself, still curled up, but currently with a firmer tone in her tone, turning away. Licia added one condition if he genuinely had to, then fine. Her tone was barely above one whisper. Lifting her head, she met his gaze directly. There was no further hesitation. She told him plainly, just call me by my name. Ren approached that girl wrapped in silence, her figure curled on that riverbank after one unknown event. One short walk from the clearing revealed a quiet rural settlement, nestled between fields and winding paths. Life moved slowly here, untouched by larger conflicts. Yet shadows of hardship lingered beneath its serene surface. Within the village, Ren offered help to one wounded traveler while listening to the elder explain the shortage of herbs. While questioned about his destination, Ren acknowledged they had no fixed goal and were merely traveling. That woman smiled and pointed down that road, suggesting they head toward Klausel, just beyond the following bend. Ren inquired further about Klausel, curious if there was something unusual awaiting them in that direction. Licia, who had stayed quiet until then, broke her silence with one sharp warning. She claimed the Baron of Klausel would soon feature punishment. Stunned by her declaration, the villagers reacted using alarm and confusion. Questions poured out why, plus what had happened, yet Licia provided no further explanation, leaving tension in her wake. A person cautiously shared a rumor circulating nearby that Baron of Klausel had allegedly used monsters to assault Viscount Gibbons. Despite that disturbing news, Ren and Licia shoved forward across the open meadow. Licia's tone shook with emotion as she denied the accusation against her dad. Her firm belief rejected the idea completely, insisting it was a fabricated tale that couldn't possibly be genuine. Frustration surged when she attempted to make sense of that conflict. When the mountains loomed in the distance, Klausel finally came in sight view. Their carriage rolled steadily toward the northern city, unaware of that tense atmosphere waiting ahead. That streets buzzed with whispers as the carriage entered the town. Onlookers paused and turned their heads, sensing that someone crucial was about to arrive. Boots hit the stone pavement with armored guards accompanied one commanding figure. One young commander laid out his plan with confidence, aiming to claim the territory of the hero faction. Gaining control would greatly increase their influence in the territory. Throughout the room, one older strategist observed in silence. His stern gaze revealed hidden doubts plus calculations. Raising his tone, the elder proclaimed their purpose was to restore the unknown and collapse Klausel. Prior to that attack, their top priority they required strong beneath the pale moonlight. Horsemen raced throughout the
Jesus
vast
Christ.
hooves pounding against that cold earth. Knights in pursuit shut the distance, their armor clattering when they urged their steeds forward using purpose. At front, Ren and his companion clung tightly to their mount, completely aware of the gap closing at the rear of them.
Oh,
Resolved to
there's
escape,
no bed over
the
there.
young woman
Okay.
pointed to the hill ahead, believing that reaching it would bring them to safety. Human settlements lay just beyond that ridge. However, peril loomed high above. A mysterious figure remained atop a towering rock, cloaked and motionless. Two massive dragons circled behind him, casting long shadows beneath that moon's gaze. Ren's gaze widened as that hooded figure spoke using eerie confidence, having predicted their arrival. Lacking warning, the cliff beneath the creature tamer began to tremble, crumbling into one cascade of stone. His horse reared back in panic when falling debris struck the root, shaking the ground violently under them. Amid that chaos, Ren maintained control, maneuvering through that collapse, while trees and rubble crashed about them. That terrain vanished under layers of rock plus shattered forest, leaving no clear escape when destruction spread. Unusual flora with eyes and gaping mouths appeared from the shattered woods, accompanied by hordes of hostile rats. Alert plus surrounded them. The girl requested an armament as Ren assessed the chaotic scene about them. That knights, caught off guard, panicked as that swarm of rodents veered in their direction, lacking warning. Despite their protests, the creatures overwhelmed them in seconds, piling over armor and silencing their cries. Watching out of above, the cloaked figure smirked at the chaos below, satisfied by that escalating disorder. Encircled by sentient plants, plus monstrous fungi, Ren and Lycia remained alone in one dense clearing. Over them, a swarm of giant hornets darkened the heavens, signaling the next wave of that enemy's assault. Reacting swiftly, Ren activated a spell, sending enchanted vines spiraling outward to entangle the incoming threats midair. Using no time to rest, Lycia leapt into action, blade in hand, cleaving through the advancing creatures lacking paws. Side by side, they carved one path forward, Lycia's strength surging as even Ren took notice of her growing power. Lycia charged forward with determination, slicing through a grotesque creature mid-attack before it could strike once more. One massive burst of energy tore across the swarm, tearing apart that monsters in every direction. As the battle raged, Ren and Lycia understood that escape was impossible without confronting the creature tamer. Abruptly, the ground split open when Lycia shouted Ren's name, warning him of another oncoming danger. One colossal worm burst from under the earth, hurling debris skyward as it loomed over that rider's. Ren summoned his power and drew a powerful sword, the demon sword of metal, out of thin air. Lacking hesitation, he aimed directly at the massive creature's gaping mouth, prepared to strike upward using precision. That blade split the monster cleanly in two, its form erupting into fragments as it collapsed prior to them. When the dust settled, Lycia acknowledged Ren's growth, her gaze reflecting one mix of relief plus admiration. Meanwhile, that beast tamer remained still atop the cliff, cloaked plus flanked by two dragons, watching silently. Own wave of cutting wind ripped across the air, its pressure reaching that distant cliffs. One elegant man with flowing hair emerged from that shadows, calmly observing the result with peaceful intrigue. Elsewhere, one young warrior froze, his wide gaze locked on a distant figure, now plainly in view. Confusion spread throughout his face as that realization struck, words escaping in one barely audible whisper. Surrounded by one monstrous forest, Ren plus Lycia remained, unaware of that storm stirred by their presence. That elf's sharp gaze locked forward, his expression tense. One single word escaped as pressure filled that air. Yurku perched atop one gnarled tree. Yurku surveyed the forest like one sovereign. Once a formidable boss in the legend of that 7 heroes, his presence radiated danger. Wielding nature's magic, he inflicted serious harm on any person who dared challenge him. Thou meant to encounter him far afterward. That adventurer crossed paths using Yurku earlier than expected. Out of a high ridge, Yurku observed an approaching rider navigating through one overwhelming swarm of magical beasts. Yurku's gaze remained cold. His past was steeped in blood, having slain countless fellow elves. Chains of magical origin bound his arms, relics of judgment placed upon him. Lacking the support of his staff, Yurku's strength would drastically weaken. He couldn't even handle 2 simultaneous abilities on his own, relying solely on magical enhancements. Ren remembered the instant he had shattered Yurku's staff during one narrow escape. One new suspicion emerged. Perhaps Yurku had aligned himself with Viscount Gibbons, lured by that promise of a way to remove the binding seal out of his arms. In that distance, a vast army swarmed across that valley. Riding using urgency, Lycia questioned Ren's resolve. Her voice sliced through the chaos when she demanded clarity. Hearing Lycia mention tactics, Ren reacted using uncertainty. That question caught him off guard amid that chaos. Meanwhile, looming out above, Yurku stood accompanied by fierce beasts, 2D rank monsters plus the giant side. Their strength was significant. Assessing that situation, Ren realized the peril. If the monsters launched a charge, their chances of surviving that clash would rapidly diminish. Yet Lycia's steady breath plus subtle smile offered one strange sense of reassurance. Despite that looming odds, she didn't falter. Radiant using determination, Lycia raised her sword plus reminded Ren of her genuine identity. When magical light erupted about them, Ren's eyes widened in shock. Lycia's radiance surged with divine force, illuminating that battlefield. That energy expanded, drawing attention. Another young figure observed in awe, caught off guard by the sudden surge of power plus brilliance. Also Yurku, stoic and unreadable, reacted with mild surprise. Flames flickered along Ren's armament, reacting to the magic a thing ancient had been awakened, surrounded on every side by monstrous creatures. Ren and Lycia remained mounted at the center. That forest floor stirred, yet a barrier of radiance pulsed out, keeping enemies at bay. One massive magical formation locked into location, stretching across the terrain like one arcane net. That magical barrier erupted outward using devastating force. Swarms of monsters were blasted away, their ranks torn apart by that sacred explosion. Yurku's serene expression finally wavered. Realizing the true nature of Lycia's strength, he muttered the words, "Sacred sorcery." Though winded, Lycia stayed composed. Her sword glowed faintly when she steadied her breathing beside Ren, who maintained watch for retaliation. Out of afar, the enemy prepared a counterstrike. A massive dragon unleashed a torrent of fire, sweeping across the battlefield in a destructive arc. Yurku gave the wordless command. That inferno roared toward them, mounted together. Ren plus Lycia turned sharply. The blast closing in swift, fire surged around them, but Lycia stayed firm from horseback. She raised her hand to counter that firestorm. Strength gathered at her fingertips. Through sheer will, she conjured one magical shield against the searing heat. Her expression tense yet unwavering. Out of the distance, another figure observed the blazing clash. His sword was drawn, eyes locked on the source of the flames. One dragon mid-charge, caught in Lycia's retaliatory spell. That beast screamed in agony as sacred energy pierced its flank. Below, its fire scattered, setting the ground ablaze, driving chaos into that enemy's ranks. Ren narrowed his gaze, certainty sharpening his resolve. Yurku unleashed his following summon, an enormous flaming beast that burst forth from that scorched ground, roaring as it lunged forward, sending nearby monsters scattering in fear. Yet Lycia remained composed. Using firm resolve, she proclaimed her faith in Ren. When the flaming wave surged, Ren and Lycia advanced without hesitation. Their horse reared amidst that chaos while Yurku watched out of his perch. Gale swept his long hair as he stepped forward, resolved to crush their resistance himself. Yurku murmured his intent. He would end everything with his own.
Oh my god, you gay little dolphin. Leave me alone,
Ren
fuck's
shouted
sake.
defiantly. His tone cut through the noise, challenging Yurku lacking fear. Yurku muttered a thing inaudible, eyes hidden beneath one veil of hair. Across from him, Ren and Lycia met his gaze, silent plus resolute. Using one unified motion, Ren extended his blade. The strike burst forward, a mighty beam of light cutting through that battlefield. That radiant energy shot across that sky, piercing directly through that black dragon guarding Yurku. Yet the dragon retaliated. With a brutal lunge, it sank its jaws inside Ren's side mid-attack. Blood erupted as he was thrown violently out of horseback. That impact shattered their position. Lycia screamed when she was thrown into the air, separated out of Ren. Ren's tone cut across the chaos as he arrived at out midair. "Lady Lycia!" he cried, watching her fall out of reach. That ground rushed up under them. Ren slammed into the earth, his form tumbling amid debris. High over Yurku observed the wreckage in silence. That black dragon circled him, wings beating through scorched gale. One sudden eruption of force shattered that rock platform from Yurku's feet. Stone fragments flew Thunder rumbled throughout the distant valley. Smoke clouds rose beneath one pale moon, veiling the battlefield in eerie silence as the following phase loomed. That scorched battlefield lay covered in smoldering monster corpses. Their twisted
Pokemon
forms
Community
littering that
Game A
bloody
Wild
earth beneath the
Makahita
rising
appears
fire.
catch it using
Across the
Poke
thick
Catch.
smoke, the
Winners
injured
revealed
horse
in
stumbled
90s.
forward. Not far off, Ren appeared limping but alive with Lycia cradled softly in his arms. He lowered her to that ground, panic surfacing in his tone. "Lady Lycia, are you all right?" Her breathing was faint, and her power nearly gone. One grim realization struck Ren. The sacred sorcery had overwhelmed her fragile body. Already burdened by illness, her condition had worsened using each spell she cast. He glanced up, eyes narrowing. Yurku remained ahead, facing away, framed by flames. Shadows danced throughout Yurku's blood-soaked cloak as he slowly removed his mask, revealing sharp gaze and a quiet grin. Ren froze, overwhelmed by that sight. Blood-coated Yurku's hand, his own power was devouring him. Amid that rising flames, Yurku stood unmoving, head tilted back, Laughter bubbled up low at first, next louder, echoing into the scorched heavens. Unrestrained cackling erupted out of him. The battle's destruction, the pain, the chaos, he embraced it all with madness painted on his features. Dark liquid pooled under him. Blood ran freely out of his wounds. Yet his voice remained serene. Yerku, bloody plus exhausted, clutched his arm as pain surged through his entire body. His long grip goal was within reach. The seal had eventually been undone. Following years of being bound, all he had craved was to unleash destruction. Yet currently, standing in the aftermath, his power betrayed him. He observed the
Pokemon community
unconscious
game
girl in the
Makahita
voice.
escaped.
On trembling knees,
No one caught
he
it.
gripped his face, incapable to comprehend why his powers failed. Memories of slaughter burned in his thoughts, yet his palm, once merciless, trembled. He wasn't finished, not yet. Glaring across blood-soaked strands, Yerku swore defiance. Though his body faltered, some flicker of madness stayed. Yerku, cloaked in shadows, relished the sight of fear, stricken faces. Death's threshold thrilled him deeply. Standing unfazed, that boy held the young woman close, his glare unwavering. Yet Yerku compared death's ecstasy to primal pleasures, smiling behind the mask, when if savoring each word, that ground cracked open as a monstrous beast emerged. One dragon-like entity, cloaked in shadow and rock, rose behind Yerku, summoned by power darker than the fire surrounding, stretching out his arms. Yerku invoked them. Ancient wounds glowed in his flesh. He whispered the incantation, invoking a forbidden act drawn from madness plus decay. Grinning wildly, he provided his own power. One twisted command echoed to the air, to devour.
Well, I can make it! I can make it! I can make it! Fuck!
Shock spread throughout Ren's face as the scene unfolded before him, leaving no period to react. That creature's violent act triggered a backlash. Dark blood sprayed as that one who gave the command doubled over, laughing despite that injury. Agony twisted that elf's face while the creature kept biting down. Flesh tore further as she cried out, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain surging through her form. Elsa, with her arm nearly gone, she encouraged that beast to continue, chains wrapped tightly about her body as that magic seal activated, glowing from deep inside her chest, drained plus resigned. She stood still as that magic sealed her movement completely. Even in defeat, she muttered her acceptance of fate, declaring she had no regrets departed to speak of. Lacking warning, a spear of power pierced her chest, sending chains flying and blood gushing from that wound. Pain twisted her expression when she staggered. The monstrous beast before her surged forward once more, its towering body cloaked in rage and shadow, prepared to unleash one final assault. Fragments broke as a seal broke apart. Out of within the twisted roots, her form was dragged upward, despite her pain. She mocked that potion's effect, laughing through clenched teeth when her form trembled. Out of the crater, the creature howled in agony, while Ren shielded the unconscious form in his arms. Struggling to rise, Ren gritted his teeth. Next drew his blade, using renewed determination, preparing to act. Bound by thick branches, that woman remained lodged within the tree, barely conscious, yet still alive, plus breathing. Hatred twisted her features as she issued one final command. Kill them both gaze wide using fury. Ren lunged across the battlefield, sword drawn, as the towering beast spread its wings while prepared to strike. One massive shockwave erupted in front of him. He halted his advance, bracing himself out of that blast. Abruptly, the monster lunged forward using terrifying speed. Ren turned his gaze sharply, realizing the attack was previously closing in. Leaping backward, he attempted to dodge the crushing blow, but that creature's claws tore through the air. His form hit the ground difficult, momentum dragging him across the dirt.
Bison!
Control, plus tumbled helplessly. Thrown violently across the air.
I didn't fuck with it, I didn't bother it, I just walked by it, and apparently it was like a person
chased after him, leaping again using relentless speed. Ren hit the ground, skidding back beneath pressure. Yet airborne, he struggled to regain control, but the shockwave drove him tumbling further toward the rocky meadow. A second powerful swing followed from the creature, curving through the battlefield. The sheer force broke debris in every direction, torn across the sky. Next, Ren spun helplessly. Blood trickled from his mouth as his consciousness started to blur. Trapped within the withered tree, the lady remained unmoving her strength. Once feared, currently lay dormant. Ren slid throughout the ground, dirt and stone scraping his form as the Mana-Eater advanced, lacking pause. Rising shakily, he analyzed that situation. The monster had grown far beyond its previous threat level, possibly over Bureg. Using a deafening roar, that Mana-Eater unfurled its wings. Ren gripped his sword, knowing one clash was inevitable. Out of above, Lycia descended toward the battlefield. Her wordless gaze remained locked on the creature, prepared to intervene. Ren charged forward, sword aimed at that monster's head, but that creature's sudden charge knocked him back violently. He tumbled throughout the ground, unable to stabilize, as Lycia watched in alarm as the foe drew closer. Blood spilled out of Ren's mouth as he coughed, struggling to breathe. Lycia hurried towards him, calling out his name. That mammoth eater loomed over both of them. Its massive body shook that earth using each step forward. Out of a distance, Lycia glanced back at the tree where the elf remained imprisoned. That sound of mocking words drifted from within, as if enjoying that chaos unfolding below. When Ren lay motionless on the ground, Lycia crawled toward him. Meanwhile, that elf in the tree whispered her final words, savoring what she believed to be her ultimate instinct. Sparkling radiance enveloped the battlefield when Lycia placed her hands closer to his chest. Her palm gently reached out to his. Slowly, Ren's fingers twitched in response as breath came back to him.
Let me go, bitch!
Tears rolled. She silently expressed gratitude for Ren's constant protection, even while she sensed undeserved. Ren stirred, gaze opening slowly. His voice trembled when he looked up and softly shouted her name, Lady Lycia. Collapsing out of her wounds, then Lycia pleaded using Ren to abandon her and flee. Desperation laced her tone. Despite her pain, she smiled faintly and urged him to live, whispering her final wish for his safety. One deafening crash shattered the ground when a monstrous foot descended. Ren froze, eyes wide, using shock yet. Kneeling beside her, he hesitated. The decision between survival and loyalty pressed against his chest like a sword. Tears welled in Ren's gaze, but his resolve didn't waver. He silently vowed never to leave her at the rear of. Ren remained his ground, sword ready, as the massive claw descended towards him. Calmly, he focused his energy, waiting for the right instant to strike. One burst of power surged from his blade as he released a sweeping arc of force. That blinding wave cut through the air, aiming to intercept the beast prior to it could crush him. That attack collided with that claw mid-swing, sending a shockwave across that battlefield. Digging in his heels, Ren swung his blade using all things he had. That monster's claw recoiled, halted by the strength of Ren's counterstrike. Though that creature remained terrified, using a tense cry, Ren unleashed every ounce of strength remaining in his form. The towering beast lunged forward, but the blast of energy met it mid-charge. One deafening impact followed, shaking the ground and forcing the beast to halt. Snarling. That creature raised its claw once more. Ren braced himself, prepared to counter. Yet his grip faltered. That beast staggered, body surged, limbs twisted out of the backlash. It stumbled backward, momentarily stunned by the power of Ren's counterattack. Ren dropped to one knee, breath ragged. His blade stood planted in that earth prior to him, untouched. He fell beside the unconscious young woman, both bodies exhausted in conflict. That monster, though wounded, had not retreated. It growled and started dragging its body forward, determined to finish what it began. One faint light flickered on the girl's bracelet. Energy pulsed out of it, reacting to something unknown, glowing steadily as her palm tightened involuntarily. Confusion clouded Ren's thoughts as strange symbols, and a glowing level gauge emerged before his eyes. The unfamiliar interface left him stunned, incapable to grasp what was happening. Rising gradually, Ren stared at his glowing wrist. One message echoed in his thoughts. A new demon blade. That monstrous beast charged forward. Claws stretched wide. Its speed far greater than prior to. Raising his palm to the sky, Ren shouted using desperation. He offered everything his power, his will, his very soul if it meant he could protect her. One brilliant light erupted from his outstretched arm. The energy answered to his plea, forming a radiant weapon that crackled with power beyond anything he had ever seen. Far off, an onlooker's expression shifted in stunned disbelief. Using his new weapon fully formed, Ren drove it forward. That blade pierced the monster's body, energy spiraling inside its core. That monster's body was thrown backward, caught in that blast of the unleashed assault. Power surged uncontrollably around the creature's body when it began to dissolve. Its once massive form trembled, its movements now slow plus unstable. One final roar escaped its mouth, filled with pain plus fury. Bit by bit, its figure lost definition, erased by the growing wave of strength. Out of afar, the observer could merely watch in disbelief. The outcome defied expectation. That battlefield vanished in a flash of blinding light. Everything was consumed by one spiraling vortex of energy that left not a thing untouched. At that center of the battlefield, one concentrated sphere of energy expanded rapidly, distorting the air about it. One towering beam of light erupted skyward. Spiraling powers circled the pillar, creating shockwaves that tore through that land. Out of distant mountaintops, The beam pierced the heavens. Its reach extended far beyond the conflict, visible across the entire territory. Ren's outstretched hand guided the overwhelming force. The bracelet glowed intensely, channeling the final of its power. And from his palm, fresh power began to form.
I died because I got fucking stuck.
That girl lay unconscious, her breathing faint. Ren knelt next to her, unsure of that energy source, surrounded by swirling radiance. Both bodies hovered
Omnir,
midair.
so too Trisna.
Questions filled Ren's mind.
Kaito Destiny Omnir, welcome to my channel. Stream Elements, look, it's Trisna, they were playing art. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Trisna at URL. At Kaito Destiny Omnir, welcome to my channel.
Two men discussed the recent trial over drinks.
Try does have the
That
booba.
verdict had come rapidly, almost too conveniently, down narrow streets. Whispers followed the transfer. Speculation spread that a
All the shit I say about trying
once
how
one
sexy
close
it is.
aide
I'm
to the
surprised I'm
Minister
not
of
getting bitch
Justice
slapped.
was orchestrating moves from that shadows. Lone crowd formed as the procession marched through that city. Watching from above, a lone observer narrowed his gaze. Beneath heavy guard, a youthful man rode through that capital streets, surrounded by armored knights on horseback. Leading that procession, a stern nobleman rested upright, banners raised at the
Here
rear
we
of
are,
him.
right
His
on
presence
target.
demanded respect. Out of within the ranks, a warrior whispered to his companion. Once the transfer concluded, control would shift entirely to that capital's forces. Discussions pivoted to motives. The Viscount's peculiar interest in Len Ashton puzzled numerous, especially given that boy's humble origins. Responding using a faint smirk, the Viscount dismissed the remark. Just one country knight, you say? His words hinted at concealed knowledge. In that depths of the archive, that Viscount stumbled upon classified information long buried plus nearly forgotten, driven by ambition. He felt that seizing Len Ashton, else his bloodline, could elevate his family's standing among that elite. Yet writing, he hinted at deeper truths behind that forest incident. The younger warrior struggled to follow his meanings. Speculation stood about the enigmatic light of dusk. If it was divine, the Iruku others might have been involved. Preparing for action, that younger officer ordered a dusk deployment. He hoped to avoid chaos plus uncover the truth prior to things escalated further. Pressure intensified when that Viscount reminded his men that failure would not be tolerated. That stakes had grown using no delay. The procession crossed the town gates, banners raised, marching toward uncertain terrain beyond that walls. At the rear of steady eyes, that Viscount studied the horizon. Somewhere ahead, answers plus threats waited in equal measure. Abruptly, from the mist of morning light, one lone rider emerged. Her silhouette pierced the haze with wordless defiance. Recognition hit one of the guards. Shock painted his features as realization dawned. What he noticed was unmistakable. Lycia remained firm, her expression calm yet resolute. At the rear of her, Ren silently leaned in, burdened yet unwavering. When soon as they were spotted, shouts rang out throughout the field. Guards raced to intercept that princess. Chaos erupted among that knights. Ren's sudden movement drew attention, and a person cried her name in disbelief. Despite that confusion, Lycia assured them of her safety. She questioned to delay explanations for afterward. Looking forward, Ren pressed his forehead. In his heart, he refused to waste that sacrifices created to protect them both. Approaching steadily,
shit.
Lycia addressed the fellow directly. With no hesitation, she identified him in Viscount Givens. Her tone remained steady. Though shouted as Scientist, she rejected any treatment that likened her to one criminal. That Viscount responded coldly. He shifted blame with one cutting remark accusing her father of being the genuine criminal. Lycia met his remarks using silence, though her power was waning. Observers noted her resolve despite obvious fatigue. At the rear of narrowed eyes, that Viscount assessed her condition. Staying conscious alone was an act of sheer will, especially for someone so youthful.
Pokemon Community Game A Wild Hariyama appears catch it using Hope Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
She disclosed a magical tool tied to that elf he had once employed, urging him to examine it cautiously. Her suggestion unsettled him, though he scoffed. Her implication of a deeper connection could not be ignored. Lycia pressed further, stating that she plus Ren were assaulted by that very elf Givens had trusted. Removing his glasses, that Viscount narrowed his eyes. Doubts surfaced as he questioned how they had survived, plus emerged from that location. Viscount Givens dismissed that magical tool as flimsy evidence, questioning its validity using one skeptical tone. Lycia, visibly strained, insisted that tool's significance and revealed they were also assaulted by his knights near the woods. He answered with disbelief, suggesting deception. Her accusations, pointing to his own men, disrupted that composure of that group steadily. Lycia pointed out the night she remembered. She asserted he had attacked both her and Ren, lacking hesitation. That accused knight denied the claim, stating he was stationed outside that forest by the Viscount's orders. Givens, now uncertain, asked him directly. Givens calmly concluded that Lycia had been misled, implying her claims were based on someone else's manipulation. She hesitated, proposing they move that discussion to his town for a proper investigation. Yet he immediately rejected that idea. One knight loyal to that Clausel family stepped forward, urging Givens to take her testimony seriously plus investigate thoroughly. A second voice insisted that judgment should be handled in the
Pokemon
Imperial
community
capital
game
instead.
Hariyama
Givens
escaped.
showed visible
No one
discomfort
caught
at that
it.
suggestion. Out of atop his horse, Ren muttered as if speaking to someone unseen. Givens pivoted, confused, and asked who Ren was addressing. Ren glared sharply, tone steady as he placed That truth was clear the warrior belonged to Givens. One military procession advanced through that field when Ren, drenched in sweat, clenched his resolve. Out of behind, Lycia stepped forward using urgency, her eyes locked onto Ren's back, recognizing something inside him. Tension spread when a silver-haired knight stepped forward, demanding proof. Fixing his gaze on Ren, he ordered to see the back of his hand, a test that could expose all things interrupting that moment. Lycia raised her tone. She insisted that scars shared with Len should yet remain. A second man, stern and composed, issued the identical command. Faced with rising pressure, the knight hesitated. Fear started replacing authority. Faced using a final warning, the knight became desperate. He tried to justify himself, raising his voice, but the older commander stayed firm. One sharp glare accompanied the threat, one further delay, and the man's hand would reach for his blade. Whispers out of the watching crowd added to the tension. Reluctantly, the warrior began removing his gauntlet, sweat beading on his forehead. Lycia's expression didn't waver as she watched his hand inch inside view. That armored glove clattered to the ground, that exposed handbore marks. But a thing seemed off. Beneath scrutiny, the truth grew clear. Faint white scars twisted along the skin. Holy magic had departed its trace. Facts were laid bare. Holy sorcery, even with that most expensive potions, always left one trace. Doubt clutched the young knight. Sweat created as accusations tightened around him. Observers exchanged glances, recognizing that shift in atmosphere. One laugh rang out forced and theatrical. The noble in glasses proposed a fresh committee, disguising retreat as procedure. He claimed it would help prove the knight's innocence, yet his smile betrayed other motives. Using a roar, the noble proclaimed the current trial concluded. A second investigation would occur in that capital. Gasps echoed out of the crowd. Lycia and Ren remained stunned by the declaration. Disbelief rippled through that onlookers. That nobleman, uninterested in further discussion, turned away coldly. With one dismissive tone, he ended the proceedings plus prepared to leave. Lycia remained frozen, eyes wide, emotion rising. A peaceful sadness welled up in her expression as the instant slipped away. Her palm instinctively reached forward, trembling. The line of carriages and soldiers started their departure, carrying the truth away using it. No glance was spared out of the retreating figure. His wordless exit pressed firmly against the dirt, leaving no chamber for appeal. Panic stirred in Lycia's gaze. Thoughts swirled as she asked her following move, paralyzed by uncertainty. One sudden clap echoed through the air. All gaze turned to the figure who interrupted the tension using deliberate confidence. Standing using his back to them, the man praised what he shouted a wonderful performance. Soldiers and nobles alike observed the confusion. Using each step, he spoke of dignity and valor. His remarks painted the confrontation as a thing worthy of admiration. Gesturing steadily, he declared that he had witnessed one tale of unmatched beauty. Two swords hung by his side, reinforcing his wordless authority. Lycia, puzzled by the man's appearance, tried to question his identity. Others echoed her confusion. That mysterious man introduced himself when Edgar, with a composed demeanor, he assured Lycia that he would handle that matter. Raising one finger, Edgar clarified his intent. Rather than interfere, he sought to support the conclusion of that tale Lycia plus Ren had begun. Using graceful formality, he addressed Viscount Given. His presence, he explained, was beneath orders from one unnamed master connected to Clausel. That Viscount, unconvinced, demanded the name of Edgar's master. One challenge hung in the air, filled with suspicion plus tension. Instead of answering, Edgar smiled politely. Reaching towards his decorated blade, he apologized for what would follow, leaving that outcome unclear. Gasps echoed when everyone recognized that crest engraved on Edgar's sword. Eyes widened in disbelief at that noble symbol. Lacking stating the name, Edgar verified their understanding. His calm presence silenced further doubt prior to it could grow. Accusations surfaced. That Viscount, now defensive, suggested Edgar had sinister motives. Yet Edgar stayed composed, unfazed by that claim. Responding steadily, Edgar reminded them of the law. Defying that crest's authority would constitute a direct offense against that empire. He next declared his standing. Under that master's command, he had full authority to act, and even speak on that master's behalf. Edgar steadily pointed out the inconsistencies within that trial. With unwavering confidence, he called for one retrial on behalf of Clausel. As officials reacted in shock, Edgar revealed that source of his loyalty. He expressed personal gratitude toward a young man named Len Ashton. Using resolve in his gaze, Edgar declared his intent. Should similar injustice arise once more, he promised to see matters through to that end. One cloaked figure sat silently on one throne, shrouded in mystery. From him, Edgar had received clear orders to intervene while necessary. That final declaration unsettled the courtroom. Those present whispered in disbelief at Edgar's resolve to remain involved until that very end. That Viscount's thoughts spiraled in confusion. He couldn't comprehend why such a mighty figure had intervened currently, surrounded by skeletal apparitions. He remained threatened. An unseen force cautioned him that Edgar's strength was not to be asked. Edgar clarified calmly. A miracle had granted his master freedom to act. Moreover, Len Ashton had rescued a life turning the tides. Alicia approached cautiously. Her expression showed concern, yet her curiosity returned when she tried to make sense of all things unfolding. Walking forward, Edgar shifted that mood. With one hint of amusement, he reminded that Viscount of his earlier claims of being outmaneuvered. One peaceful morning unfolded over the grand town as sunlight touched that distant castle walls, gaze slowly opened to unfamiliar surroundings. Nearby, a young woman sat quietly at the edge of the bed, her expression heavy using loneliness. Puzzled by the ornate room, the young man scanned the space in silence, unsure of where he was. His gaze shifted toward the girl, who hadn't shifted, lacking warning. She lunged towards him, arms wrapping around his chest using desperate urgency. Gripped tightly in her embrace, he felt the weight of her tears and the fragility of her voice. Question stirred in his thoughts, but for now, he returned the hug, offering peaceful comfort. Awakening out of a long slumber, he discovered 1 month had passed since arriving at Closet. One man remained nearby, gently advising him to rest longer. Concern showed in his tone. Gratitude filled that visitor's words when he explained how a retrial cleared him of charges. Suspicion, however, had shifted to a second noble. News had spread Viscount Gibbon finished his own life, employing a concealed poison. Avoiding confrontation fully doubted, clouded that boy's thoughts. Questions surfaced about the Viscount's death, plus whether pressure from others forced his palm news of that mansion's destruction spread quickly. Fire had devoured everything, leaving no trace of the real life. Despite that chaos, the fellow remained calm. He expressed his deep gratitude for that help received. He disclosed the source of that help that she a powerful creature known for its rarity. Materials harvested out of that monster were essential for refining potent medicine, particularly its untouched internal organs. Because that organs were pristine, a deal was struck with one Marquis. In return, the Marquis agreed to lend aid in future emergencies, ensuring mutual benefit through a cautiously crafted arrangement. That medicine crafted from that chief wolven had saved that Marquis' daughter, who had long been ill. Thankful for the miracle, the Marquis sent some personal invitation. The boy stared at the emblem, hit by familiarity. Recognition dawned that crest belonged to Marquis de Aegon, the Empire's greatest prestigious noble household. Despite his status, that Marquis had once
I did not press the hold button.
aiming to revive that demon king plus annihilate Leonel. In that original story, his rebellion was sparked by his daughter's death. But now she lived something that wasn't supposed to happen. That boy wondered if he had just altered that course of history itself. Weeks passed, following hearing he was safe. His parents arrived in Clausel, reassured plus smiling. Though that mansion was lost in the fire, they delivered what little had survived the fire. Seeing how much he had grown, his dad praised him, remembering the timid young man from prior to. Len downplayed that events, yet a memory surfaced during that chaos. His bracelet had drawn in sorcery. He remembered the mysterious sword that vanished inscription, and how the bracelet reacted when he touched her. Questions stayed unanswered. Out of the balcony, Alicia shared her relief about his parents' safety. The calm surroundings provided a rare moment of peace following weeks of chaos. When they walked together, Len's eyes lingered on her longer than usual. Alicia noticed the intensity in his stare and questioned him directly, puzzled by his sudden silence. Trying to ease that awkward moment, Len smiled and casually mentioned something unusual. He wondered if Licia had a magic stone within her form. Licia froze. Her features flushed with panic when she asked how he knew a thing so closely guarded. Realizing he may have gone too far, Len quickly backpedaled. He apologized, claiming it was just a joke. Lycia clutched her chest. Flustered, Len's guess had plainly hit one nerve. She scolded him softly, embarrassed. Silently, she admitted the truth. The magical stone inside her form was a secret only known by the Saint's family plus high-ranking temple priests. When she spoke, Len's thoughts drifted back to that sword that had emerged. Images of one monstrous creature and that explosive power of the blade surfaced in his memory. Lycia glanced at him, puzzled by his silence. Len hesitated. Could this all be happening just to obtain one blade? He shook his head slightly. Ren stared over the cityscape, reflecting on that route he had taken. He recalled his original intention to distance himself from her plus, prevent a future he considered inevitable. Following defeating the Chief Wolven, something shifted. That dream he once had about the legend of the 7 heroes was no longer aligning using reality. Also characters who were once destined to fall like Len's father plus Yurku, that mid-boss had escaped their fated ends. Currently, the future of the Ignat family's daughter had also shifted. If so much had diverged already, Ren wondered would Marquis Ignat still betray the Empire, else had history itself been rewritten. Ren recognized a thing crucial which the city he created had ripples he couldn't yet grasp. His thoughts drifted when Lycia gently called him back. She asked why he was spacing out. Plus he struggled to put his feelings into words, wondering silently, what am I?
I fucking hate seagulls!
Palms on his features. One soft smile spread across her face as she teased him. Despite their rocky initial meeting, which included a rather one-sided beat, she now saw him as a person kind. Looking out towards the castle once more, one small smile curved on his face. For now, her remarks were far beyond that mountain range.
You fucking toxic little cocksucker.
Plus cities bustled unaware of the looming signs over them. Inside the grand halls of the Imperial Military Academy, discussions unfolded behind shut doors. The principal's office remained quiet for currently. Scattered reports plus headlines speculated about sudden flashes of light throughout regions. Some blamed divine wrath, others shouted at miracles. In the Academy's vast library, Principal Clunoa Highland read in silence. A sigh escaped her lips. Elsewhere, one mysterious woman clad in a witch's hat flipped through a newspaper. One knowing smile crossed her lips. Somewhere in the world, someone had stirred fate out of its slumber. Unrest erupted in that imperial capital as strange incidents surfaced across that kingdom. A noble perished without explanation. A royal guard betrayed the third prince, plus panic spread. At that heart of the chaos rested Marquis Ignat, head of a noble house. Unbeknownst to numerous, every irrational event tied back to him. His actions stemmed out of desperation. His daughter, confined to bed by an incurable illness, relied on one uncommon medicine, despite searching far plus wide. That key ingredient, Chief Wolven's internal organs, stayed elusive. They withheld that ingredient, reserving them for emergencies. Though the Emperor's decision wasn't unjust, it sealed that Marquise's path towards destruction. Despite the Marquise's desperate search, his daughter passed away, her illness claiming her life. That grim outcome, however, no longer seemed inevitable. That present path had previously diverged out of that tragic possibility. In that calm of a sunlit garden, tea was served as two figures reflected on that past. One inquired about Len Ashton, curious if his name carried the weight others asserted. Praise followed. That elderly fellow talked highly of Len's worth, saying no treasure could replace it. Prior to the butler could justify the Emperor's choice, that noble stopped him. Understanding already settled in his spirit. Although he recognized the Emperor's reasoning, Edgar acknowledged that acceptance was an entirely distinct matter. Fiona emerged, radiant and full of life, rushing towards Edgar with joy in her steps. Her smile, once lost to illness, returned using warmth. While they exchanged greetings, the butler tried to assist, yet Fiona politely declined. One smile formed on the butler's features as he gently reminded her to maintain formality using commoners. Fiona talked of visiting the Clausel territory.
Pokemon community game A Wild Crab Roller appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in
Fiona
90s.
proposed writing a letter to express her thanks, but Edgar urged her to wait patiently. She glanced skyward in silence, reflecting on that restraint she had to accept for currently. Resolved, Fiona vowed to meet Len Ashton in person one morning, plus share her heartfelt gratitude. Beneath the quiet moonlight, Ren sat alone in his chamber, contemplating the strange item prior to it. Reaching towards the glowing sphere, he noticed it reacting to his presence. Sorcery from his body flowed inside it. Text etched inside the orb described it as an unbreakable egg. Merely immense magic and one dragon's horn could hatch it. Despite its known properties, no one had ever successfully hatched it. Yet, Ren remembered something else lore from the game that linked this object to one creature of ice and darkness. One even feared by that demon King Wong, not interrupted his thoughts. Licia stood beyond, hesitant but earnest. Ren opened that door curious. Licia entered using a smile, teasing Ren for being engrossed using the strange jewel once more. Ren clarified the jewel had arrived recently with other belongings drove by his parents. It had been among items retrieved from Chief Wolven and remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage else heat. He gripped the orb carefully, conscious of its mysterious contents. Rather than sell it, he saw further value in keeping it close, changing that subject. Licia questioned how long he intended to stay in Cloud. Caught off guard, Licia hesitated. Her tone faltered as she tried to express
Pokemon community game Crabrawler escaped. No one caught it.
Gentle but firm, 1,000 meetings. She asserted should be enough. Ren weighed the number. Also with daily visits, it would take years. Yet Licia insisted. His hesitation surfaced. Ren started to mention his duties. Yet Licia sliced him off in frustration. Lowering her tone, she softened her plea. No longer asking for 1,000 times, she simply requested one little more period. Neither of them talked. Ren looked at her silently, plus Licia met his gaze. In that wordless moment, the distance between them gradually disappeared. Ren offered in smiling gently as he agreed to stay one little longer. He assured Licia he would be in her care for the period being. Days passed using growing familiarity. They trained together, sparred in that courtyard, and occasionally strolled through that city's markets. Also, simple shopping trips grew treasured memories. Ren often surprised her with little gestures. One morning, one unfamiliar sight came to the town. Soldiers on horseback passed across Plaza. One night explained their presence. They had come to observe...
Why am I stuck? Why am I stuck?
The leader of that Imperial Knight had made that joke. That night began to explain the holy blade technique.
Dude, what the fuck?
That hero ruin. Throughout the world, sword schools taught combat styles powered by sorcery. For those lacking
That was
natural
bullshit.
skills, these techniques offered a viable alternative in conflict. Ren remembered his gaming days, comparing reality with what he understood. Combat abilities, unlike in games, couldn't be copied, though he wasn't suited for holy blade technique. The knight offered to teach Ren that Imperial swordsmanship focused on protection. Grateful, Ren accepted the offer, lacking hesitation. Meanwhile, Licia's power was once again highlighted. Ranked as a blade saint, she stood just beneath that top. At that pinnacle of sword mastery stood the title of Sword King 1, held by only 5 across the realm. Ren questioned Weiss if he had ever pursued other techniques. In response, Weiss mentioned mastering Gokengi, though he acknowledged some could learn it lacking exceptional talent. That name triggered Ren's memory. Gokengi had belonged to the Imperial faction in that game. Its origin traced back to the Lion King, ancestor of Leomel, and was feared for its power. Despite its appeal, players were never allowed to learn the technique, which caused disappointment. Ren remembered his reluctance to face Gokengi users in that game. Their blows caused severe penalties even close to instant death at training grounds bustled using activity. Licia cheerfully waved Ren over, inviting him to join that others. A second instructor extended a polite invitation, though hesitant. Ren clarified that he merely came to observe, not participate. Despite his reluctance, that instructor smiled, plus shared that both Licia plus Weiss had spoken highly of Ren. Ren agreed to that request. The man questioned for a small demonstration, hoping to gauge Ren's talent firsthand. Smiling warmly, that instructor stepped forward, drawing his training blade. Suggesting they begin with a radiant sparring match, he took position. That spar began. Metal clashed against metal as their swords met with one sharp, echoing ring beneath that academy walls. Observers observed closely while Ren and that instructor exchanged blows. Despite being untrained, Ren moved with instinct plus surprising speed. One strike nearly connected. Ren's form responded, lacking hesitation, his posture and timing sharper than any person had expected. That instructor halted. He advised Ren to stop imitating formal styles, plus instead rely on his own rhythm. Accepting that advice, Ren shifted his stance. He no longer copied what he remembered. With newfound confidence, he prepared to strike not as one gamer replaying patterns, but as himself, fully present in this realm. Ren unleashed one fierce combination of strikes. His movements carved sharp arcs across the air, each blow fueled by focused resolve plus instinctual precision. Astonished by the intensity, the instructor raised his blade in defense. He hadn't expected to need genuine effort, but now realized the spar had pivoted serious. In one moment of retaliation, that instructor countered with a mighty strike. That crowd tensed. Lycia's expression turned to worry. Despite the blow, Ren steadied himself and remained firm, gripping his sword without one word. Watching closely, that instructor's thoughts raced. Ren had blocked the final attack, a move he hadn't felt possible. Following the spar ended, Ren finally introduced himself properly. That instructor, impressed but still reserved, asked for his name. Len Ashton, Ren replied steadily. Using a serious expression, the instructor offered his honest opinion. Despite Ren's power, the Holy Sword techniques weren't one good match for him. Lycia protested instantly. To her, Ren's strength was undeniable. His skill had just been proven. How could that be unsuitable? That instructor clarified. He acknowledged Ren's strength, yet explained that issue was compatibility. He proceeded his assessment. Ren's natural fighting style leaned toward aggression and instinct. While this approach was mighty, it could become a limitation in mastering precise and disciplined techniques like the Holy Sword. That instructor elaborated further. Even if Ren learned that Holy Sword techniques, there was no certainty he'd master the combat abilities. Ren accepted the reasoning. Instead of resisting, he requested to be taught the basics of swordsmanship. When the group dispersed, Lycia questioned that commander privately. She disagreed with his conclusion, insisting that being fierce didn't mean Ren couldn't learn the techniques. That instructor explained his thoughts. During their brief duel, he identified a thing specific afterward that evening. Ren and Lycia reflected on that day. Though she teased him lightly, her curiosity showed genuine concern. Ren merely smiled, amused by her subtle habits. Ren teased Lycia, calling out her earlier mood. She reacted with surprise, clearly flustered by his guess. Lycia couldn't understand that instructor's decision to her, saying Ren wasn't suited for one style sense like denying his talent. He questioned Ren. In return, Lycia quietly admitted something out of the instructor's point of view. She might share the same flaw one.
Fucking angry tunas.
Lycia
I
confessed she
swear.
had studied Ren's movements intensely.
A few hits is supposed to make them let go. Instead, they cling onto you like fucking cancer.
One hint of uncertainty remained. Admitting her similarities to Ren, she seemed both self-aware plus slightly discouraged. Alone using her Lycia wrestled with frustration. Correcting her blade habits sensed like betraying her own goal. Afterward, she spoke to him once more. Ren urged her not to dwell on it. There were many paths in swordsmanship. Perhaps one better suited to her would appear in period. Though he provided reassurance, Ren held a quiet belief. In his spirit, he knew Lycia had the resolve to master her current path, no matter how challenging. Lycia pivoted the question at him. If asked to abandon the blade style passed down by his father, could he do it so easily? The answer wasn't plain. Ren acknowledged the difference. When one knight's son, he'd had freedom to explore styles. Lycia rested quietly on her bed, conflicted and frustrated. The considered of needing to change her sword habits felt like one denial of her identity. Despite her frustration, she reminded herself there were many ways to grow. Swordsmanship wasn't limited to one form. Len, watching her silently, identified her sincerity. While she pretended to be fine, he understood she would eventually master her route. She challenged Len's perspective, asking if he could abandon his father's teaching so easily. His silence showed the weight of that decision. Lycia proclaimed her resolve. She would follow her spirit, free to choose her own route forward. Moonlight bathed in manner as that girl tightened her grip on the necklace about her neck. Abruptly, her balance gave way. A gentle push out of the maid steadied her just in time, preventing a fall as her legs faltered beneath pressure, kneeling on the ground. She apologized, ashamed of her weakness, yet she refused to stop. Alone in bed, she gazed at that ceiling, blaming her frailty on years confined to her chamber. Also so, she didn't give up. She begged for one more opportunity to try, not for approval, yet to prove she could push beyond her limits on her own terms. Supported by her maid, she pressed forward step by step, clinging to one single hope someday, to stand tall and thank that one who gave her power. Memories of pain came back. Her days once filled using constant agony plus confinement had shaped who she was, far in that distance.
Really? I got...
She recalled the figure of the young man.
Dude, get the fuck off me!
Chains. His kindness lit the path she now strode.
I fucking ran right before it and right past it, and I got rubber bandages.
Praise followed as she collapsed into the chair, breathless yet proud. Hearing her father's tone brought surprise and joy. Though her steps stayed small, recognition from him meant all things. Her dad handed her a sealed envelope, the emblem unmistakable Imperial Military Academy. Stunned, she reached for it with wide gaze, tearing it open. She scanned the letter. The results were clear she had passed. Reactions followed rapidly. While she attempted to understand their confidence, that others exchanged knowing glances. Despite her condition, she had never slacked. Long nights were spent studying on her bed, pen in hand, fueled by determination few had seen. Using a teasing smile, her father brushed off the preliminary success. For him, that final test mattered more, but his eyes revealed how proud he genuinely was. Fiona pouted when she voiced her frustration, overwhelmed by the anxious wait for that test results. Her father's calm demeanor had only added to that tension. Leaning forward, he reminded her of her goal to express gratitude to Len Ashton. There was yet more to be done prior to that morning came. Using a sigh, she relented. The moon over quietly observed her silent vow to push forward lacking complaint. Elsewhere, that topic shifted to Len. His future remained uncertain, prompting that question of what path he planned to follow. Within the study, Len stood before a seated elder until the period came to inherit responsibility. Remaining as a knight in Clausel was offered as one option. Ren hesitated, unsure how to express what had been weighing on his thoughts. Encouraged, he eventually started to speak. As the desire to live peacefully with his family stayed, he voiced his fear of becoming a burden once more. Returning to the village might bring harm once more. The elder reflected on Ren's situation. News of Viscount Gibbon's unusual obsession added gravity to the concern. Roy's earlier consultation was disclosed. If nobles targeted Ren again, defending him would prove difficult. Assigning him to Clausel's mansion when a knight seemed that safest course. Astonished by this, Ren learned that Roy had chosen not to interfere. His father's words were plain yet powerful. He would respect whatever path Ren resolved to take. That advisor spoke calmly, suggesting Ren remain in Clausel as the village reconstruction proceeded. Ren expressed peaceful gratitude, though doubts still lingered. One future shaped by his own hands seemed out of reach for a person of his origin, though the advisor disagreed. He felt Ren could surpass expectations and become a figure also. Nobles would not dare to challenge. Ren weighed what that truly meant. Rising over high nobility felt impossible, unless one was tied to the imperial household. He hesitated, unsure what route would lead him there. Next, a vivid image filled his mind. The legendary title of Blade King surfaced power and respect not granted, yet earned. Ren questioned for clarification. Surprised at the mention of the Blade King, Lezard confirmed it referred to the 5 strongest swordsmen in the realm. These Blade Kings acted beyond political boundaries. Though some lived in that capital, it was purely by decision, not allegiance. Ren recalled their brutal strength from the game realm. Even with maxed out stats, characters barely stood the opportunity. Lezard encouraged him regardless. Improvement would never be one waste. He suggested training beneath Weiss alongside Lycia, and even provided to cover living costs. Although thankful Ren couldn't bear the considered of staying idle, he asked for tasks, wanting to contribute something meaningful as pursuing his goals. Lezard weighed Ren's request seriously. He proposed assigning work similar to what Ren had done before in that settlement. Ren rapidly understood the implication. It likely meant beast subjugation, a task he was already familiar using. Confirmation followed. Beast overpopulation carried no risks. So investigation missions about the area were crucial for keeping balance. These duties would include checking local beast activity, writing reports, and eliminating threats if required. The work required diligence plus readiness. During his outings, Ren was also free to accept missions out of the Adventurers Guild. It provided him autonomy and one broader sense of purpose. Ren remained at the edge of one bustling street, gazing up at the massive wooden doors. Using cautious steps, he pushed the door open. A warm rush of noise plus chatter spilled out, revealing a lively guild hall filled with adventurers eating, talking, plus laughing together. When Ren stepped further within, heads began to turn. Whispers passed between some, recognizing him instantly. He approached that reception desk using steady steps. One composed receptionist awaited him, producing one few coins. Ren explained he had permission from Baron Clausel with that. He started filling out the form, officially taking his first step into the realm of adventurers. That receptionist tilted her head, astonished by how smoothly Ren navigated that process. Lacking hesitation, she handed over his newly issued guild card. Details about ranking conditions began to follow. Her tone steady plus practiced. Ren interrupted softly. Holding the card, he explained that he previously knew the rules. He had studied them thoroughly. Facts about reissue limitations, plus fees.
Pokemon community game A Wild Rosalia appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Papers covered the wall, each listing monster sightings plus local threats. Among that notes, one detail caught his attention. The Clausel territory rarely noticed high-ranked monsters, making it unsuitable for rapid advancement. Ren's gaze lingered on a particular notice marked using one bold, 2 tall adventurers move forward, shadows giving way to familiar faces. They referred to him when Harrow, Dono, catching him off guard with surprising recognition. Their expressions shifted out of praise to warning. One acknowledged Ren's past dealings with the Viscount, calling it impressive.
Kaito Destiny
As the other
Lucifer
cautioned him
underscore
against such
Fallenster.
bold actions
Welcome
in
to
the
my
days ahead.
channel.
Steadily, the man
At
with creature,
Kaito Destiny
like ears,
Lucifer
explained the
underscore
monster's behavior.
Fallenster.
Though
Welcome
rank
to my
D,
channel.
Its retaliatory strikes matched the danger of its classification.
Oh my God.
Ren listened closely. His gaze came back to that poster. Realization dawned it was that steel, eating gargoyle. Deep within ancient rocky terrain, gargoyles thrived on minerals. Ren assessed that risks. If battle was inevitable, seeking advice from Lizard, Sama could prove wise. Valuable
Hey,
materials
Lucifer.
and talent progression hinted at the possibility of obtaining a powerful magic blade. His status showed steady growth. Len Ashton, eldest of his household, had advanced in summoning sorcery swords. His proficiency currently extended to summoning 2 at once. As walking through that woods, Ren reflected on his progress. Sudden movement in that bushes caught his attention. A startled rabbit
Pokemon
burst
community
out from the
game
grass,
Rosalia
gazed
escaped.
wide in alarm as
No
it fled
one
from
caught it.
something deeper inside. That creature that darted past Ren disclosed its name Mitsume, an aggressive rank rabbit with keen fangs. Lacking delay, Ren summoned his iron magic blade. Holding it steady, he positioned himself as the rabbit charged. He followed using the wooden magic blade. Nature's force responded, knocking the rabbit back using ease. Thick vines wrapped tightly about the subdued animal. Observing that effects, Ren concluded the sorcery sword's utility was highly efficient. Afterward, while resting, he reviewed his status. The wooden sorcery sword had reached its limit. Meanwhile, that iron one had leveled up. As chewing on bread, Ren pondered days ahead strategies. Unlocking higher levels might require further than just experience. Elsewhere, vines slid silently across the earth. Something massive stirred beneath the surface, hidden yet steadily approaching. In town, astonishment spread when Ren returned using an unusual haul. Also seasoned adventurers were taken aback. 2 enormous earthworms, wrapped in magical vines, lay motionless, though their stones were
Kaito
removed.
Destiny Shine
Ren
Wolf TV.
requested they be
Shine
properly
Wolf.
appraised before
Welcome to my
they
channel.
He
At
tallied his
Kaito
earnings,
Destiny Shine Wolf
600,000
TV.
G.
Shine Wolf.
Transaction exceeded
Welcome to my
expectations.
channel.
Shine
Remembering Weiss, Sama's comments about daily wages, he realized just how much he had surpassed the norm. Ren strode through that lively town streets and entered one familiar tailor's shop.
Shine Wolf
1 month
TV.
later,
I am not
Lycia
welcome.
remained stunned by his news.
Kaito Destiny. So too Shine
You are
Wolf.
very welcome here.
Stream Elements look it's Shine Wolfed. They were playing Fields of Mystria. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Shine Wolfed vet URL.
I'm retiring you from your
Shine Wolf TV. Oh god lol old clip lol.
Oh, okay, well.
Whose horse is down?
Speaking of.
Horse is down. The horse is down. Mayday, mayday.
I got her.
Let me guess. Red Dead Redemption.
Yes, he got me a dragon set.
I did. I liked the way it looked. I figured you would.
Shine Wolf TV online lol.
Ah, yes.
Oh, the mini one?
A mystery mini dice set.
Yeah. Oh, those mini dice are fucking hard to read. I have a set. God damn. At this rate, you're gonna end up with dice sets.
I've been thinking about getting the game, but never really thought of it, or actually bought it. I mean, there are times I want to get it, but it's like, who am I going to play with, really?
Up my game. Get more dice.
I don't want to play with random strangers
Ghostly Widow.
anymore.
What to the FCK is this? Kaito Destiny Ghostly
Hi,
Widow.
Ghostly.
Widow. Welcome to my channel.
This is
At Kaito
Ark.
Destiny Ghostly Widow. Ghostly Widow. Welcome to my channel. Kaito Destiny. So too Ghostly Widow. Stream Elements look it's Ghostly Widow. They were playing Beast of Reincarnation. Go check them out and give them some fluffy cheers and support. Ghostly Widow at URL. Shine Wolf TV. I wish I had people to play online again and I can try to get us a private lobby. Through ways. LOL. Shine Wolf TV. Oh god LOL VR chat.
I haven't done VR chat in years. Let's see, where's that one at? What is the deal with me going over to that?
Ghostly
freaking
Widow. I missed
islands?
that. FCK FCK.
Preparing to teleport.
Well, hello.
Yeah. I had to clear out all my clips of certain things and whatnot because it's like I'm not advertising other people like stream or Twitch because they decided to do other things to be clout chasing grifters.
Ow.
Ow.
Oh, she's walking to the bridge.
Teleporting always makes me a bit dizzy.
All I wanted to do was push the bridge over.
Alright. It's a giant KFC!
Stream Elements. Hi everyone, as a heads up I have sleep apnea and tend to fall asleep sometimes in my streams. Please be patient with my disorder or try waking me up with my redeems. Ghostly Widow. I just won a Kijanos GFKJNSD GFKJNSDKJNSDFRDFKJN.
Well, you just did.
I'll leave in a second.
I just wanted to make sure. Before I got too far ahead.
Who the fuck are those little phone from behind?
Yeah, I saw that. She saved my life. I'm ready to death.
But anywho, hello and welcome everyone. I do hope you enjoy your time here. Please make sure to have drinks, snacks, bathroom breaks, stretch breaks, all that good fluffy stuff. But yeah, I do miss VR chat. It's been fucking forever since I played with anyone on there or did anything really.
Literally right between his legs. That's insane. I think I can do that if I try.
Stream Elements. Feel free to come in and join the fun for crazy adventures through the worlds. URL. Ghostly Widow. I think I need a American Express.
Shut up, fucking bird bitch.
Yeah, don't we all?
Ghostly Widow ad.
Yeah. Everyone's getting ads randomly at different times, apparently. But yeah, another thing too is with games like Red Dead Redemption. I don't have much time really for anything anymore now. I mean, when I had the, well, even with my last job, like I'm so tired and whatnot, and I gotta make sure I get at least 6 hours of sleep so I can at least be functional at work. Alright. It's shovel time! Let's see what I get.
Ghostly Widow. You don't sleep.
I have to sleep. Because my sleep apnea kicks in. Hey, a long neck. Fuck yeah. And a toilet! I got a toilet, ma! No more pooping all over the floor.
I don't know if that worked for you, but I can now see every enemy and human nearby.
Hey.
I can't say the name of it on Twitch.
Coordinates locked. Time to teleport.
It's a S-word finder. S-L-A-V-E finder is what it's called.
L?
Ghostly Widow. It's like me. I don't kill.
S-L-A-V-E.
Ghostly Widow often.
L.
Yes.
Uh.
Why are you putting the A in
Teleport
front of L?
now.
Yeah, my sleep apnea
Stream
likes
Elements.
to kick
Welcome
in
to the
and
Fluffy
do
Dragon's
whatever it
Den.
wants.
Come sit, chill, and game a while. Enjoy the show and have some snacks and drinks. I hope you all enjoy your chill and relaxing time here.
Wait.
Carrot W carrot.
Yes.
Why can't you say that?
I don't know what to
Ghostly Widow Carrot. Ghostly Widow Wa.
I have no idea what you're talking about now.
Also, the reason I kept putting the A in front of the L is because, you know, I'm dyslexic as fuck. You're spelling to a dyslexic person.
Yeah, but you spelled it back to me and it said it wrong.
Ghostly Widow, never mind me. I don't need to be in your face.
What? I don't know what the hell's going on now.
Fucking charges.
Coordinates locked. Time to
Alright.
teleport.
Let's go and
Well, I found the fort. Yeah, I think. Oh, that's a lot of things.
Teleport activated. Here we are, right on target.
oh, lovely. A Kensher right on the spot. Let's see. There you go. Capro.
There's nothing here, though.
Guanodon. Blue. Bird.
I guess there's another way forward.
So adults count as 2, babies count as 1.
Goddamn, I am so far off the path that we were originally on.
Yep.
Huh. That's funny. Now.
You did.
No. But I just a distance pound of a zombie.
The father sent me.
Yeah, I'm lost. I'm so far away from where the hell we were on. I can't see shit.
Wisebot 4 viewers, +1, alarm clock 5 hours 9 minutes and 6 seconds.
Hello.
Pokemon community game A wild Turtonator appears, catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
I like those.
It's gross.
Okay, let's see. A few more capros, and that's that. Mouse chef, ooh, you're a 140. Oh, well, thank you. If you have something that's physical, what do you want? Giant fuck. Okay. Fuck you.
Fantastic.
Just what I always wanted. Flintlock musket.
Sounds like torch.
The fuck is my arrow? Owie.
Pokemon community game Turtonator escaped. No one caught it.
You alive?
Yeah. I'm behind you.
Okay, you're invisible, that's all.
Turtonator. Okay, I heard Turtonator. Somebody's being a Turtonator. What are they doing to the turds? I think that's pretty much the only spot I see capros. This damn map. The map's good for resource gathering and whatnot, but when it comes to actual dinos and tames, I have barely found anything worthwhile taming. You know, a lot of the shit's just kill the parent and tame the damn things. Buena. And
I'm dead.
Oh.
Intro, I need
There's a dude saying it like works.
16,
Guy over there.
13,
Oh, and I'm throwing up Snyder in the fucking butt. Sit.
Yep,
8.
and I think I just found the way up to the green bear.
Oh, and you took the fucking axe.
I'm suddenly inspired.
It's the second time.
Standard again.
Oh, wait so much time to make sure nothing came up behind me.
10 minutes on down there. That's fine, we can try that again.
Second I look back, you jump at me.
I cannot hold it up, unfortunately.
I look away for 1 second. Fuck you. She jumps at my ass.
Tiny answer can so sublime. Integration comic. I'm stuck.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm stuck in this. I'll just restart. Okay. I'm just gonna do the bathroom while I wait for it to open up again, and B's in charge.
What? What a Bowen. What can I say? I'm everywhere. I mean, if you want to get, I mean, technically it'd be 4 if you count my own. I don't know if you would count mine.
Alright, let's see, it is... Yeah, another Monday. Why do you get Kaito on,
The word moving caught her off guard, and she immediately demanded one explanation. Ren, carrying one wooden box, softly acknowledged he had relied too much on her generosity. He clarified his loyalty as a member of the Ashton household, serving Lucia. Sama was his duty, and his next task lay in the elderly mansion, since staying in that guest room forever wasn't suitable. Ren received approval from Lizard Sama to manage the elderly estate and planned to reside there when well. Within the grand hall, Lucia reacted with frustration. She had assumed Ren would return to that village. Unaware of his genuine plans, he apologized for not telling her sooner. Shortly following, a maid reached with a delivery for Ren. That store's emblem caught Lycia's eye, prompting her to ask about its origin. Ren verified it was indeed from that shop. Gently, he opened that box while Lucia watched quietly, curious plus cautious. Within lay a neatly folded shirt using a calm tone. Ren gestured for her to take it, asking politely if she would accept that gift. Astonished, Lucia hesitated. Her expression softened as she arrived at out for the garment, touched by the surprising gesture. Ren gripped the outfit out cautiously, offering it to Lucia. Her voice trembled as she questioned if it was really meant for her. He nodded, using a smile. The gift had been bought on the same morning he earned his first money. The thought behind it created her gaze soften. Using delicate hands, she touched the fabric. Its design and quality made her spirit flutter. Both stood in silence, exchanging a rare and meaningful instant. One gentle smile crossed Ren's face. He assured her that if she disliked it, he would find a second. Her expression slowly changed, filled using love. Lowering her head, Lucia clutched that outfit close. Quietly, she insisted she wouldn't return it. She had previously accepted it with her spirit. Ren glanced on quietly, a soft smile on his face when he wondered if the gift had made her pleased. She remained with her head lowered, feeling conflicted. Ren apologized casually, unsure if that present alone could ease that tension. Despite his effort, Lucia acknowledged she was overwhelmed. Events had moved faster than she could process as her feelings remained unsettled. It was clear she wasn't rejecting him, just asking for more, period. As asleep, Ren found himself pulled into one dream, reliving a moment from that game's storyline. Two figures remained within one grand hall. One of them was Cronulla Highland, famed as that world's strongest wizard. Her existence had ended at the hands of Len Ashton. One twist etched deeply into that game's script. Despite her overwhelming strength as headmaster of that Imperial Military Academy, her defeat remained one unexplained enigma, startled awake. Ren processed the disturbing dream. Determined to alter his fate, he resolved to stay away from both the Imperial capital plus the Academy. Avoiding that future grew his top priority. Ren strolled across the morning market, exchanging cheerful greetings with townspeople who had grown fond of his presence. Their warm recognition, calling him Mr. Hero, created it harder to stay unnoticed, but he returned their smiles using ease. Beyond that crowded stalls, the Adventurers Guild came into view. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed, using conversation as warriors and mages filled the tables, sharing meals and stories out of recent quests. He shifted quietly to that quest board, eyes scanning the stars.
Alright.
Abruptly, a loud grumble.
Oh, you're a
echoed from
140.
He halted, slightly embarrassed, and pressed a palm to his chest. Out of a nearby booth, one girl cloaked in mystery turned to him, amused by that sound. Using a warm smile, the hooded young woman casually invited Ren to join her at the table, even offering to share breakfast if he desired. Still hesitant, Ren stepped closer. She reassured him that it was her treat, encouraging him not to be so reserved about accepting her offer.
I'll come
He
back for
politely
you.
declined the offer to pay, explaining that he always carried enough money for his own meals. As glancing around the room, Ren noted that greatest seats were already taken. He then asked if she'd be open to sharing that table instead. Shortly, they sat together using a full meal between them. When they talked, she assumed he was
Pokemon
over.
community game A Wild Hattrem appears
As Ren
catch
tried
it
to
using
place the source of her
Poke
slightly
Catch.
artificial
Winners
smile,
revealed in
the hooded girl
90s.
chuckled while praised his maturity. She tilted
Oh,
her
wait,
head
what
using
the-
curiosity and posed one new question: what did he think? Now that they had shared one conversation. Lacking hesitation, Ren calmly responded. But in his thoughts, a chilling thought surfaced. He was calculating how to deal with her if she turned deadly.
Maybe. Are you gonna join V3? Go anywhere, I can drag you in.
Oh, my eye.
I'm a dragon in you while you're
You
doing
small.
No, you don't. Ah! What the fuck?
Oh, there it is.
So you ready for help?
Pokemon community game Hatram escaped. No one caught it.
The what level is it?
It's a band.
And I'm the bay.
I need stone, flint, wood.
And apparently I'm not the only one who can do a birthday present.
What the fuck?
Don't worry about it.
What? Who else is giving me a birthday present? I know MD is.
Fucking spoiler. Am I able to upgrade you? I don't know. I don't know if I know. Yeah, I don't think that's what that is.
Try and move you away. Wait, if I can get you into the thing, maybe.
I'm not moving.
You are on my screen. If I can get you into the thing and you step in it.
It says wait, boarding road.
Good, yes.
Okay.
There we go.
Monarchy Community Ruby Bloodtide server. The duck is a lie. I have the taxidermy.
I don't know how to turn it off.
Okay, so escape. Settings.
I'm loading. I can't fucking change it, man.
I better go to the server and...
Which was about to tell me how to do it before I even loaded. Okay, settings. I'm gonna some audio.
And it should be there.
Oh, open mic, push it off, yeah.
Oh, I got my phone.
I got a machete. Holy shit. So I don't know the controls.
Basically,
Other than attack.
attack 1 through like 7 is your inventory.
Oh yeah.
Shift is
I just
run.
scroll wheeled that.
Control is sneak. You can't go up there. MD, where are you?
That's fine, sweetie. He could have stayed there.
I just kind of took off.
Yeah, he just needs to sit up.
Whistled. Shift is run.
No, I'm just changing my graphics.
I'll wait for you to finish
Eyes will
that
be
before
high,
I run
not
over.
very high. I don't need to kill my PC. Oh. Mushrooms. Collect them, correct?
Yeah, they're good for healing.
Wait, you can't jump?
No, no jump. MG gives you a scroll wheel. Fine, not to use a tough one. That's just one to bother. There's a spider behind you.
It is what it is.
You immediately got in. There's some rations and all that in Father if you want to use one.
I should go
Oh, what a dog.
When you're alone, you will go insane.
haven't been up here yet? Or?
Okay, remember? I'm gonna go around and push down the bridge for father. The Volt?
The horn?
No, I didn't know.
I did not horn them. There's a fake one of us around here somewhere. I'm dropping my sailors now.
You can hold it.
Oh yeah, but my inventory is on.
Stop spitting on me, fish. It should be the little red thing.
Who's up for a bit of exploring?
Elena, I've been doing exploring this whole time, and you have not said a word about it
Preparing
until
to
I talked to you.
Well, I am very injured.
Oh yeah, I'm probably going to think it's lovely.
Oh, hello, Raven.
Can't taste it.
Hello. Oh, you can't really use this one anymore.
Yeah, the pistol
Teleport
was-
activated.
Get used in the rain.
Oh, I see the
Just
green.
gave me that toolkit.
Laughing, she waved off his internal tension, clarifying that her earlier remark had been a joke. Despite that awkward moment, her expression softened when she extended a hand. She invited Ren to that imperial capital. Ren rejected that offer to visit that capital, lacking hesitation, smiling at the rear of her hood. She confirmed that she was indeed out of that capital. Her visit involved personal matters. Although their meeting had been brief, she acknowledged she would have liked to talk with him one bit longer. Still, her period there had run out. When she turned to leave, she expressed one quiet hope. If fate allowed it, she wished they might cross paths once more someday. Ren, just prior to departing, she lifted her hood slightly and gave a little smile, with a promise hanging in that air. When the hooded young woman exited the building, Ren's gaze widened in sudden realization. Lacking courage, he rushed out. A question gripped him. How did she know about that demon sword summoning? He'd never shared that secret with any person, beyond that street's bustle using the city. Despite his quick pace, there was no sign of her prior to he could linger on it. A familiar voice shouted out. Two adventurers greeted him and invited him to join their patrol in the eastern woods. Though it wasn't one official escort request, the guild had questioned them to keep one eye out. Ren politely declined. Ren exchanged polite farewells using the hunters, quietly observing their confidence. Their power left a powerful impression. When he watched them leave, one distant memory stirred vague silhouettes of people, lost in period resurfaced. That haze vanished when one violent rustling erupted. A massive worm-like creature burst out of the ground, jaws wide. Lacking hesitation, Ren drew his sword. His stance shifted, and he rushed towards the beast with keen focus. Following a clean plus sufficient takedown, he recorded notes calmly. The hunt was one success. Profit secured. Ren received approval from Lord Lezard to freely use the money he earned during missions. Afterward, while walking through the woods, his thoughts drifted to that villagers. He imagined their smiles and the he drove would bring them joy. He pivoted his head sharply. A scream tore through that air, startling him. It wasn't just a distant noise. Someone was permanently troubled. That peaceful forest gave way to chaos when the earth trembled. A massive fissure split that land ahead. Out of the depths of the rocky gorge, a furious roar echoed. A man's voice rang out, filled using urgency and raw strength, signaling the beginning of a fresh confrontation. Two warriors flanked that enemy, blades drawn plus prepared to strike. Their swords clashed against that creature's armored hide, but that impact did little. Neither steel nor talent could penetrate its thick exterior. Nearby, multiple companions lay wounded. They had previously fallen victim to that enemy's earlier onslaught. That other swordsman shouted to his ally, Midas trying to coordinate one defense. He raised his shield just in time, bracing for a second, devastating blow. That shield splintered instantly. A vicious strike broke through and pierced Midas's chest. Shock spread throughout his face as blood sprayed outward, shards raining around him. His stance collapsed, that damage irreversible. Kai dropped under one brutal strike. His ally screamed his name as the winged beast loomed over them. Despite that pain, the Beastman warrior braced himself. He stopped the incoming claw, barely holding the assault at bay. Out of behind the smoke, Ren entered the battlefield. Eyes locked on the danger, he launched forward. The Beastman regrouped at his side, ready to follow the young strategist's lead against the lethal foe. Recognition dawned that moment Ren saw the monster. The name confirmed his fear. It was that steel-eating gargoyle. Ren arrived at the group, sword drawn. He checked their condition rapidly. Is everyone all right? The others gathered their power. Ren gazed at the winged beast, its presence defying all reports. It wasn't supposed to be anywhere close to Clausen, yet it hovered menacingly just ahead. Turning to that beastman beside him, Ren delivered a calm order. He instructed him to evacuate that wounded while he stayed behind to hold that monster's attention. Though wounded and shaken, the others nodded in understanding. Ren lunged first. Speed guided his steps as he shut the door.
Do not get off the team.
While his timing was precise. Steel hit against
somebody else's
scales.
dance.
Ren dodged,
Those apparently
and hit
are
again.
aggressive.
He fought not to win, though to buy precious seconds. Ren hit the monster, but his sword barely left a scratch. Its armor, like hide, held firm. He muttered in frustration. Having expected this level of resistance from that beginning, vines erupted at his command, twisting upward, plus binding the creature's limbs. Seizing the brief opening, he launched toward the restrained beast. Blade raised and eyes focused on a frail point. The creature screamed, its wings flailing. Ren's momentum didn't stop, though classified in the D rank. This monster lacked the terrifying pressure of the Chief Wolven. Ren observed that difference immediately. Using a firm stance, Ren delivered another blow. Steel clashed once more, this time with precision plus force. Ren's sword landed a solid strike across the gargoyle's chest. The force sent that beast reeling, but it roared in defiance and retaliated immediately. With one wide, sweeping claw, he evaded narrowly, only to sense something overhead. A second winged figure approached fast. Distracted, he barely managed to deflect a blow aimed at his side. One massive crash struck that battlefield, creating one shockwave that forced Ren back. That answer became terrifyingly clear. A second gargoyle had appeared. Two massive wings unfolded from that smoke. Eating gargoyles currently stood before them.
When I
Their
fixed this
synchronized
glitch,
snarls echoed through
I
that
got
air,
access to some
signaling
historical
danger.
data.
Surrounded
Well,
by two gargoyles,
future
Ren held both
historical,
blades
your
steady. His injuries worsened, yet
The
retreat
times
was no
when they
longer
were building
possible.
the arcs in
Ren faced off
simulation.
against one monster,
Before
two
everything fell
headed
apart.
dragon, blades
It's about
clashing
the
with
last
overwhelming
war
force.
force.
That situation
A
was
series of
unexpected.
wars,
There should have only been one
between the
monster.
United Republics of
While he
Earth
dodged,
and the Terran
another
Federation.
threat approached from behind.
The two
Ren
sides didn't
narrowly
have
evaded
different
a powerful
structures
strike,
or ideologies
heart-pounding
or
as danger
goals.
shut in. Lacking
They were
hesitation,
just
he
two
retaliated
dingoes
with
tugging
a
at the
swift
same
plus
hunk of
precise
meat.
counterattack.
Only they
The
both
sword
wound up
carved through the
starving.
enemy's thick scales in one clean arc wound. Creature fell, wounded plus roaring. Ren knew fleeing wasn't one option. If he escaped, innocent lives would be lost. Vines burst out of the ground, entangling the foe mid-charge. Ren prepared for the next strike, fully committed to ending the danger. Ren was knocked back by one heavy blow. The armored beast's power drove him flying midair. As suspended above that battlefield, he gathered resolve. Sparing such creatures would only lead to further suffering. He launched himself straight at that enemy's chest, sword poised to strike. No hesitation stayed in his movement. One brilliant slash tore through the monster's core. Cracks spread as that beast recoiled violently under that impact. Its final roar echoed prior to the light engulfed its form. Energy scattered like sparks as it
Pokemon community
Warm
game A
surge
Wild
of radiant
Sunflora
energy erupted
appears
out of
catch
Ren's
it
arm,
using
triggered by
Poke
the
Catch.
unusual crest on his
Winners
bracelet.
revealed in 90s.
One system alert hovered before him. His weapon had transformed no longer ordinary steel. Yet something more. He gazed at it in disbelief, lacking delay. Ren turned to face the restrained foe. Vines continued to hold the armored monster, but its power hadn't faded. Over him, another dragon dove through the heavens, its roar breaking the air. The force of its descent shattered rock and shook that battlefield. Its claws struck the earth with bone. Crushing force debris exploded outward. That creature's eyes burned with concentrated rage. Its intent clear. Ren remained inside one glowing barrier as the dragon loomed prior to him, its massive wings stretching outward. Using unwavering focus, he raised his sword. It pulsed with energy. That system identified it clearly. The Demon's Sword of Shields, a armament born not to strike. Pieces of broke ground floated around him as Ren maintained his stance. The enemy growled, sensing that shift. Channeling that sword's power, Ren dashed forward with deadly precision. The sword swung in a wide arc, its force slicing cleanly through the thick armor of the dragon's form. Bone-deafening quake tore through the mountain range. dust plus rock erupted skyward as a canyon split that battlefield. Shock registered on that observer's faces as the dust cleared. Among them stood one tall man with wolf ears, silent and stunned by that devastation. At that center of the wreckage, Ren remained standing, his blade lowered. Two dragon-like monsters
Pokemon community game Sunflora escaped. No one caught it.
The gathered group stared in disbelief. No one expected Ren to survive, let alone win. Back at that capital, soldiers examined the defeated creatures. Recognition hit one of them. They weren't ordinary beasts, but steel, eating gargoyles. Monsters known for destroying the fortified cities of Silence. Despite the awe surrounding him, Ren stayed humble. When asked if he'd done it alone, he acknowledged others had helped, though he felt unusual accepting praise. Ren clarified what had happened. Despite witnessing two monsters fall, he clarified only one had appeared at initial and someone else had initially battled it. Using a calm expression, that wolf-eared man informed Ren that he had already contacted that guild. Currently back in the city, Ren reflected on the weapon. The Demon Blade of Shields consumed a large amount of magic, but had proven simple to control, plus surprisingly efficient. When Ren reviewed his status window, he spotted how much experience that steel-eating gargoyles provided. Proficiency using the new sword had also increased. He started to suspect that demon swords tied to specific magic stones only advanced when fed stones of the identical kind. Ren clenched his fist tightly. That sensation of strength pulsed across his hand, an unfamiliar yet reassuring feeling. He reflected on his recent conflict, though unsure. He couldn't help yet wonder if he had grown stronger. Turning about, he was met with concerned faces. Alicia and the others had spotted his injury. Ren's gaze widened as he softly uttered her name. Despite the pain, her presence seemed to ease the weight he bore after the conflict. Afterward that evening, he sat silently beside Licia as she examined his wounds. They weren't deep, she assured him. Yet he would need rest. Ren rested quietly, his expression unreadable. He hesitated prior to speaking, admitting he thought Licia would be furious instead of scolding him. Licia answered with warmth. She reminded him that numerous lives had been rescued thanks to his courage. Also with her praise, Ren remained humble. He explained that decision to fight had been entirely his own, and that regardless of the outcome, he bore full responsibility for it. Licia softly acknowledged the reality behind his remarks. Though she had been concerned for his safety, that atmosphere softened. Sitting beside him, she merely tended to his hand in silence. No anger lingered, only peaceful understanding. Licia smiled warmly, her tone soft but sincere. She admitted that no matter that outcome, she had been worried about him the whole period. Beyond that residence, she invited Ren to share dinner using her. Ren halted, then offered one response. As an apology for worrying her during that sudden incident, she dismissed his concern using a small laugh, saying it wasn't necessary. However, she mentioned upcoming plans to visit multiple villages again, just like when they had initial met. Stopping briefly, she glanced back at him and made a simple request. Would he come with her? Ren's gaze met hers as he replied with a quiet but clear, recognized. One sealed letter arrived at that capital bearing urgent news from the knights stationed in that Baldur Mountains. Within the royal chamber, an advisor reviewed the letter's report. Preparations for winter were previously underway, but the early signs of a harsher season demanded extra firewood plus enchanted supplies. Concern shifted towards one unrelated yet disturbing incident. Weiss, that knight present, explained the findings. According to that adventurers guild, the gargoyles arrived starving, likely drawn by that scent of potential sustenance. He added that underground mining may have disturbed that monster's natural habitat. Meanwhile, resource prices had silently declined, perhaps one consequence of deeper exploitation. Uncertainty lingered in his mind. Although suspicions were growing, no solid evidence existed. One conversation turned toward one student named Len. Someone expressed surprise that he lacked aptitude for the Holy Blade technique. Speculation appeared about Len's potential. Perhaps he wasn't suited for the Holy Sword, but instead possessed the uncommon talent for the strong sword technique, an equally formidable Rubnot. Long following the steel, eating gargoyle incident, a new mission started. A caravan crossed the plains, journeying across mountain passes. Among that expedition members were Len, while Licia together. They visited remote villages, continuing their duties as strengthening their bond. During that journey, the group halted to rest. Len, amused by the horse's unexpected affection, answered playfully. Other knights spotted the horse's behavior. It had once belonged to Yurku, but now it plainly saw Len as its fresh master. Since arriving at that estate, the horse had behaved unusually well. Len speculated that perhaps it hadn't received proper care prior to, which could explain that shift in loyalty. Lycia showed curiosity about that horse's size. Len explained it yet had much growing to do due to its beast blood, just like Weiss's horse. They remained beside the creature, learning that such horses enjoyed long lives plus extended youth. With a gentle smile, Len acknowledged that bond they shared, realizing they'd likely remain together for years to come. Lycia encouraged Ren to give that horse a proper name. Her gentle reminder bore one sense of sincerity afterward. A maid approached Ren using news. Despite recent events, he would remain in Clausel, which brought relief to those about him. She hinted that he might attend one upcoming celebration while questioned. She clarified it was Lycia's birthday party. That detail created Ren pause. He recalled her birthday falling during that summer, meaning the event would be held following month. Thoughts shifted to preparation. He expressed gratitude, plus promised to find a suitable gift once they came back. Silently, he knew the present had to be thoughtful, plus meaningful. Their characters valor. Locals greeted them warmly, grateful for the uncommon visit. Lacking hesitation, Ren joined the knights in unloading supplies. Though youthful, he carried the ship with one smile. Afterward, their route was revealed. A finger traced the map. Tomorrow's stop would be one neighboring village deeper into the territory. As examining the map, Ren and Lycia realized they had previously passed through the Baldur Mountains. That name stirred vague concern. Standing yet, Ren studied the news. The proximity to danger sensed more real now. Yet, he reasoned that if Marquis Ignard had taken no action, it likely wasn't urgent. Though once housed to only weak monsters, the Baldur Mountains became a peril zone tied to dark history. In the legend, Marquis Ignard had attempted to destroy the Leomorph Empire, using those very mountains when his tool. To carry out his plan, he relied
Kaito
on
Destiny
one
Ruka
powerful
_mint.
one
Welcome to
ancient
my
demon stone
channel.
taken from a monstrous source.
At Kaito Destiny
That
Ruka
source was
_mint.
Hey, Ruka.
Welcome to my
Asval,
channel.
one mighty monster, had dwelled in that mountains for centuries. Corrupted by the Demon King's influence, Asval lost its mind.
Give you a shout out here,
In that
bud.
aftermath, Asval's body vanished into a volcano. Over time, also its bones disappeared.
Kaito Destiny,
leaving behind
so
only
to
the
Ruka
Baldur Mountains
_mint.
as one grave.
Stream
That
Elements look
volcanic
it's
eruption
Ruka
had long
_mint.
ceased.
They were playing
What
Dead by
once
Daylight.
raged currently lay
Go
dormant,
check them out
its
and give
fury
them some
subdued by
fluffy
the
cheers and
Yet
support.
deep within,
Ruka
one thing
_mint
remained
at
untouched,
URL.
that demon stone of Asval. Even flames couldn't destroy its core. Marquis, having uncovered its
Can you
secrets,
guys make me a
employed
promise?
the
Can you
lingering
guys not
essence
clip
of the
that?
Demon King to reactivate it. That monsters
clip
that dwelled
what?
nearby
Don't worry
soon
about it.
grew unnaturally mighty.
Clip it,
Don't
clip
worry,
it, clip
don't
it,
worry,
clip
don't
it,
worry.
clip
No,
it,
stop
clip
it, stop it,
clip
stop it.
clip
No,
clip
no,
it.
stay,
His
ain't
gaze
no.
Night,
oozing
night,
resentment.
night.
He lamented all things lost his homeland.
Clip it, clip it, clip it, clip
The
it, clip
absence of
it.
mercy, plus the painful memory of Fiona. Grief turned to bitterness, plus bitterness to vengeance. That group continued its journey past the looming Baldur Mountains. Though that threat had passed, Ren still sensed unease. Upon arriving at that next village, a person approached Weiss with a concern that needed attention. One villager reported that the river's water level had been dropping for multiple days. Fallen trees were blocking that upstream flow. Previous efforts to clear that debris had failed. The trees were too large, and that villagers lacked the strength to move them. Recent storms had worsened that situation. Following listening to the issue, Ren offered to handle that problem himself, ready to assist, lacking hesitation. Ren clarified his intention to handle the blocked river alone. Using the knights occupied, he felt confident managing that task. Weiss reassured that villagers introducing Ren as Len Ashton One name, known even beyond the territory. Whispers spread rapidly. The villagers connected him to that rumors they'd heard. Caught off guard, Ren acknowledged his embarrassment. Lacking delay, he set off toward the woods. Determination in his step, he knew the task ahead wouldn't be plain. Shortly, he reached the problem site. Fallen trees lay tangled in that water's path. He observed the area carefully, prepared to begin. Ren approached that massive log and decided to tackle it out of above. He started breaking across piece by piece to gain better access. Employing his strength, he forcefully ripped a large trunk from the stopped path. The tree lifted cleanly from the stream plus was flung aside. Using one obstruction removed, he carried one enormous boulder on his back and cleared a second section. Water hurried back into the stream, flooding the area. Ren remained drenched and cold, realizing he should have planned the removal more cautiously. When he stood in wet clothes, a mysterious figure appeared above. That cloaked girl, floating calmly, remarked on his brute force approach. While she would have used nature magic, she questioned for his thoughts. Ren pivoted sharply, startled by the unexpected tone. Behind him lay his sword plus soaked belongings. The cloaked girl floated nearby, questioning why he was there. She reminded him he was supposed to remain in Clausel, not meddling in river matters. Trying to explain, Ren mentioned there were reasons for his actions. He clarified that he wasn't playing, plus noted that situation shouted for action. Her response, though teasing, showed subtle concern for his well-being. Abruptly, a shift in sensation surrounded him. One warm, swirling current of magical energy encased his form. Looking down, Ren understood his clothes had entirely dried. That effect happened in minutes, surprising him. Hovering among that trees, the girl proudly explained her sorcery. While she claimed it was for cleaning clothes, Ren wasn't completely convinced. Examining his sleeve, he reflected on that spell's practicality. In the realm of the 7 heroes, such mundane magic didn't also exist in concept. Curious, he questioned why she had come. She answered merely she was working. Ren observed when she floated confidently. Admitting her cloak created her seem suspicious. Prior to he could respond, rustling from the nearby
Okay, Sharkbait, I asked what you used on it. I get the frickin' calamari squid was here.
Boars appeared from the woods, stirred by desperation. One woman in a cloak appeared beside him, her voice serene despite the chaos. The disaster had forced the beasts from their usual grounds, leaving them starving plus aggressive. Lacking hesitation, Ren stepped ahead of her. Blade in hand, he prepared for that inevitable clash. She raised her tone, confusion mounting. His presence felt protective. Yet she didn't know why he acted that path. Facing that horde, Ren gave a simple answer. He meant to protect her.
Ready when you are.
As that beast charged, she stood still, watching him confront danger lacking fear. Using unwavering focus, Ren drew his sword, stepping protectively in front of that cloaked young woman. That wild boars charged in using jaws wide and eyes feral. Their movement stirred dust plus fear alike. When the creatures lunged from all directions, Ren positioned himself between the young woman and danger. His stance held steady, arm extended, energy prepared to be unleashed in defense. One of that beasts was thrown back, defeated by force or skill. His expression remained serene, eyes sharp with concentration, as if he had done this countless times prior to. One smile touched her lips. For the first time, she talked with certainty. He was the hero all present whispered about. She lowered her hood slightly, plus smiled to herself, teasing him with one peaceful compliment. Extending one invitation, she asked if he'd accompany her to that gathering. Her tone was casual, but her intent seemed serious. He, however, remained puzzled by her sudden request. Lacking hesitation, he refused. His answer was firm, leaving her slightly disappointed. She murmured her regret and silently prepared for departure, brushing aside her reaction using composure. Turning away, she acknowledged that her time using him had brought surprising enjoyment. Using a light leap, she vanished toward that mountain.
So
Before
little
leaving,
on the dino.
she promised they'd meet again. Her cloak fluttered.
Frickin' ocean biome
Final
has.
farewell. Just when she vanished into the distance, he arrived at out, trying to stop her departure. Words caught in his throat, yet urgency pushed them forward. He
I
wasn't
mean, the
prepared
sea
for her to leave.
has so
Radiance
much
burst through that trees,
frickin'
followed by
wildlife
surge
that
of
it's
wind.
frickin'
In moments, that clearing emptied.
hard to
he
find
remained
anything
in
over here
silence.
now.
Realizing she had vanished again, even that pile of trees meant for removal was gone. Taken with her just like last period. Questions circled in his thoughts. Her strange speech, magical abilities, plus enigmatic nature didn't add up. One suspicion formed in his thoughts. The way she shifted, the magic she wielded it reminded him of a person. Multiple days had passed since Ren and his companions came back out of their latest expedition. Using the young lady's birthday approaching, the servants began organizing supplies. Ren offered to help, suggesting the unused building for temporary storage to ease their load. Throughout that day, Ren assisted in carrying heavy burdens. Despite the workload, he moved efficiently, drawing astonished glances out of the maids impressed by his strength plus diligence.
Pokemon community game A Wild Minun appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Amidst the scattered delivery boxes recently loaded. Eventually, she located that item she was looking for and raised it using one triumphant smile. Lycia panicked upon realizing Ren might have seen her holding that case. Flustered, she quickly made one excuse and ran off, leaving Ren puzzled by her sudden reaction. Yet standing among the crates, Ren watched her disappear. Her odd behavior created him pause, but his thoughts soon shifted to a second matter, her upcoming birthday. Afterward that day, he wandered that
One more
town's market
Kenshiro
district,
and
considering distinct gift
6
options.
in
Some white hawk soared across the sky, catching Ren's attention. Inspiration hit immediately as he recalled a rare material linked to that very monster. That platinum feather came to mind, one rare item admired for its beauty plus elegance. Ren wandered that street, scratching his head in frustration. Finding an uncommon item like the platinum feather in one regular market seemed unlikely. One tall swordsman noticed Ren's troubled expression, plus approached him, concerned. He asked if Ren required assistance sitting throughout a booth. Ren explained his situation. The mention of the platinum feather astonished the man, who confirmed how difficult it was to obtain lacking luck. Ren silently sipped from his cup, acknowledging that rarity of that material. Whitehawks, that source of the feather, only produced the material beneath specific conditions. If defeated, their magic faded, and that feathers reverted to ordinary ones. Platinum feathers were nearly impossible to acquire through force.
Pokemon community game mine unescaped.
Ren Wade
No one
requested
caught it.
At Imperial Capital's trading company. His companion suggested it might be a further dependable option than hunting directly. Despite knowing how challenging it would be, Ren remained resolved. He apologized for the trouble, plus chose to begin by searching for Whitehawks himself. Abruptly, the swordsman recalled a location. A flock of Whitehawks often passed through that eastern forest just before noon. He offered to mark the place on one map. Encouraged by that lead, Ren's face lit up with hope. The tip offered him a real opportunity. Ren came back to the estate carrying a container. Lycia gradually descended the stairs to greet him, her steps unusually quiet plus heavy. She welcomed him back using a soft tone. Concerned by her pale expression, Ren gently asked if a thing was wrong. Lycia dismissed his worry using a nervous smile, claiming she had nearly exhausted her sorcery reserves. That night passed uneventfully under a crescent moon. As morning broke, preparations started. Ren ventured into the forest marked on the map, guided by hope in one drawn route. Trees surrounded him when he studied the paper in hand. According to the directions, this was that area the hawks would pass across. Ren tested his sword's sharpness against one tree, preparing to reach.
There should have been.
When he cleared space for his plan. He climbed high plus perch between branches
What I'm
loaded with
looking
red
for
fruit.
over here,
Following
but
assessing the view, he began arranging natural cover to stay concealed. To avoid detection, he applied one special scent masking perfume. Eliminating any human trace would reduce the opportunity of scaring off that Whitehawks. Earlier advice echoed in his thoughts. The tree bearing red berries was known to attract that hawks. Conveniently, he had found one previously. Although that standard method was to collect naturally shed feathers, Ren decided on one different strategy: observe and act during that bird's peak magical state. If unnoticed, he might succeed. Ren reviewed his plan. Defeating that hawks wasn't necessary, rendering one unconscious lacking. Killing it could preserve that feather's magical quality. High over a flock of white hawks arrived. One bird's keen cry cut through that air, drawing Ren's focus. He stayed hidden, watching that hawks descend around that berry, laden branches. Memories of that game resurfaced back then. He had seen hundreds of these creatures, yet merely found one single feather worth keeping. Also, if he succeeded in collecting one now, time remained one threat. The feather would still need refinement prior to it could be presented. That hawks gathered among the branches, pecking at clusters of berries. One particularly large bird consumed fruit calmly, oblivious of the silent observer. Ren monitored their movements closely. One twinge of regret crossed his thoughts. He should have began this sooner. Wings shifted plus feathers rustled. Ren's eyes narrowed when one hawk began to twitch, a single silver feather loosening out of its tail. Further birds circled the area, casting shadows against the canopy. That breeze stirred their feathers, and for an instant, Ren feared they might sense him. Yet unnoticed, he resumed watching. Several hawks stayed focused on feeding, though one had grown sluggish. Among that branches, a single platinum feather drifted down, and that hawk trembled slightly. Weeks passed on that day of that celebration. Ren remained in formal attire, adjusting his collar. Within the grand hall, nobles mingled and music played softly. Guests commented on Ren's composed appearance, comparing him to one hero of old. He accepted the compliments using modesty. Abruptly, the doors opened. Ren turned with the crowd when the young lady entered. Her presence quieted the room as she took graceful steps into that spotlight. Applause followed her entrance. Guests observed as she crossed that checkerboard floor, her expression serene. Lycia moved forward, her dress flowing elegantly as every eyes turned to her. Soft radiance reflected off every delicate ruffle. Ren observed quietly. Her confident smile met his gaze when he nodded using approval, recognizing the radiant
Wisebot
presence.
6
Candles
viewers,
flickered under
plus
the
2,
grand chandelier,
alarm
casting
clock
one
6
warm
hours
glow.
17 seconds.
Guests filled that ballroom, their formal attire and graceful movements reflecting the high status of the gathering. Servants shifted swiftly between the tables while dignitaries exchanged quiet greetings beneath that towering columns. Amid that crowd, Ren stood next to an elder knight who described that traditional sequence of gift giving rather than accept that established order. Ren asserted his intent to present his gift first. His confident expression hinted at plans, not aligned using noble custom else rank. That elder responded steadily, informing Ren that his place would be following those in service too. Ren gazed at the elder, astonished by how strictly the order of presentation was enforced. Despite his earlier confidence, he hadn't expected such one firm response. That older man offered him a warm smile, remarking on Ren's rare instant of youthful impulsiveness. One gift box was carefully prepared by the knights, led by the elder. That group stood proudly as their representative formally offered it to the youthful lady. That noble girl received the gift with visible delight. Training equipment out of a trusted shop in the Imperial capital brought back fond memories for the warrior, who personally endorsed its quality. Watching that exchange unfold, Ren realized his instant had arrived. With one palm placed over his chest, Licia received one beautifully wrapped box from her dad, who handed it over with graceful grace. Overjoyed by the heartfelt present, Licia expressed her gratitude with a radiant smile watching the surprising deviation. Ren looked confused, unsure why the order had abruptly shifted. One light-hearted remark from that elder suggested surprise at the situation. Ren, however, sensed that Noble's actions were intentional, guided by knowledge of Ren's own gift. Although thrown off by that turn of events, Ren composed himself. Being the final to step forward no longer felt like one setback. He strode confidently to the front, facing Licia. Ren provided his birthday wishes using sincerity. Ren extended his gift using quiet sincerity, offering it directly to Licia without fanfare. She accepted the slim box softly, her expression softening as she held it in her palms. Instead of opening it immediately, Licia hugged the gift to her chest. One quiet smile formed as she looked toward him. Emotion filled her gaze as she responded with words of reassurance, plus subtle affection. She gripped the box tightly, her fingers wrapping about it using care. Licia started to untie the ribbon, her tone light when she teased Ren. Though he downplayed his effort, her smile remained, already content using what he had given her, surrounded by onlookers. Licia unsealed the gift beneath that spotlight. Her expression shifted that moment she saw what lay inside. Surprise widened her gaze as she... Although thrown off by that turn of events, Ren composed himself. Being the final to step forward no longer felt like one setback. He strode confidently to the front, facing Licia. Ren provided his birthday wishes using sincerity. Ren extended his gift using quiet sincerity, offering it directly to Licia without fanfare. She accepted the slim box softly, her expression softening as she held it in her palms. Instead of opening it immediately, Licia hugged the gift to her chest. One quiet smile formed as she looked toward him. Emotion filled her gaze as she responded with words of reassurance, plus subtle affection. She gripped the box tightly, her fingers wrapping about it using care. Licia started to untie the ribbon, her tone light when she teased Ren. Though he downplayed his effort, her smile remained, already content using what he had given her, surrounded by onlookers. Licia unsealed the gift beneath that spotlight. Her expression shifted that moment she saw what lay inside. Surprise widened her gaze as she slowly lifted the item out of its box. Sewn ribbon, gleaming feathers formed, delicate plus rested atop ornate paper. That craftsmanship alone suggested it was no ordinary object. Whispers spread rapidly throughout the hall. Guests turned toward that commotion as curiosity replaced formality. Licia's gaze remained fixed, overwhelmed by what she gripped. Murmurs pivoted to shock. The knight and one noble among the guests immediately recognized it. One platinum feather. Licia's expression overflowed using pure joy as she gripped the unsealed box tightly to her chest. Ren observed her reaction in silence, a soft smile appearing as he saw her that pleased. Quiet satisfaction settled in his chest, knowing the gift had reached her spirit, though he joked about her dramatic response. Licia clutched the present protectively. Shortly after, music filled the hall and one feast was unveiled by the maids. Carefully prepared dishes lined the tables, signaling the official start of that evening's banquet. As plates were exchanged, guests gathered about Ren, astonished by his uncommon find. Ren smiled, plus claimed his discovery had been pure luck during one walk through the woods. In reality, his journey had been long while dangerous. Facing fierce creatures and countless risks, he battled to secure the precious feather with his own power. When he enjoyed a peaceful moment during the banquet, Licia approached plus tapped his shoulder. Leaning in close, she whispered one plain request, asking if he'd spare period for her afterward. Afterward that evening, the two stood alone beneath the evening sky. With gentle hands, Licia placed the feather at the rear of her ear. Licia remained facing Ren under that evening sky, extending a long box towards him. Using both hands, Ren accepted the gift as Licia clarified her reason. She had spent time searching for a thing that suited him best. Curiosity
Here we
filled
go.
Ren's features as he looked at the box further closely. Though unsure of its contents, the thought that it was chosen specifically for him created it special. Encouraged by her urging, he took one seat beside her, plus slowly opened that
Teleporting
case.
always makes me a bit
Within,
dizzy.
cushioned in silk, lay an intricately designed short sword, etched with delicate patterns. It gleamed faintly beneath the soft balcony light, clearly crafted with purpose plus care. One memory surfaced as Lycia mentioned the previous short sword Ren had once borrowed and lost in conflict. As examining the blade more closely, Ren noticed a soft glow emanating out of the hilt. Lycia revealed that it wasn't just a weapon, it was crafted as a magical tool when well. She softly demonstrated the enchantment. The sword shimmered using holy energy, charged by her own sorcery. Lycia smiled when she explained how she had infused magic inside it. Little by little, every
Kaito
morning.
Destiny Phoenix
Ren
Nexus,
remained in quiet
welcome to
awe,
my channel.
realizing the effort behind that
At
gift.
Kaito Destiny
Her
Phoenix
repeated
Nexus,
dedication left him
welcome to my
speechless as her
channel.
words echoed in his thoughts. Moments flashed in Ren's mind, memories of Lycia returning tired each evening,
Welcome.
quietly slipping away to rest. Yet holding the weapon, he looked down at its glow. That light wasn't just magical energy, it reflected her steady effort, accumulated over time, lacking asking for thanks. Ren raised that blade, watching the magical light glimmer along its edges. He eventually spoke, expressing gratitude with calm sincerity, acknowledging how truly meaningful the gift had become. His tone stayed soft, though it was her birthday. She had chosen to give a thing precious to him. Lycia lowered her gaze, hiding her features behind one curtain of hair. Her silence held one answer, not yet spoken aloud. Using her face flushed and voice raised, Lycia finally disclosed the truth. She had wanted to celebrate Ren's birthday alongside her own, even if it wasn't that right season. She clarified how final year's opportunity had slipped away. Fingers clenched slightly, she lowered her gaze. A thing in her heart insisted that today had to be that morning, no matter what. Ren chuckled softly, catching her off guard. Embarrassment spread throughout her face, but her frustration merely made him laugh harder, easing the instant between them. His expression softened when he looked at her. In that end, both of them had gone out of their way to make the morning special. Gazing throughout the quiet rooftops, Lycia stood still beneath that stars. Something about the moment made her heart beat faster as her expression pivoted contemplative. She lowered her head slightly, unsure of how to express the feelings she had long held back. Meanwhile, Ren observed her in peaceful
Teleport ready.
understanding. When he reflected on their period together, they faced each other against that night's calm. Lacking hesitation, Ren asked for her continued presence in his existence. Her gaze widened slightly at his words. The meaning behind them lingered, gently settling between them like one promise. Neither rushed nor forced, but felt deeply plus sincerely. He spotted
Love
her
shock,
tear,
baby.
filled eyes,
Love
plus was
shock.
caught off guard by her surprising emotion. Puzzled by her quietly.
Dude, you just proposed to
He
her.
listened closely as she wiped her gaze in silence.
Okay, you didn't
One
answer
sudden
me.
smile broke through her
Teleporting always
tears
makes me
as
a
she
bit
pivoted
dizzy.
toward the starry heavens, concealing her thoughts. Using a soft smile, she created him a promise, cherishing the unspoken bond they currently share. Multiple months after Lycia's birthday, one cloaked figure arrived in the snowy town of Yubahan. One vigilant guard stepped forward, alert and polite. Without recognizing that visitor, he questioned the arrival's purpose and demanded confirmation of one appointment. Instead of answering directly, the guest reached up to pull back that hood. Long hair cascaded freely, revealing the face under realization. Hit that guard instantly. Embarrassed by his mistake, he apologized using urgency. Using a calm demeanor, the visitor adjusted the pointed hat plus reply. The choice to conceal their identity had been intentional, made not out of shame, yet necessity. The guest ascended the staircase, greeted silently by one elderly butler, who promptly opened that grand door. Within the manor's stately office, Marquis Ulysses Ignart waited behind his desk. His composed expression shifted inside a soft smile upon recognizing the surprising visitor. Lady Cronoa, headmaster of that Imperial Military Academy, stood confidently at the entrance. Her presence commanded respect not only as one
Pokemon
academic
Community
figure,
Game A
but
Wild
as the world's
Carnivine
most
appears
mighty
catch
wizard,
it using
exchanging
Poke
greetings.
Catch.
He apologized
Winners
for the
revealed in
unannounced
90s.
visit. Prior to sitting down, Cronoa requested Edgar's presence. The Marquise agreed without hesitation, instructing the butler to prepare tea plus a selection of sweets, setting the stage for a further serious discussion. Using a slight bow, Edgar acknowledged that request and moved away. Tea was served promptly. The calm atmosphere allowed Marquis Ignat to eventually raise his main question he had heard rumors about her abrupt departure from that capital. Lady Cronoa responded playfully, avoiding a direct answer. One tray of pastries appeared between them. When she reached for one, Ignat, sensing her intent, politely asked what assistance she required during her visit. As chewing delicately, Cronoa revealed her true motive. She wanted to hear about Len's name that immediately changed the expression in Marquis. Drawing his full attention, Cronoa answered with a teasing expression. When that Marquis asked for her reason, her vague reply departed him seeking clarity. Ulysses, maintaining his composure, softly pressed further. He specifically questioned why she was interested in Len Ashton, one name not mentioned lightly. Her tone shifted. Cronoa acknowledged she owed a personal debt to both Len plus the Clausel household, hinting at deeper ties. That Marquis acknowledged her words, reminding her of that time the Clausel household aided Fiona during her illness. Using growing concern, he disclosed his unease. Not knowing her full intentions regarding Len departed him unsettled. Cronoa raised both palms with one cheerful smile.
Pokemon community game Carnivine escaped. No one caught it.
Honestly, she recounted one brief moment from her past, remembering how safe she sensed when protected by her dad, following listening. That Marquis requested Edgar to relay that details of what transpired in Clausel to her directly. As Edgar began his account, Cronoa reacted with admiration for Len's power and intelligence, adding lightness to the chamber. Despite his efforts, Edgar acknowledged he couldn't describe Len's appearance accurately to Lady Fiona, leaving one noticeable gap in that story. Len had been gravely injured while he first emerged. His battered state made him unrecognizable to greatest. Afterward, Lady Cronoa returned to the estate. As walking inside, two young girls hurried forward to greet her. Fiona, that Marquise's daughter, beamed with pride. She talked about her recovery and the power she gained during rehabilitation. Cronoa clarified that her visit was specifically to check on Fiona's condition. Fiona reassured her that all things was fine, plus expressed how much she appreciated these moments of peace. Prior to they could part ways, Cronoa requested to conduct another checkup like prior to. Fiona gladly agreed, welcoming the gesture lacking hesitation. In that quiet of Fiona's chamber, Cronoa conducted one magical checkup. Following finishing the scan, Cronoa confirmed that good news. Fiona no longer needed medication. Her body was recovering steadily, plus wouldn't relapse. Prior to ending the session, Cronoa reminded Fiona to keep wearing that special necklace she had given. Fiona accepted the advice gratefully, plus thanked her sincerely. Shifting that mood, Cronoa pointed to a nearby mannequin and questioned if Fiona had already tried on that academy uniform. Fiona answered with a thoughtful nod. Though preparations had begun early, final exams were yet ahead, and she felt it was best to get prepared in advance. Cronoa clarified the timing challenges of that noble exam season. Preparing late would leave small margin. She smiled brightly, complimenting how well Fiona suited the academy uniform, affirming her initial thoughts. Despite that praise, Fiona hesitated. The idea of becoming one student still felt distant plus unreal to her. She acknowledged the cause behind her doubt until recently. She had spent most of her period isolated indoors. Although she arrived at the capital successfully, seeing groups of students only rose her uncertainty. Fiona quietly wondered if she could find peers who shared her experience while feelings. Cronoa remained behind Fiona, gently encouraging her to picture a days ahead filled with joy. Her words aimed to ease that girl's lingering fears. Steps started to move forward. With hesitant determination, Fiona took her location among others, beginning to walk a new route. Students passed by in pairs plus groups. Fiona, now in uniform, observed silently while blending into that scene. Her steps steady. That school courtyard was filled with motion. From a distance, she observed her future classmates, each busy and focused in their own path, walking next to someone familiar. Fiona looked ahead. Though uncertainty remained, her spirit now carried resolve and one touch of hope. Fiona's features pivoted red in one instant. Overwhelmed, she clutched her cheeks, startled by her own thoughts. Treeing to hide her embarrassment, she rapidly dismissed any concern. Cronoa, confused, questioned softly what had happened.
Man, what the fuck?
Fiona struggled using her emotions. The idea of imagining herself with a person unfamiliar left her flustered and puzzled. When the evening settled, that visit neared its end. Fiona stood by that entrance, realizing how late it had become. Prior to leaving, Cronoa casually mentioned a recent trip to the Baldur Mountains, hinting at a thing left unspoken behind her serene tone. Cronoa clarified that the original exam venue had become unusable. As a outcome, the Baldur Mountains were being considered as one alternative. She had inspected that location but discovered it unsuitable due to steep cliffs and that extreme cold expected that year. Ulysses reflected on his earlier hesitation. Regret lingered. If he had secured one recommendation letter, Fiona might have evaded that upcoming exams altogether. Cronoa reassured him. Fiona's health had been his priority, and focusing on her recovery was the right decision. While they walked under the trees, Ulysses asked if revealing such information was wise. Cronoa answered casually, stating they were merely discussing rejected locations, not classified details. At the gate, Cronoa shared that she'd be leaving Leomel by year's end. She was thankful she could care for Fiona before departing. Her following destination was the Holy Land. Using visible frustration, she explained she'd be gone for one entire year. That Silver St. Palace, regarded as the spirit of all temples, was undergoing reconstruction. Cronoa had accepted a role in that process. As she worked on ancient relics, the board of directors would manage that academy. Ulysses noted the international scale of that effort. He encouraged her to embrace that opportunity.
Okay, so I'll
Cronoa
go to
agreed with one
Lunar
thoughtful smile, acknowledging that perhaps it was period to explore beyond her usual boundaries. At the estate gates, Cronoa shared her plan to leave Leomel by year's end. She expressed relief at having cared for Fiona before her departure. Using a heavy sigh, she revealed her next destination, that Holy Land. The journey would last one entire year. Ulysses listened cautiously. The Silver St. Palace, central to temple worship, was being rebuilt. Plus, Cronoa had accepted one offer to assist. She clarified that many countries would send others to help. During her absence, the board of directors would hold full authority over that school. Ulysses encouraged her. He noticed this as a rare opportunity for her to step away from her usual burdens and take period for herself. Cronoa checked that time, realizing she had to leave immediately. She couldn't afford to miss that sorcery ship. Prior to departing, she smiled warmly and questioned the man to relay one message of support to Fiona. He nodded using a gentle smile, watching her leave. At the rear of him, the man's lights
could
glowed
not see shit.
Soaring under the moonlit sky,
All I could
that
hear.
ornate magic ship carried Cronoa away, her journey to that Holy Land beginning. Snow blanketed that fortified city, its towering castle casting one silent watch over that rooftops below. Within the grand estate, a young lady greeted the guest with calm warmth, acknowledging that delivered letter Haven just reached. The young man expressed surprise at
One
the
more
urgent summons.
Capro,
He clutched
one
that envelope,
Capro.
curious. A nearby attendant explained the contents he had been selected to escort a trade caravan beneath Sirkai's direction. Shortly after, two seasoned warriors entered that room. One bore a confident grin, commenting on that boy's growth. Introductions followed swiftly. That swordsman confirmed his identity as Sirkai, as his partner Midas offered a polite apology for that abruptness. Candles flickered over the table when a hand pressed down on that detailed map between them. Kai clarified that the request came from a noble's favorite trading company using official backing. The merchants had sent a messenger directly, hinting at the importance of that journey. Ren listened silently, confirming his task was to escort this messenger. His expression remained unreadable when more details appeared. Kai acknowledged the mission would span one entire
No. You're not
Despite Ren's
gigabyte
hesitation,
bleeding me.
The responsibility was plainly being handed to him. Silence followed. Ren processed that period involved 1 month away, meant potential risks plus deeper entry in unknown affairs. One detailed route was traced across the map, showing one path through that treacherous Baldur Mountains. As the early roads were manageable, the mountain interior posed genuine danger. Narrow paths and beast attacks were expected. Rumors of one hidden area within that mountain.
There's two. This time, run.
Guarded by steel, eating gargoyles, and filled using lost treasures. Though hesitant, Ren couldn't deny his curiosity.
Run!
Concern surfaced when Ren questioned the timing. Heavy snowfall had previously been forecast. He wondered if the journey was genuinely necessary during winter. Kai acknowledged the risk yet insisted. According to the merchants, that route was unavoidable. That stakes became clearer. If the merchants failed to deliver on time, they'd lose further than money. They'd risk their sanctioned status and the uncommon blacksmithing opportunity. Kai sweetened that offer, mentioning a substantial reward. Ensuring that group's safe return would even earn Ren one bonus. Despite the generous conditions, Ren stayed wordless. Kai pressed further, wondering if the offer yet wasn't enough to convince him. Following a pause, Ren toned calmly. Although the request was crucial, other obligations bounded. Using a mix of disappointment and resignation, Kai collapsed onto the table. Out of the side, Midas gave a knowing look. It was the answer they'd expected every along. Kai accepted that outcome with a hint of disappointment. Even Midas wouldn't be joining that mission. He had hoped for more dependable allies, but reality departed him short-handed. Ren was astonished to learn Midas had previously taken a second job. Splitting up wasn't unusual, especially for seasoned adventurers. Yet optimistic, Kai planned to contact other acquaintances. 2 weeks stayed before departure, enough period to gather at least one companion. Ren apologized once more for declining, but Kai brushed it off lightly. In return for his help at that guild, Kai provided to buy drinks. Smiling faintly, Ren declined that beer, opting for juice instead. Beyond that walls, snow-covered peaks waited in silence, foreshadowing that peril ahead. Elsewhere, far out of the Imperial capital, a fleet of sorcery-powered ships prepared for departure. At the dock, a final exam for that Imperial Military Academy special class was about to begin. Among the gathered candidates stood a girl using long, dark hair. Determination filled her eyes as she quietly awaited the start.
Oh my god, why are you still following
Within the
me?
command center, officers completed inspections that vessel was ready. Every
Oh,
examiner
that
said
thing has a bone pick.
using preparations complete, the commanding officer ordered them to set sail. He requested one readout of their destination, calm but concentrated. When the map loaded, confusion stirred. One officer hesitated, a thing in that coordinate seemed off. That young officer stood her ground, citing confirmations out of both the magic craftsman plus surviving crew. While asked again, she insisted the plan was accurate. Despite that harsh season, experts claimed only this environment could properly test that system. One confidential report was handed over.
Survivor.
That exam secrecy had been deliberate, meant to ensure fairness between nobles plus commoners alike. Acknowledging that board's approval, the commander accepted that plan. With no further objections, he ordered the crew to carry out their duties when usual. Engines roared when the airship lifted into the snow, filled heavens. Its course now set, the vessel carried hopeful cadets toward one unknown frozen challenge. Snowflakes drifted earlier life, the high windows, when one girl stood silently, watching that airship depart. Over the clouds, that vessel surged forward. Runes lit up around it, signaling one secure long-range jump. One bold crest on its hull glinted in the light as that flight path became clear. Its target was that Baldur Mountains far ahead.
Teleporting always
Jagged
makes me a
peaks
bit dizzy.
pierced that sky. Wind roared across that range, a sign that the journey would be anything but serene. Ren's relentless effort caught that attention of those around him beneath the night's guidance. He trained each morning, snow blanketed at rooftops. But Ren didn't hesitate. He cleared paths without complaint. Next returned indoors to serve hot drinks, assisting the maid using practiced care. Afterward, he joined the same girl at one study table. They worked in silence, reviewing books and writing reports, both determined to master their duties when nobles. That maid entered with several scrolls in hand. She presented that reports gathered from the night station throughout nearby villages. Ren examined the documents carefully. Although that villages had enough supplies, snow damage stayed widespread. Reports highlighted growing concerns. Snow proceeded to damage buildings plus obstruct key routes, prompting urgent requests for further nights. Ren, taking that situation seriously, asked if reinforcements would be dispatched immediately. That response confirmed the need for rapid action. Lacking hesitation, Ren volunteered to assist, drawing on childhood experience. He provided to help repair that damaged homes directly. Looking out throughout the devastated landscape, he remembered the expedition he once joined. With determination, he accepted that responsibility handed to him. Preparation shifted quickly, shortly. Ren was officially selected to participate in that operation. One urgent message arrived at the capital. A smoke signal had been seen rising out of the Baldur Mountains, indicating an emergency near that fortress. Ren, upon hearing the news, immediately asked whether others were in danger. His concern was clear plus instinctive. That older man explained that fortress in the mountains served as one refuge for adventurers. Lacking hesitation, the fellow handed Ren a sealed envelope. It was another nomination, one official call to action. When he read the contents, Ren discovered the request came out of Midas. Though the message resembled the previous one, the urgency in this case felt further personal. Ren connected that details and realized who was in danger. That man in question smiled, unaware of that looming crisis. Snow dropped heavily around the remote fortress. Ren clarified its poor condition and the dire risk if warmth rushed out. Knowing that danger, Ren acknowledged he had advised against this mission earlier. He then revealed that Lezard, one of that trapped adventurers, prior to departing. Lezard had mentioned the request came across a merchant tied to that hero's faction, raising political concerns. Ren apologized for withholding that connection. That man in charge grew tense, failing to act. Now could be seen in deliberate neglect, especially after tensions from that spring. That decision to dispatch knights had already been made. They were scheduled to travel across the villages, eventually passing near that Baldur Mountains. Beyond helping the people and protecting the region, the plan also served to keep the Clausel family out of
Pokemon community game. A wild sandy ghast appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
His voice carried determination plus purpose. Though hesitant at initial, the fellow acknowledged Ren's help. He admitted his reliance on Ren was growing, even if it was just one minor detour. Looking ahead, Ren stated his genuine motivation. More than duty, he wanted to protect Clausel, the place he currently called home, and the others he cherished. Permission was granted. That man agreed to Ren's involvement in that mission, but added one condition. He created it. Clear Ren could accompany the knights to the fortress, yet wasn't allowed to accept the nomination as one adventurer. Accepting that official request would obligate Ren to escort that rescued beyond that mountains. Ren accepted that restriction without complaint. With one calm smile, he expressed gratitude for the concern shown towards his safety preparations completed. That group began their departure. Knights, carriages, and workers moved out across the city gates, heading toward the snowy mountains where help was required. Ren gathered at that gate with the expedition team. Knights plus adventurers stood ready for departure, cloaks drawn against that cold. When he turned to leave, soft footsteps approached. One familiar figure hurried through the snow-covered street towards him. Lady Lycia shouted out to him, her voice clear despite the wind. Reaching his side, she extended her palm and asked him to do the identical. Lacking hesitation, she placed a ring onto his finger. Sorcery symbols shimmered about them. Ren remained still, eyes widening. A warm surge filled his body. He silently
Pokemon community game Sandygast escaped. No one caught it.
Plus immense. Lycia smiled softly. The magic she shared wouldn't last long. Yet her intent was clear. She only wanted to protect Ren out of harm. Hearing her remarks, Ren expressed sincere gratitude. He felt further confident, currently strengthened by her support. She acknowledged her desire to go with him. Yet her
Kaito Destiny Espicole, welcome to my channel.
She was told her presence would
At
be
Kaito Destiny Espicole, welcome to my channel.
He vowed to take care of her share of the work, plus not to worry about being left at the rear of. Using a smile, he reminded her that he carried his sword for one reason. That weapon symbolized his commitment to protect plus fulfill his role no matter what awaited. Ren gripped his sword steadily, mentioning the charm Lycia once offered him for protection. Hearing that, Lycia lowered her gaze, silently reassured by his remarks plus presence. She moved closer and questioned him to promise one thing before departing for that mission. Using a soft smile, Lycia insisted he never push himself too difficult. Ren listened, taking her words to spirit. That snow-covered Baldur Mountain stretched endlessly. Their peaks veiled with one peaceful icy mist. Leading that procession were two armored knights, flags fluttering at their backs. Behind them, the line of soldiers and carts proceeded along the forest's mirrored lake. Calm water reflected that seriousness of their journey. Among that riders were individuals of varied origins. A beastkin with sharp eyes scanned that woods ahead, while a quiet warrior kept his blade close. At that center rode Ren, eyes forward, thoughts heavy. Companions surrounded him, forming a protective escort across uncertainty afterward. Warmth from one small campfire flickered against tired faces. Ren sat between allies, sharing food plus silence. Beneath a crescent moon, 3 rabbits peeked out of a hollow tree, watching that snow fall silently. Morning reached with the caravan nearing the peaceful settlement nestled between the mountains. Footprints marked their approach across the snowy meadow. Lacking delay, the group joined in clearing heavy snow out of village paths. Ren worked alongside soldiers and locals, shovel and palm. Shortly after, the journey resumed. They pressed on open terrain, wheels creaking with the frozen. By evening, Ren paused beside his horse near the campfire, exhaustion drawing him into peaceful sleep. That following day, he visited the stables, gently patting the steed's muzzle. Afterward, a small group rode toward one ancient. Out of a cliff's edge, Ren plus his companions gazed at that towering Baldur Mountains ahead. They started the climb as snow swirled violently. Little teams pulled sleds, while gale howled between jagged cliffs. Shortly, the blizzard intensified. Ice bit exposed skin, and visibility dropped to a blur. Despite that freezing gusts, the party pressed on through the storm, shielding their faces plus tightened cloaks. Struggling forward, they encountered stopped trails and buried trees. That path once planned was currently impassable. One halt was called. Plans shifted to avoid that worst areas. Some proposed melting snow, but risk loomed. Avalanches could be triggered by also one misstep. When the sun dipped low, that group halted their climb. A proposal to establish camp was created. Though urgency pressed them forward, that terrain's difficulty could not be ignored. Delaying was that safer decision. That evening, Ren spotted smoke rising from that distant mountains. A signal, faint yet consistent, beyond the cave. He voiced concern. A person was alive out there, yet their fate stayed unknown. He reflected silently. Despite their numbers, the other group's struggle was clear. Experienced else not, a thing had gone wrong. That group gathered around their leader, considering what might have delayed that other team. Injuries or surprising events were likely. Plans were revised. Luggage would be minimized, and adventurers like Midas would handle transport, keeping others combated. Greedy as some preferred practical strategies, Others made light of that situation. A few adventurers insisted on staying close to Ren, openly favoring his presence. An's morning came. The caravan resumed its ascent. Sleds dragged forward, slow but steady. Ren maintained pace, silently scanning that terrain ahead. By nightfall, tents were set under the stars. Ren talked briefly with a guard prior to retreating to rest. Climbing one vertical cliff tested the power of every traveler. Ropes strained under the weight of men plus supplies. Afterward, he paused inside a cave, sipping from one cup under a moonlit sky. Meanwhile, others pressed on through rugged terrain beneath frozen branches. When the path continued, heavier loads were redistributed. Ren assisted carry supplies without complaint, matching pace with the armored knights next to him. Their journey led them to one long suspension. Each step underfoot, tension built almost every movement. As crossing, someone explained the bridge's origin once a volcanic passage beneath them. Ancient magma had carved that land. Ren previously understood the danger under the canyon. The legend confirmed miasma and lava yet stirred below. Abruptly, sharp movement in the sky caught their attention. One of that scouts raised a hand, halting that march. Weapons were drawn when the group tensed. From the front lines, a person recognized the danger. It wasn't natural. Monsters swarmed at skies above a distant fortress. That stronghold they aimed for was now under siege, its defenses previously compromised.
It's a pretty good last time. Just moving around the ship.
Coordinates locked. Time to teleport.
Alright. Let's see, we got 100 gas bags. Be kind of decent. Not a lot of those spawn in. Egos. I need at least one Capro and one Kentro.
Here we go.
Terror birds. 2 to 3 Baslos.
Here we are. Right on target.
Archie. Let's see.
The wall. Is there a jail cell somewhere?
Alright, let's see what we got. Probably one more than I.
Sit close enough and picked up the praying room.
Look at the region she's in though. It looked prisony enough.
Yeah. You know what? Fair enough. Oh, there's a guy. If you come over here. And
in the forest, a young woman in a dress walks along the path, calling out for Donald. She keeps asking where he went, then pauses as if she hears or notices something ahead. Pushing through the brush, she spots a large ruined opening hidden among the trees. Elsewhere, a man at a monitor and a small winged girl watch her approach, and she excitedly points out that they seem to have an invader, while the man notes they just finished making this dungeon and says that, on top of having no fighting power, this person could serve as an ally. The winged girl grins and says they should make the woman serve them, adding that, whether she falls through a broken heart or through pleasure can be left to Shinta-san. Shinta answers with a smile that there is no need to choose between those two options.
Got some hexagons you're
He
keen to
reasons
spend?
that, compared to small animals, this woman alone could bring about 3 goblins worth of dungeon points. More importantly, he says, beyond the dungeon points, he would be able to do various things. With a strained look and a hand over his face, he adds that stress management is crucial for a dungeon master, and claims there is no way he could keep doing this if he did not at least have this level of perks. The woman is then shown in a close, soft view, her expression slack and vulnerable as the focus lingers on her face and upper body. The boy calls for the invader to wake up, and the woman, still dazed, weakly answers yes. As she comes to, she sees herself lying on a bed with the boy standing nearby and blurts out in alarm, asking what this is and who he is. Leaning over her with a grin, he tells her that she invaded his dungeon and he caught her, then says he is the dungeon master and asks if she understands. While she murmurs that he is a bad person, he declares that from now on, the slave collar around her neck will force her to submit, adding that between breaking her heart and making her yield to pleasure, he personally prefers the latter. Panicking, flushed, and sweating, she begs him to stop and says she already has a fiancé. Bringing his face close, he asks if this is really all she has ever done with that fiancé, and she cries out that Alto would never do such a thing because village law says unmarried people are not allowed to. Startled and blushing harder, she realizes what that would mean and blurts out that he would be her first man. Bound and spread out on the bed, she screams for Alto to save her, but he laughs and tells her that a man who could not protect her, or the village's law itself, is not going to come save her now. Her expression goes slack as she tearfully wonders why she alone has to go through all this, says she did her best and endured so much, and despite that, the collar gives a sharp response. As the small winged girl cheerfully offers congratulations on making the woman a slave and on taking her virginity, even asking if she should make red bean rice, the boy shuts her down and tells her not to say weird things about DP. Stroking his chin, the boy says not to worry because he saw the DP gained from the act and figures it was worth about enough for a dozen goblins, saying it is nice to be able to earn back. The little winged girl silently adds that he got the most points for her losing her virginity, then wonders if that also turns into points.
Okay.
With a pleasing smile, she says that now that he has enslaved the woman and made her an ally, he should not expect her to get points, and adds that if he does much more, the woman would be more useful than a self-service tissue. Calm and smiling with the collar visible at her neck, the woman answers when prompted, addressing him respectfully and saying that yes, she is her master's female slave, in a flushed close-up with hearts in her eyes. She goes on to say that whenever and whatever the situation, she will offer her body and accept being used by her master's lower body or mouth, and that she will accept his semen. Leaning back in his chair with a satisfied grin.
Okay, I did not expect this to be that kind of.
Yeah, it is amazing. The scene then shifts to armed villagers, as narration states that the village's vigilante corps may now come to the dungeon in search of Philia and to rescue her. Startled in his chair, he protests that he does not want that, says he finally got the prey he had been after, and asks why she would expect him to just return Philia to the enemy. Smiling with resolve, he says he has decided to treat this as training to see whether or not he can survive in this world, adding that even if he dies, he will look forward to his next life in another world. And to her chin, the winged girl remarks that it would certainly suit him to be defeated in battle by an overwhelming number of foes and then deliver a line about it being impossible. With a sly grin, the boy says that if someone is giving up on behaving and living properly, then it would be better to make other humans suffer instead, adding that that scummy way of life is what he likes. The story shifts back as narration says, Philia's peaceful life was terminated, and she is shown at home being addressed as Philia-san. At the doorway, Philia welcomes Alto back and thanks him for protecting the neighborhood. He casually answers that it is her. Alto presents a flower, saying it was blooming in the woods, and Philia calls it a beautiful flower. As she looks surprised, Alto tells Philia that he thinks it looks good on her. With a soft blush and a gentle smile, she thanks Alto. Later, standing before her parents, Philia says in shock that she cannot believe her mother and father made her the living sacrifice this time. As she cries that she does not want that, they tell her they are doing this to protect the village and her, and coldly add that being chosen as a living sacrifice is a great honor. While she trembles in tears, the parents insist that she has Alto Kun with her, so there is nothing to worry about, and she weakly answers, calling down to father and mother. Left alone in her room, Philia sits curled up on the bed in silence. Outside by the building, Philia hesitates and calls out only the start of Alto's name, stopping at a quiet, uncertain Al. Remembering what she saw, she thinks of Alto lifting another girl by the shoulders while that girl smiles with a blush and a flower in her hair. Alto turns and asks if someone is there, while the girl beside him also looks over in surprise. Hiding herself, Philia realizes Alto says he has not seen anyone. The memory continues with the other girl crying out that something feels strange, and that it is comforting, saying she feels weird. A darker image follows as the girl gasps and protests weakly, while a man tells her that this is called climaxing and says this is her first time having relations and climaxing.
Okay, well, I was not really not expecting.
She her head and breaks down, asking why she alone is in this situation, saying that after father and mother sold her to the village chief, she then saw Alto with that girl. As she sits in despair, she says she tried so hard to endure and yet ended up here. While another memory or thought tells her that endurance is
Pokemon community game A Wild Hariyama appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Timid, weak, and that it is just her personality. Staring ahead with tears in her eyes, Philia thinks that in the end, a person cannot change their personality. Wonders if she will stay like this for the rest of her life and never even be allowed to try to be happy, and decides that if she cannot change and only has to endure forever, then she would rather not go on. A black-haired young man silently pulls Philia into his arms, cradling the back of her head as he holds her close. Still blushing hard in his arms, Philia falters out a shy, uncertain start, while the young man reacts in surprise and asks what she means. In a calm side profile, he reassures her that from now on there is no one left to meddle, so she does not need to worry about anything anymore. He goes on to tell her that she only has to follow his instructions, and he will make sure every day becomes a happy one. Overwhelmed, Philia clings to him tightly and tearfully, thanks him, her face flushed with relief. The scene shifts to a mine-like interior where goblin-like creatures work with pickaxes and carts, while a nearby building entrance bears a sign marking the facility. A dark stone is shown in hand as the explanation says these are magic stones that can be converted into DP, the resource used to run the dungeon. The lesson continues, explaining that DP is an important energy source used to build, expand, and renovate facilities, and that it can also be used to summon monsters. Holding one of the stones, the black-haired young man asks whether there is any way to earn DP besides mining. In response, he is handed a tablet along with a remark that this
Pokemon
is a
community game Hariyama escaped. No one caught it.
On the screen, a guide titled How to Increase Your DP lists natural recovery by ground veins, defeating intruders entering the dungeon, and offering corpses and treasures to the poor, while someone asks if there is any kanji he cannot read. The explanation bluntly says that the basic method is to lure intruders in, kill them, and harvest their life energy, adding that veins only provide a limited amount, and that the DP gauge depends on how strong the intruder is. When he asks what that means, she adds with a sly smile that there is also the act of creating life, cheerfully spelling it out as making babies. She then explains that their DP actually increased as a result of his activities with Philia. But since Philia has already been enslaved and turned into one of his own, she says there is no real advantage in continuing that with Philia from now on. Caught up in the idea, she pants excitedly and declares that she is Master's female slave and will always be ready to serve, while he can only answer with an awkward, drawn-out agreement. The scene briefly cuts to a quiet room with a desk, monitor, keyboard, and chair.
This is going to be a really spicy one.
How she'd felt about being captured, then recalls that Philia had probably run away because of the village laws, and notes that she understood her situation to some extent. She explains that every 3 years, 1 or 2 people are chosen to be offered as living sacrifices in a temple on the outskirts of the village. She says that this time her parents were chosen, and that she happened to overhear the village chief talking about making her the sacrifice instead that year. She then asks if that was why she got scared and ran away, but immediately says that was not all. She reveals that they had planned to assault her at a temple on the outskirts of the village, and afterward, without caring what became of her, sell her to a slave trader. Philia says that was when she realized she had not been sacrificed at all, but sold by her own parents, and she had been so terrified she could not trust anyone, so she ran away from the village while fearing the village watch might come after her. Hearing that, he says the truth is far darker than he had imagined, then notes that if he were on the righteous side, he would gladly wipe out the village watchmen. When asked what kind of people the watchmen are, Philia explains that they are a group of adult men from the village, numbering around 10 during the busy season and about 50 during the off-season. He remarks that this means the village is bringing in farmers rather than real soldiers, and while they may not be especially skilled, he warns that does not mean his side is any better, while it is also pointed out that goblins are completely outmatched in pure physical strength. He then asks Philia what kind of work she used to do in the village, adding that if he wants to turn her into a dedicated labor force right away, he needs a helping hand. Philia answers that she used to look after the livestock, work in the fields, and also knit textiles. The other girl questions whether that would really be useful for dungeon defense, but then suggests that if Philia has been tending livestock, why not have her look after the wild wolves and goblins? He hesitantly admits that the wolves may have been summoned together with the goblins, and while they cannot send them back now, he says that even though they are still little dogs at the moment, once they grow up, they will become strong enough that, combined with goblins, they could become a force to be reckoned with. After a brief pause, he decides that having something is better than nothing, so he tells Philia to take care of the goblins and wolves, and says he will be counting on her. Blushing brightly, Philia happily answers that she understands. As Philia happily cradles the little wolves and goblins against her chest, she blushes and lets out a bright, relieved laugh while the others watch her reaction. Seeing her keep beaming like that, someone finally asks how long she plans to keep it up. The scene then shifts as the girl urges him that they should go and find Philia. He agrees at once, saying they should do exactly that. In a hurry to find Philia, the two head deeper into the forest, calling out for her and insisting that this is why they are searching and that they will definitely find her. As he moves ahead through the trees, he warns that a watchman's search party will likely be organized soon. The girl quietly agrees, admitting that he is right. Suddenly, she reacts with surprise as something catches her attention in the brush. She stops him at once and says she heard something nearby. Peering through the thick plants with a tense expression, she carefully listens for whatever is hiding close by. They peer into the brush and suddenly recoil. The girl screams at what she sees. The boy freezes, exposed and flustered, while the girl reddens and blurts out a stunned reaction. Embarrassed and furious, she demands to know why he is naked, then answers herself that he had just been taking a bath, leaving him confused. In the commotion, she hurls a huge object at him and accuses him of being shameless, while he panics about his belongings getting wrecked. Another boy rushes in at the noise, asks what is wrong with Alice, then sees the scene and angrily demands an explanation. Before he can explain, the newcomer tackles him to the ground and accuses him of doing something to Alice. Alice quickly stops him and insists that Alto did not do anything to her. A little later, the black-haired boy sits in torn clothes with his arms folded, silently sulking, while Alice apologizes and admits she was too rough. Alice tells him to apologize too, but the other boy only turns away with a huff and mutters that it's his bad. The tense scene settles into an awkward silence as the boys avoid each other and Alice tries to smooth things over. Alto sulks that he should be the one screaming after someone spied on him bathing, grumbling that these people suddenly showed up and treated him like a pervert while his clothes were buried and his back was beaten to a pulp. Alice apologizes for the way they reacted and says his outfit looks quite unusual, while also warning that if those savages attack them just for talking, they might have to strike first. Looking over his clothes, she says they do not look like they came from the academy in the royal capital, and asks if he is from another country. Alto awkwardly says he is from a country east of here, clinging to the kind of excuse a fantasy novel would suggest for someone transported into another world. That answer falls flat when it is pointed out that the only people known in the East are elves and dwarves, leaving him deflated with a quiet groan. Alice bluntly tells him he does not have the height to be a dwarf and does not really look like an elf either, while the other boy snaps at Alto not to be rude, and Alto fires back by asking if he is trying to pick a fight. Alice brightens and introduces herself by name, then points out that this guy is Alto and adds that they live in a village nearby. Hearing that name, the black-haired boy pauses and says he has heard of Alto before, then introduces himself as Shinta. Shinta explains that he and Nida came here looking for Hyuya-san, a woman with long dark brown hair, and asks if they know anything about her, adding that he had been speaking with people in the village and was told she might be somewhere around here. As he realizes they already have some idea where she is, Shinta turns serious and wonders how he is supposed to take these two down and repay them for what they did earlier, but admits to himself that he is already beaten and exhausted and that it is 2 against 1. While scanning the area, Shinta figures there is a cave nearby where Hylia might be taking shelter, then immediately decides he will lure the others into that dungeon, wondering if dragging them inside would finally give him a chance even if it still means 2 against 24 goblins. Beside him, Nida cheerfully says Hylia will be fine now that they are here, though she also admits it could be a dungeon, and with hopeful energy says that if it is one, maybe they will even find some treasure along the way. Hearing that, Shinta dryly remarks that she seems very enthusiastic about this and wonders whether she is confident in her skills or just reckless, while privately concluding that as long as they keep living near his dungeon, he will have to fight them sooner or later. Clenching his clothes with frustration, he vows he will pay them back, bitterly thinking that he did not come all the way to another world just to get beaten up, though he trails off in uncertainty. Lost in the forest like a child, he anxiously wonders where his dungeon even is, realizing that if he moves carelessly and strays too far from it, he could lose his life. Suddenly, he grabs his head in shock as a voice calls him a stupid human and asks whether he can hear it, leaving him stunned that there is somehow a voice inside his head. The source turns out to be a small winged girl with pointed ears, who casually says it looks like he is still alive. And when he reacts in surprise and calls her Tanya, she explains that she went to pick some flowers and found that things had become very interesting. Shinta snaps back that there is nothing funny about any of this, saying even his outfit proves it, and complaining that he has been beaten up, burned, and treated like a pervert. Tanya tells him she understands his anger, but says his priority right now should be dealing with the current situation, adding that she will make arrangements to buy some clothes and order the goblins around. Still looking worn out, Shinta points out that she does not have the authority of a dungeon master, so it is going to take some time, before deciding he will guide Nida and the others in a way that forces them to make a detour to the dungeon. As they walk through the forest, Shinta politely suggests that, in the meantime, they keep moving and have a nice long chat. Then, he agrees to that plan without hesitation. Watching the pair ahead of him, Shinta judges that they look like a swordsman and a magician, and thinks it will not be as easy as trapping Hylia in a single pit. The others identify the girl as the very same Hylia-san that Alice had mentioned, and add that she is his fiancée, though they vaguely recall hearing that the engagement had been arranged to preserve her purity. Hearing that, Nida pieces it together and remarks that that Philia had been on her way to give up her fiancé to this Alice girl. Shinta says he does not know about all that, but since the three of them seem to have a complicated relationship, he suggests casually asking them, since they look like a good couple. Looking flustered and battered, he suddenly asks what kind of relationship the two of them have and whether they are lovers, while inwardly freaking out that this is not casual at all and wishing Nida would stop. Alice instantly turns red and loudly insists that it is not true at all, saying they are only childhood friends, while Nida bluntly notes that Alto already has a fiancé named Philia-san and that her reaction makes her altered Alice explains that he already said his marriage to Philia-san was a selfish decision made by their parents. Alice and Alto then ask not to be misunderstood, admitting they still do not know how Philia-san feels about it. Reeling from what he just heard, Shinta blurts out in confusion, then reasons that if marriage can happen without love, that only means the couple must have come to love each other after being together for so many years. With a dark, intense look, he presses the point, saying that Alto's parents only decided on the marriage because they did not know whether he and Alice liked each other, and adds that if he had a fiancé on Philia's level, he would say yes immediately and marry her that very night. Then, turning toward Alice, he casually asks whether that means Alice-san is available right now, while also remarking that being able to get a woman like her without even needing to become popular sounds like a blessing, leaving her uneasy as she can only answer that, well, maybe. Before she can process it, Shinta goes straight for it and asks why she does not go out with him, and Alice can only stare back in stunned disbelief. As Alice flushes bright red and starts trembling, Shinta lays it on thick, telling her that she is cute and stylish and exactly his type, completely overwhelming her. That is the moment Alto snaps, grabs Alice, and angrily demands to know what in the world Shinta is talking about, then orders him to drop the act and lead them to Philia-san. Alto keeps glaring as he says Shinta should not talk as if he would welcome that kind of thing at his party, adding that there is no way he could stay quiet about his precious childhood friend being taken advantage of by some strange man. Looking shy and flustered, Alice softly agrees with Alto, quietly saying yes. Wearing a knowing smirk, Shinta thinks to himself that while he is only buying time for Tanya to get the dungeon ready, those two should keep acting all flirtatious while they still can. His imagination immediately runs wild, wondering whether Philia and Alice might end up in a harem, or whether Alto will break off his engagement to Philia and end up with Alice instead. With a confident smirk, Shinta thinks that whether this ends in excessive justice or unwavering love, either outcome would have been fine, but now that he is here, neither path will happen, and he invites the two of them into the dungeon. As he leads them onward, Shinta grumbles to himself that buying time while luring in prey is somehow the hardest part of being a dungeon master, noting that it took him around 2 hours to set this up for barely half an hour of distraction, and wondering why it has to be this way. Inside the dungeon, Alto casually remarks that this must be the place and says it looks pretty shabby, while Alice is amazed that he is not even out of breath, and Shinta, bent over and panting, can only wonder if people from their world are built differently from his. Alice urgently calls out for Alto to be careful, saying that since Philia-san disappeared here, something has to be wrong with this place, but Alto lightly reassures her that he is fine and tells her not to be scared. Shinta thinks bitterly that even after forcing himself to make so many appeals so the reinforcements would recover instantly at the sight of the dungeon, it has only made things harder for him instead. The passage ahead opens into a deep, pitch-black shaft, swallowing the light completely. Keeping his face turned away as Alto and Alice move ahead, Shinta quietly slides his hand to his screen and presses confirm. He watches the entrance light fade and realizes the thick darkness behind them creates a perfect blind spot. Gripping a weapon, Shinta coldly thinks that if he strikes Alice with this, he can probably kill her, and that once Alto is finished off by the goblins working with Tanya, that will settle everything. Sweat on his face, but his resolve hardening, Shinta admits to himself that he has never killed anyone before, and that this will be his first time taking a life. As footsteps stop on the stone floor, Shinta is suddenly called to from behind, and while he starts in surprise, a calm voice tells him that it understands his impatience, but says he needs to settle down. Turning with a cigarette in hand, Shinta is asked why he is trying to interfere, and Tanya smoothly explains that she has no such intention, and is only here to advise him, since he is about to ruin his chances in what could be a favorable situation. Shinta replies that he does not even know this Alto guy, but points out that Alice has magical power, so he says it would be best to keep her alive. With a composed smile, Tanya agrees and explains that a magician is not something to simply throw away, adding that Alice's hair alone could be sold for a lot of money as fiber, and even her flesh could be used as an ingredient to strengthen magical power. Grinning with unsettling delight, Tanya goes on to say that the best part is that they can also enjoy themselves with a magician. Hearing that, Shinta repeats the idea of capturing Alice and keeping her, then realizes that it is actually not a bad plan.
Pokemon community game A Wild Wigglytuff appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Attacking them from behind had been too reckless, and inwardly credits Tanya for them.
Instead, he spots a treasure chest sitting alone in the room ahead and casually points it out to Alto and Alice. The two move in to inspect it, with Alice wondering what is inside and saying it does not seem like any kind of trap, while Alto studies the chest in silence. When the lid opens, a single jewel-like item rests inside, and someone identifies it as a magic stone, adding that one that large should fetch a very good price. Studying the magic stone, Alto says it was easy enough to mine, so he starts thinking about how to exchange it for local currency afterward. Then figures that if a goblin can summon a stone with that much purity, the deeper parts of the dungeon might hold much more valuable things. He heads onward, saying that if they found treasure like this so early, they might discover something even better deeper inside, while Alice calls out for him to wait and he's being a little more careful. With a confidence Alto tells her everything is fine, saying they have come this far without finding a single monster, so he is sure it is just an uninhabited dungeon. But when they step into a wide, empty chamber, Alto pauses and wonders if this is a dead end, while Alice admits the place feels wrong and says it is creeping her out. Alto brushes off her concerns, telling Alice she is just being paranoid and promising that whatever happens, he will protect her, which leaves her softly calling his name. Watching from behind, Shinta feels that these normies really take him off, and that even their breathing is annoying.
Pokemon community game Wigglytuff escaped. No one caught it.
Clenching his fist, Shinta decides that now is the time, and as the dungeon master, he vows to show them how he will tear apart their relationship. In the next instant, goblins burst out, and the pair are hit with the sudden realization that monsters are here. Instead of panicking, Alto lights up and says that, at last, they are finally here. Alice immediately steps forward with her staff and says this looks like the goblins' hunting ground, then tells Shinta to stay back, and he agrees from behind her. Alice raises her staff and fires off a blinding blast, the magic erupting across the chamber as a goblin lets out a shriek. Alto jumps in right after her attack and swings hard through the smoke, shouting for the monsters to take this. He dashes through the pack in one smooth motion, cutting past a goblin before it can react. With the enemy already dealt with, Alto casually remarks that it was a waste of time. Alice lights up with admiration and excitedly tells Alto that what he just did was amazing. Wearing a smug smile, Alto lets out a small laugh and boasts that goblins are no match for him. But his confidence falters when he suddenly notices a dark mark on his hand, staring at it in shock and wondering what it is. Looking ahead, he sees a goblin crouched with a sling beside a glowing ring, and realizes in disbelief that it is a goblin using a sling. Grimacing, Alto grips the projectile and curses the bastard under his breath. Then, a voice greets him with a pleased little laugh, saying it knew he would come, and, as Alto looks up tensely, someone addresses him by name. A young woman with a calm smile appears out of the darkness, looking straight at Alto as if she had been expecting him all along. From behind Alto and Alice, the pair face the woman in stunned silence, and Alto can only breathe out her name, recognizing her as Philia. Alto stares in disbelief and asks if it really is Philia, while Alice looks just as shaken beside him. Smiling with her eyes closed, the woman confirms that yes, she is Philia. Still trying to process what he is seeing, Alto asks why she is dressed like that, and Philia lightly touches her outfit as she repeats the question. Indicating the revealing clothes wrapped around her body, Philia explains that Tanya said this would suit her master's tastes. She goes on in a strangely sweet tone about the feeling of tempting a master with such a lovely delicacy, while Alto blurts out in confusion what she is talking about, and Alice desperately calls for Philia to wake up. Philia opens her eyes and says she is awake, then coldly declares that unlike Alto, who is all talk and really nothing more than a pretentious guardian, she has come to a master who is a billion times better than him. Gritting his teeth, Alto decides that if she will not snap out of it on her own, then they will have to wake her up themselves. But before he can act, a long rod suddenly sweeps into view and a startled cry rings out. A dark-haired young man appears behind Alice with a blade at her throat, smirking as he warns that if they resist, she will die. Alice freezes and tells Alto not to move, while another cry calls out her name. With Alice held from behind, she trembles and asks if he is really going to betray them, while Alto stands below with his sword ready and the captor looms over her. The dark-haired young man answers with an easy smile that not at all. He only said he would take them to Philia and never promised anything about being on their side. As Alto drops to his hands and knees on the stone floor, the man continues that he was never going to be their ally in the first place. Wearing a thin, satisfied smile, he praises Alto and remarks that next time he should be more careful about messing with people. Alice is thrown down hard, landing on the floor with a cry as her body twists from the impact. Looking in through iron bars, the young man casually comments that it is a nice training room and asks Alice if she agrees. From beside the bars, he coldly declares that he will make Philia like him so much that she will not be able to live without him, while Alice glares back in frustration and can only curse under her breath. In a sudden cut, the same young man now checks a school uniform on himself and says, "It looks about right," adding that his old clothes were burned. A tiny winged girl tells him he does not know much about fashion if he thinks it looks the same as before, and he snaps back that even if she is absolutely right, she should shut up, and claims he bought it late at night in all the excitement. Smiling slyly, the winged girl addresses him as Shinta and says she is sure he wants to start training Alice as soon as possible, then asks if she should go report the result of the battle. In a stone chamber, the winged girl explains that those are separate dungeons kept under lock and key. Alice appears drained and expressionless as the winged girl adds that this detention facility was prepared on short notice, and says the slave collar put on Alice serves not only to suppress DP, but also to function as a kind of brainwashing device. Hearing that, Shinta casually remarks that it is regrettable for a man to have to invest so much in a single suggestive item, while the winged girl replies that as long as they are enslaved, they will not fight back, and that the rest depends on Shinta's technique. Seated in a chair and looking down over the room, Shinta says that by keeping both of them powerless and using their equipment and possessions, he should be able to improve the dungeon's core and greatly increase its DP, and the winged girl agrees that this will let them expand the dungeon. In a later moment, Philia steps up beside him and says she has brought his tea, and Shinta smiles back and thanks her. Looking at the cup, he wonders what she thinks of it, saying it is a blend made from edible grasses gathered outside the dungeon, and notes that, strange color aside, it is not undrinkable. As he takes a sip, Shinta turns to Philia and brings up the goblins who had been using slings. The tiny winged girl proudly says she taught the goblins to do that, and a surprised Shinta asks how she managed it. Philia hesitantly explains that she taught them by example, saying she is very good at teaching pets tricks, and Shinta responds that it is quite an amazing talent. Philia then says her talent is very useful, because even if the dungeon master orders goblins to understand something like the concept of throwing stones, they still would not be able to do it on their own. Philia explains that even if someone handed a monster a bow and told it to shoot, it would not know how to use it, and adds that if he wants a ranged attacker, he would first need to buy a monster that already has a ranged attack skill. Shinta then recalls that when they fought Alto and Alice, Philia had been the one in charge of the goblins. He tells her that on the day onward, he is appointing her as his commander and entrusting her with overall command of the monsters. Philia lights up at the mention of rewards, and after he says that depending on how hard she works, he will reward her, she excitedly promises to work even harder than that. Hearing that, Shinta blurts out that she is a traitor, while Philia just stands there with an innocent look and a tiny winged girl watches from the side. Elsewhere, Alice suddenly shouts to know what is going on, demands to be let out, and asks where Alto is. The winged girl remarks that ever since Alice-san woke up, she has been acting out, and Shinta dryly says it got so loud he had to turn the sound off. Philia asks whether, if he is going to visit Alice, it would be alright for her to come along, and Shinta replies that is fine, since he was going to train her soon anyway. As he turns back, Shinta asks Philia if she really wants to do this. With a calm smile, Philia says that she and Alice used to love the same man, and that she thinks it is time to wake her up and show her master's magnificence. Philia approaches Alice and gently asks if she is comfortable here, calling this place her home, while Alice sits on the bed in a cell-like room. Alice glares back and snaps that Philia is the worst and a traitor. Philia calmly replies that, instead of that, Alice should be thanking her, because this is how she got to meet Philia, and she adds that calling her a traitor is cruel. Alice protests, with a shaken voice, insisting that Philia is still a fine woman after all, and calls out to her as Philia-san. Shinta and Philia stand before her, and Alice asks if he did something to Philia-san. Shinta answers without hesitation that he did, bluntly saying he took her virginity and had sex with her, going deep inside her. Alice freezes in shock and can only stammer in disbelief, while Philia smiles softly and asks if she is really asking that. Leaning close to Shinta with a flushed, dreamy expression, Philia happily says that Master's penis made her a woman, that his massive penis took away her first time,
oh my
and
God.
penetrated not only her body, but also her mind. Alice stares at the scene in disgust and embarrassment, uttering bitterly that Master was putting on such a display. As Philia clings to him affectionately, Alice urgently asks whether Alto is safe, then warns Shinta that if Alto is dead or if something happened to him, she will kill him. Shinta calmly tells Alice that Alto is fine and says he is being kept in another cell by goblins, then simply adds that he is here. At the sight of him, Alice jerks against her restraints and cries out Alto's name. As Alto lies there, Alice demands to know what was done to him, and he says he did not do anything, while Shinta cuts in that he did kill a goblin, asking whether she really thinks that does not deserve punishment. Alice falls silent for a moment, then wonders why she is here at all, saying that from her point of view, the goblins are worse than she is. She argues angrily that goblins are monsters, and even says dungeons are nests of abominations. So she cannot see how entering someone's home, stealing their belongings, and killing one of the inhabitants is any different from what other thieves and murderers do. Seated beside Shinta, Alice tenses with a small, startled sound while he remains composed. With a faint smile, Shinta says he sees now, and tells her that this is what happens when she gets caught. He goes on to say that what he does with her will depend on how she feels, adding that if she wants to be treated with a little leniency. Before he can finish, Alice suddenly swings her hand and slaps him hard across the face. Glowering at him, she shouts at him to stop messing with her and says she would rather die than let him do whatever he wants to her. Alice jerks upright, red-faced, and shouts his name, calling out to Alto in alarm. Shinta answers evenly that Alto can die if he wants, but if he does, then the man with him will have to die too, and adds that after being used as a goblin sandbag, he will become nourishment for the dungeon, since he has no interest in keeping a man. Looking down with her fists clenched in her lap, Alice bitterly mutters that they are cowards. Philia, flushed and glaring with conflicted eyes, tells him to do as he pleases. Shinta turns to her with a smile and says that, if that is the case, then she should give him a kiss of eternal love, leaving Philia flustered as she stammers in disbelief that it is over just a kiss. When he asks if she is giving up now, Philia hesitates only a moment, then says she will do it. Blushing heavily with her eyes shut, Philia nervously leans in with a tiny sound as she brings a hand to his face. Their lips meet, and as Shinta leans in to kiss her back, Philia lets out a muffled, startled sound. The kiss deepens for a moment, leaving Philia breathing hard and trembling as small, muffled sounds escape her, and she weakly protests in confusion. Pulling back, flushed and wide-eyed, Philia accuses him of messing with her like a pervert, while Shinta calmly remarks that it was quite a passionate kiss. Looking at Philia after that heated kiss, Shinta wonders aloud whether acting as if kissing is no big deal might actually have some aphrodisiac effect now. Philia stands flushed and unsteady with a hand at her chest, and Shinta asks her what is wrong. With hazy eyes and burning cheeks, Philia admits that watching him kiss her master had gotten her excited, then shyly asks if he wants to do it with her too. As Philia bows toward him, Shinta accepts with a smile and tells her to please give her love to Philia. In her dazed imagination, she sees herself sprawled out and panting while he praises her for working hard today.
Talk about
so she
spicy.
deserves a reward and declares that he is going to show her the pleasures of submission. Alice stares in shock from the side while Philia clings to Shinta, and the close view of his mouth suggests exactly what has her so rattled. Lost in the sensation, Philia gasps that her master's kiss is amazing and says she thinks her brain is about to melt. He asks which kiss she liked better, his or her fiancé's, and when she asks if he has kissed his fiancée before, he says kisses like this are previous world kisses and do not count, so this was his real first kiss. Shinta remarks that not only did he take her virginity, he also took her first kiss, though he adds that he does feel bad for her fiancé sitting on the other side of the screen right now. Red-faced and sweating, Alice stammers out Philia's name in disbelief, while Philia pleads for more and says she wants him to reward her even more. With a sly laugh, Shinta says they should show Alice how to be a proper female slave, while Philia leans against him with a flushed, obedient look. Pressed close against her, he says that from now on he is going to toy with both Philia and Alice, and Philia breathes out shakily that he is really hard. As she lies there gazing up at him, Philia softly tells Alice to watch carefully, while Shinta says he wants her to know that men can be much dirtier than she knows, and that this is how a male can be. Blushing and half-lidded, Philia invites her master to come closer to her. Watching with her face burning, Alice trembles and, flustered out of her mind, blurts out a desperate plea for him to put it in, followed by a shaky moan. Their fingers interlace as Shinta asks if she likes it like this, and Philia gasps that her master's hand is warm. Clinging to him with a flushed smile, Philia begs her master to push deep inside her and says they should show Alice
Okay,
ladies
and gentlemen, I did not realize it was this spicy.
Alright, they should do it then. He pins her down on the bed and drives into her as he taunts her crudely, asking if this is what she wants.
I'm marked as 18 plus, so
incredibly good and that she loves how it fills her up. Off to the side, Alice watches in stunned awe and admits that Philia is amazing. Turning toward Alice, Shinta asks how long she thinks she can keep enduring this, while she sits tense and shaken on the floor. From Alice's view, his shadow looms over her as she pants nervously, clearly shrinking back. Flustered and sweating, Alice recoils and blurts out that no, he should not come near her. As he stands over her, Alice cries out in panic and demands to know why he is pretending to be a maiden now. With Alice cowering and covering herself, he warns her to watch carefully because he is going to turn her into a woman. Red to the ears and staring in disbelief,
sweet, I got
Alice
flippers.
trembles and asks who he is. Wearing a teasing smile, Shinta asks what she thinks of his penis, and her only response is a stunned, confused, What? Looking down at her, he hastily clarifies with an awkward cry that he means compared to others, since oral pleasuring seems to be her strong point. Blushing hard with tears in her
Pokemon
eyes,
community
Alice
game
protests
A
that
Wild
no, it
Volibie
smells so
appears
weird,
catch
and
it
when
using
reminded that she should
Poke
remember
catch.
the smell of a penis,
Winners
she
revealed
looks
in
even more
90s.
shaken. Alice snaps back in
Hey,
embarrassment, shouting that she has never had someone's penis in her mouth before, so she would not know. Sitting up on the bed with an eager smile, Philia agrees and tells him to show Alice how it is done while he addresses her by name. Philia leans in and gives him a kiss, murmuring lovingly that she loves her master. Watching with a tense, disgusted look, Alice mutters that this place is filthy, then weakly protests that it is not filthy after all. Resting his chin on one hand while Philia stays close against him, Shinta casually says that next he will have Alice do it, since Philia has already shown her how. As a screen goes dark with someone remarking that time is up, the observer notes that Alto still has not even touched Philia, and that, since she was willing to let him have a chance, that is not surprising, then adds that now they know Alice is a pure woman in the truest sense. Pressing close to Alice with a calm smile, Philia urges her to hurry up or else, and when Alice says she does not understand, Philia simply prompts her with a kiss. Grinning wildly, Shinta laughs and says that is right, and now she should give it a lick. With hearts in her eyes, Philia happily agrees at once, leaving Alice stunned into a small, breathless reaction. Looking toward Alice against a dark backdrop, the other girl tells her to come on and help Philia. Blushing intensely with a bead of sweat on her face, Alice finally sticks out her tongue and admits in a shaken voice that she understands now. With dazed,
Is that a
flushed
cave
faces and
entrance I
tears
see
in her
down
eyes,
there?
Philia murmurs that the pre-release fluid tastes strange, while Alice uncomfortably admits that
Pokemon
Master's
community
body
game
fluid is really
Volibie
odd
escaped.
too. In a
No
small
one
aside,
caught it.
Philia asks whether Alice will suck it, reasoning that a beginner like her should probably only take the tip. Startled but trying to act composed, Alice says she understands, then adds that if she does well enough, that man might let Alto go. Shinta looks on with a faint smile and says he cannot believe she accepted so easily, even though the captive is not her fiancé. Then tells Alice to keep going because her efforts could save a man's life. Flushed and tense, Alice looks troubled and wonders to herself just how important Alto is to her. Philia lets out a pleased little laugh and says she is only an innocent child, so she feels happy to be doing something like this with Alice now, punctuating it with playful kissing and slurping. As Philia stays pressed in close, Shinta calls to Alice and says that if she drinks every last drop by the end, he might be willing to overlook what happened for the rest of the day, making the girls react. Blushing heavily, Alice quietly repeats, "Really?" and, with a more focused look, reflects that when someone knows there is hope and works hard enough, they suddenly become more proactive before answering yes. Against a dark, oppressive backdrop, Shinta remarks that this resentful look is exactly the kind of hatred she has for him, then crudely declares that he will make sure she swallows everything. Pulling back with her face still red, Alice covers her mouth and dryly mutters what a mess this has become. In the darkness, Shinta praises Philia as a good girl, then turns to Alice and says the issue from a few moments ago still has not been settled, making Alice protest that she did everything properly. With a smug grin and a hand on Alice's head, Shinta explains that it was oral service, so she had to swallow everything and then clean up the way Philia did, and he says that while he can give her a passing grade, she still did not truly succeed, though he will spare her any further punishment today in consideration of her effort. Elsewhere, Alto lies on the floor as Shinta states that the man is still useful and that he has no intention of releasing him yet. Holding Philia close while Alice kneels nearby with her head lowered, Shinta says he still needs to prepare a proper stage for Alice to lose her virginity, and until then he will keep giving her equal amounts of hope and despair, because she is only just beginning to fall. After the meal, someone gives thanks for the food, and Shinta, looking oddly satisfied, reflects that it was the first time in his life he had ever eaten a home-cooked meal made by a girl. As the mood shifts, Philia cheerfully suggests that now that they have eaten their fill, they should hold their strategy meeting, grandly framing it as defending against outside forces so they can live safely. Standing beside the table while Shinta sits down, Philia says they should first make their immediate objectives clear. In a serious exchange, it is stated that, as the dungeon master, Shinta is constantly exposed to life-threatening danger from intruders, while Philia is being hunted by the villagers. Philia goes on to say that this dungeon is effectively their last refuge, so they must strengthen its defenses, and she calls that the core of their strategy, fighting monsters and making full use of the purchase machine, while noting that neither of them has combat skills. Recalling the moment Alto fell into the river and she could do nothing, Philia says that only by having defensive measures strong enough to take on an army can they hope to secure peaceful days. Shinta agrees that the village watchman's coming attack will be a real test against something like an army, then says their DP has already risen after capturing those two and turns the discussion to what that means. Philia points out that even though Alice's virginity was not taken, the points still increased tremendously. She calmly concludes that it shows just how strong Alice's feelings for Alto must be. Shinta repeats the word feelings, sounding puzzled as he looks back at her. Philia explains that DP is a magical power, and since he already told her she cannot use magic, she says he probably would not understand at first, then adds that magical theory teaches that the power of emotion should not be underestimated, making Shinta compare it to a battle manga idea where emotions become power. Philia goes on to say that negative emotions like fear and despair are especially easy to siphon off as DP. With a bright grin, Shinta remarks that thanks to other people's misfortune, he gets to enjoy a good meal, and calls that fantastic. Philia smiles and says that was exactly what she expected from Shinta, adding that they owe their full thanks to him for trampling over other people's feelings. But then, with a more thoughtful look, Philia says that if that is the case, she had already given up when she fled the village. Shinta says he sees, then asks if that means she would step aside and let Alice fulfill her love, noting that even he could tell those two liked each other. Philia says that ever since she met Master, everything has changed, and that Alto is no longer just a tick to her, leaving Shinta stammering that he sees. She adds that there is one more thing, pointing out that wild goblins have started settling there. As goblins loom nearby, Philia declares that from now on, those strays will also follow Shinta's orders, while one of them reacts in confusion at the mention of goblins. She explains that she had heard this area was largely goblin territory, and that the village crops were often destroyed by them, which makes Shinta grimly realize he had been bathing unprotected in the middle of such a place and wonder what might have happened if he had run into goblins instead of people. Standing proudly as goblins gather around, Shinta says monsters like to follow powerful beings, and Philia adds that monsters will come on their own if someone creates the right environment and builds that kind of reputation. Thinking it over, Shinta notes that Alto used to be a master at slaying goblins, then realizes that capturing Alto must have raised their standing quite a bit among the goblins. With a calculating look, Shinta says that if Alto can be useful for something besides being a hostage, then there is no need to get rid of him, and asks Philia to take care of the monsters. Philia immediately agrees, and energetically promises to do her best. Elsewhere, a group of armored village watchmen advances in force along the forest road. From the woods, someone reports to the mayor that there seems to be something resembling Philia's tracks in the area. As the armored men peer down the forest path toward the entrance, one of them grimly identifies the place as a dungeon. Another watchman nervously wonders why this dangerous job was not left to adventurers, but the mayor assures them that as long as they obey everything he says, everything will be fine. The mayor then tells the men that Alto is Philia's fiancé, and claims Alto must be the true mastermind behind everything, because he has been helping Philia after hearing the truth about the village from the girl who ran away. Raising his voice dramatically, the mayor announces that Alto is trying to build a harem inside the dungeon, with both Philia and Alice as his accomplices, then acts outraged as if such a thing cannot be allowed. Someone instantly takes the bait, cursing Alto as a bastard and raging that he is going to kill him. With the men worked into a frenzy, the mayor urges the so-called brave heroes forward, declaring that only they can save the maiden trapped by that villain as the crowd roars in approval. Looking slightly satisfied, the mayor notes that these men are so easy to manipulate, and when asked if he is really sure, he boldly says it does not matter. He explains that besides Alice, Philia, and Alto also know the village's secrets, so he would rather get rid of them right there, and if Alto refuses to cooperate after they find him, they can deal with him and later tell everyone he took his own life because his fiancée was executed. Inside the dungeon, a winged companion asks whether the dungeon has been expanded, and Shinta admits he did it to counter the village watchmen, though he looks unsure about the idea. Philia studies the interior with quiet focus and says they should first think about what kind of structure it needs. Hearing the concern, Shinta says that as long as it works, he is fine with it, while the winged companion bluntly remarks that it sounds so boring. Then, with a casual breath, the winged girl adds that the goblins scouting around the dungeon have spotted some enemies. Shinta reacts that she should have led with that, asks how many there are, and she answers that there are 20 of them and that they are heavily equipped too. Looking outside, she notes that they finally came, though even so, they are only village watchmen taking a dungeon that was built just a few months ago far too seriously, and she points out that 10 times Alice and Alto's number have already invaded, while if the enemies are that heavily equipped, simple stone throwing might not be enough to finish them. Alice appears with a pleased, dangerous smile, giggling that these are the village watchmen and calmly declaring that they are all going to be killed. Startled, Shinta asks why she is there, and the winged girl casually explains that she met Alice herself. With a smug smile, Alice says that if they were going to surrender, they should do it now, because she still believes even trash like them might be allowed to keep their lives. The winged companion excitedly praises how confident Alice sounds, then boasts that, of course, the village watchmen have no chance against the goblins in a dungeon like this, especially with only one ex-soldier among them. Shinta gives her a flat and points out that this is coming from someone who already lost to a dungeon full of goblins, questioning whether those village watchmen are really on her side. Grinning back, she challenges him that if he is so sure, then he should make a bet with her on whether they or the village watchmen will win, and promises that if they lose, they will restore Philia to her former self. Alice asks whether they can restore Philia, wondering if that is what he is so desperate about anyway. The winged girl casually explains that breaking a state of enslavement is not so easy, and says Philia will stay that way until the day Shinta dies. As Philia appears in profile, the explanation continues that her psyche and memories have been deeply imprinted so that Shinta's memory has become more important to her than even her own parents and siblings, and those kinds of memory imprints usually do not fade over time. Alice stares back in shock and asks if that means that even if Shinta is killed, Philia will remain like this for the rest of her life. The winged girl confirms it, then adds with a smile that if Shinta were killed, Philia would probably just end her own life too. In a gloomy aside, Shinta admits he did not know it was that terrifying and says he had to use it anyway, while the narration sums it up as enslavement acting like a memory overwrite that cannot be undone once applied, leaving him saying it will be now. The winged girl says that if Alice wins, they can restore Philia's memory to the point before she came to the dungeon, though the method would require erasing those memories. Alice accepts immediately, then asks what he wants from her if she loses. Shinta turns with a sharp grin, taps the wall, and says she will have to wait and find out when they win, while the winged girl laughs beside him. Raising his voice through the dungeon, Shinta orders everyone inside to listen and declares that the enemy has come, and that they will make them regret the day they were born. The armored village watchmen charge in as their older leader rallies them, declaring that these brave men are the only ones who can save the maidens trapped. Almost immediately, the battle for the dungeon's very existence turns chaotic as pained cries and terrified screams break out. Their voices echo down the stone shaft while heavy impacts and a long scream ring through the dungeon. The mayor stares ahead in shock, sweating as he blurts out in disbelief and demands to know what on earth is happening. One of the men tells him to keep moving forward and asks what he is doing, while another reports that there are goblins ahead. The mayor snaps back that such a small number of goblins should not take long to wipe out, but the goblins press their attack, while a warning goes up that they are using slings against them. As stones smack into the armored men, someone shouts an alarm and another insists they also need ranged attacks, asking whether anyone brought a bow. A reply comes back that they were told swords and armor would be enough, so why would anyone have brought a bow? And then comes the call to have everyone get ready to retreat. Even as one man cries out in pain, someone tries to calm the others, saying they should stop worrying because they are only stones and their iron helmet should keep them from getting hurt. More stones come flying in and clatter off the watchmen's armor and helmets as the cramped passage shakes with the impact. In the crush of bodies, men yell at each other to stop pushing, complain that someone is in the way, cry out in pain, and shout that they are getting trampled. A watchman steps up and reports urgently that they have a problem, and the mayor turns to ask what it is. The answer comes at once that their comrades behind them seem to be stuck. Looking at the fallen armored men blocking the path, someone explains that the equipment had kept them from being finished off right away, but the hits and shock had left some of them unable to move, and now retreat was impossible. The older leader angrily rejects that, shouting that they cannot just cower like weaklings in a place like this. Another man tries to reason with him, warning that if they force their way through like this, they will only trample the injured men underfoot. He coldly shoots back that he does not care, saying anyone who cannot move is unnecessary, and orders them to keep going even if it means crushing the fallen to death. A guard immediately protests and insists that they have to retreat, pointing out that those men still have something they can do. With his face tightening, he argues that if they do not do something, there is a real chance they will lose every one of them. As the older leader mocks them for being naive, an armored man is violently struck at close range and slammed back in the chaos. The wounded watchman staggers with a dark spray across his chest and weakly admits that maybe the others had been right after all. The mayor gives a dismissive humph and says he is sure the man who had insisted on withdrawing had only been thinking about his own safety and the girls, adding that the enemy was trying to stall them with cheap tricks. Another watchman shouts for everyone to listen, warning the enemy that anyone who tries to run away will end up like the fallen scum. With a fierce glare, the mayor declares that they can either stay and fight like men, become heroes, and be celebrated for the rest of their lives, or flee, be cut down by men, and spend the rest of their lives despised as cowards. Then, the tunnel floor suddenly cracks apart beneath them, and amid screams that someone tripped and pleads for forgiveness, men cry out as they lose their footing and crash down. Looking into the darkness ahead, someone shouts an alarm that he can see them and that the goblins are over there. At once, hideous goblin faces appear, and the mayor roars for everyone to charge forward as he thrusts his weapon ahead. But before the attack can continue, a voice cuts in with mocking recognition, remarking with surprise that it is the mayor. A beautiful woman steps into view and coolly greets him, saying it has been a long time and extending the same greeting to the village watchman. From farther down the tunnel, the woman coolly remarks that the mayor looks pale and should take better care of himself, while armed men face her warily across the stone floor. The mayor explodes in anger, shouting that she needs to shut up because everything is her
Pokemon
fault.
community game A wild Meditite appears catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
She says that the old her might have cut him up and fed him to the pigs, but now she honestly does not care enough to bother. A beastman at her side bares his teeth and says, these men are all the same. Though he guesses he can forgive them, they really did help her meet their master. While another voice asks if that is master and whether they are not together with Alto. With a faint smile, the woman offers to spare their lives if they surrender now, adding that after that, the village will of course be given to her master, and they themselves will be dealt with as appropriate. The mayor refuses to be swayed and barks that no one should fall for her nonsense because they have her cornered, then orders everyone to march forward and make the cheeky rat regret ever crossing their path. Standing calmly beside snarling goblins, the woman declares that whoever kills the most goblins will get her as a reward. Fired up at once, the watchmen shout in agreement, and one of them praises the mayor as a man who really knows what he is talking about. Letting out a small sigh, the woman says she had thought she would show some leniency since they came from the same village, and admits she had never expected she would actually have to go this far. As her whip lashes down the course, she concludes that she had known it already, that any man besides master is nothing more than fertilizer. As they charge through the tunnel, the watchman suddenly sees up in place, and one panics that he cannot move. A heavy impact slams into one of the armored men, drawing a pained grunt as the blow crushes in from the side. Another watchman cries out in confusion, demanding to know what in the world is happening as weapons clatter and men scream behind him. With a composed smile, the woman addresses the mayor
Pokemon community
and says she
game
wants to ask
Meditite
him
escaped.
something first.
No
What
one
floor of
caught
the
it.
dungeon they are on now. The mayor jerks in alarm, while from above, hidden creatures and goblins look down toward the floor below. The woman answers her own question, explaining that this is the first basement floor, that the ceiling had been vaulted so they could launch rock barrages from the floor above, and that Master had built it to protect the village from her. One of the trapped men collapses and screams for help, while another can only groan in fear. The mayor glares upward in shock, but a grim voice tells him there is no hope for him. Coldly, the woman declares that they will all become fertilizer for the dungeon, because their very existence is a blight on the world, until another voice cuts in and politely warns Philia that it will be a problem if every last one of them gets killed. Sweat running down his face, the mayor falters and asks who said that. Philia softly argues that if they let these people return alive, they will only come back and attack again, and she adds that she already has a plan for that, so it will not be a problem. The mayor, sweating and rattled, demands to know whose voices they are, wondering if a man and a woman are hiding in the dungeon along with Alto. Philia shoots back coldly that she does not care who he is because threatening her position will not be tolerated. Clenching his fist, the mayor furiously insists that he is the mayor. With a crazed glare, he roars that all of them are going to die by his hand. One wounded armored man pleads for this to stop already, while another, kneeling and bloodied, says he will no longer follow the mayor's orders. The kneeling watchman declares that the mayor's time is long over, that he should be giving up his property and position by now, and that the only thing he ought to do is live the rest of his life to the fullest. The mayor explodes in anger and barks at him to shut up. The armored man answers that he has heard enough, saying he pities those who will die as a result of the mayor's narcissism. As someone lunges in with force, another voice challenges the mayor's logic, asking why, if he demands such things, he does not sacrifice himself. A heavy blow suddenly slammed into the mayor, and as he reeled in shock, he blurted out in disbelief, asking what the hell had just happened. An armored man planted his foot on him and furiously refused to take any more orders, shouting for the mayor to get his foot off him and asking who he thought he was, then declaring that he would no longer accept another command and that the mayor could take responsibility for himself. Crushed under the pressure, the mayor grimaced and desperately begged them to stop. Panicked and on the verge of breaking, he promised status and wealth and said he would give them whatever they wanted, admitting that he just did not want to die. Surrounded by armored figures, he stretched out a trembling hand and weakly muttered that he did not want to. A hooded, bloodied figure answered coldly that he had already said before, and now there was no one left willing to obey the mayor anymore. The scene then shifted with the chapter title, Chapter 9, The Truth Revealed, as a dark-haired young man appeared indoors. Nearby, a horned girl sat pulled up with a downcast expression, while the young man casually asked how the other worlder was feeling right now. The girl, glaring sharply, told him to shut up, while narration or dialogue over the scene stated that the people who had claimed they would come save her were now gone, and asked who she thought would come next. Smiling lightly, the young man said that since help was not coming for a while, it was up to him whether to kill her or keep her alive, though in the meantime she could rest assured that he would not kill her male companion. The dark-haired young man stood over the bed in a loose robe and looked down as the horned girl suddenly jolted awake beneath him. At the same time, the one-eyed woman cheerfully appeared as if recording them, asking what they were doing there and teasing that she was filming them. The young man flatly replied that, after all, a scene where someone lost their virginity had to be recorded once in life, and he added that he thought she might need it for reminiscing later. Through the recording, the woman reminded him that he had made a bet with her before entering the village watchman, and said he should consider this her reward for winning. He immediately told her to go screw herself, then said he would stay out of her way so she could enjoy filming without distraction, adding with dry sarcasm that she should enjoy herself. Flushed and tense, the horned girl said she had no intention of stopping, no matter how unexpected the interruption was, then admitted that she already knew that much. Sitting side by side on the bed under the blanket in the bare room,
I don't know how you
the young
got
man
scabs
quietly
on
hummed
you.
while the horned girl lay beside him. He
Can't
reflected
stop
that he
fighting
had
with
once
your
seen a
sisters.
late-night TV show claiming women were attracted to bad boys, but even if this raised some flags, it still did not feel like that. Looking over at her, he thought that making her hate him would also have happened if they had brought him back with them. The horned girl turned toward him with a red face and, still emotional, asked whether he had slept well, Alice. When she demanded to know why he was even doing things like this, he gave a small, puzzled response and asked whether she was talking about him or the village watchman. With a faint smile, he said he had never thought before that he would be able to enjoy a woman like this, and added that he had also never thought he would become a murderer. As grim imagery of his old world appeared, he said that did not necessarily mean he was a good person, and that if he had done this back there, the risk would have been too high for it to be worth it. He went on to say that this world worked differently, saying that if he got a woman pregnant, he would gain more DP, and if he killed the village watchman, he would gain more DP too, which was what people called a typical dungeon master. Staring back at him, she argued that he had been the one who killed the goblins with his magic, and asked what the difference was between him and the people over there, insisting that goblins were evil monsters, abominations that used violence against women. As the scene cut between her and the aftermath she referred to, he asked how that was any different from those village watchmen, saying she had surely seen the footage. Just then, the one-eyed woman appeared and addressed him as master, and the horned girl, thrown off, realized she had come after all, while both of them sat together on the bed. Beaming with hearts around her, she happily congratulated Alice and said he had finally bonded with Master, while his thoughts dryly noted that she really seemed to see this as a blessing. He bluntly asked what Philia wanted, and she answered that they had confirmed the mayor's death. Alice fell quiet and said he understood, then said he had been thinking that after leaving the head exposed for a day, they should send it back to the village. Alice looked at her and asked how she felt now that the mayor was dead. With a restrained expression, she admitted it was not as refreshing as she had thought it would be, explaining that the mayor had sold her off for his own greed and that she had been waiting for a chance to take revenge ever since her parents died. The horned girl replied that if someone died and she still did not feel this was how it was supposed to be, then she had to ask what exactly he meant by being sold off. Alice casually told her she really had not known, while in the background the other woman stood by, and he explained that her mayor had been selling villagers to fill his own pockets. The blonde girl answered that if she did not even know why Philia had been there in the first place, then it made sense that she had not understood. Alice gave a faint, unsurprised look and said there was no way she could have known. Philia then revealed that when she found out the mayor was trying to sell her to be used as a guide for a sacrifice, she ran away, and that was how she ended up in this dungeon. Sitting on the bed with one elbow propped up, Alice said all of this had started because their foolish
G'day,
village
Survivor.
leader had tried to
Ready
harm
for
Philia in the
adventure?
first place, and that all he was doing now was taking what was left over. It was further explained that Alice and Alto had not known any of that and had turned against Philia before being captured as a
Teleport
result.
ready.
Philia smiled and said this was where she had met Master, and where he had made her a woman, adding that she had changed and was no longer the weakling who could not speak her mind, while Alice watched her with a small, unreadable smile. Philia smiled softly and thanked Master for helping her parents, everyone in the village itself, and herself find closure, then admitted that on her own she likely would have been captured by the village watchman and turned into someone's slave. Looking at her, he gave a faint hum and reflected that he had thought he was the one using her all this time. But now it seemed he might be the one being
Here
used
we are,
instead.
right on
Philia
time.
leaned in and kissed him, while declaring that from now on, she would give Master even more love and devotion. Pulling back with a bright expression, she happily told him she was looking forward to working with him, while he sat behind her, blushing in flustered silence. As the blonde girl turned away in embarrassment and asked whether Master was embarrassed, he awkwardly insisted that he was not. The scene shifted to a published report describing a newly built dungeon in a remote area with a danger level of rank 2, and it stated that the former head of the kingdom's 1,000-man army, the village hero, had been killed along with the village watchman, though about half of them had survived. reading it, he wondered where this information was coming from, and a tiny winged girl explained that it was a weekly publication by the Adventurer Guild, adding that the place seemed to be getting quite a bit of attention and that rank 2 was on a 10-rank scale. She then remarked that if a hero came into his rabbit hutch, or a dungeon, now that they had leveled up, it would probably not be much of a problem at all, teasing that the rabbit caretaker title suited him pretty well. She casually added that she had sent a letter to Niita asking him to surrender, and had just gotten a reply, prompting surprise that she had never mentioned that before. With shameless enthusiasm, she explained that while Niita-san had been in the middle of sleeping with Alice-san, she had shown him the scene of the village watchman being wiped out, and Alice-san being violated by Niita-san, leaving him stunned while the horned girl below smiled brightly in confusion. Sitting back in his chair, he said they were probably crying and soiling themselves by now, then added that she really should have told him something like this at least. Turning toward her with a sniff, he asked what they had said, and the reply came that they were going to surrender. She proposed that they go there to complete the surrender process right away, then explained that the village was about a 2-hour walk, and asked him to expand his area of action within that time, making him blurt out in disbelief. 2 hours. As they moved out, he added that they also needed to prepare some commoner clothes for her, while joking that if the villagers found out he was the dungeon master, they might try to kill him, and then he caught himself, protesting that a 2-hour walk was not a distance anyone should walk. She cheerfully called for Philia, saying it was time to get some fresh clothes for Niita-san, and he immediately shouted at her not to call Philia. Treasure, finally arrived, while the tiny winged girl hovered nearby and another girl asked in concern whether he was alright and if he wanted some water. As he bent over wheezing, the tiny winged girl explained that if someone had been to a place once, they could warp there instantly later on, then praised him for doing his best. Near the houses, 2 villagers looked on from outside as a nearby building gave a heavy rumble. Inwardly, he reflected that he was fairly sure they still did not know who he really was, but admitted it was hard not to grow suspicious when some lowly women appeared just as the village watchman had been defeated. Looking at the 2 girls, the narration noted that they were the ones drawing most of the attention, and that Tanya's magic seemed to be making people see them as nothing more than sluts. With a yawn, the little winged girl bluntly said that the only entertainment people seemed to have here was sex, and wondered aloud whether this really was an interesting or a problematic village after all. She quickly rejected the idea that sex was the only thing adults had to enjoy, pointing out that there was a nearby river where they could play and fish, along with a flower garden, while he dryly asked how old she even was. A beautiful woman then stepped forward among the flowers, welcomed the dungeon master to their home, introduced herself as Kate, the acting village chief, and politely said she was pleased to make his acquaintance. As they shook hands, he asked if everyone's injuries were all right, since it looked like they had all suffered quite a bit, and Kate thanked him, saying that thanks to his help, they had saved their lives back then. Seeing her, he noted that this acting village chief was the close aide who had advised the village chief before, and realized with surprise that he had not known she was a woman. It was then explained that the only reason they had treated the survivors and sent them home was because they too had been victims of the village chief, and unlike Alice and her friend, they had done nothing against the dungeon. Hearing that, the horned girl looked puzzled and remarked that if the chief had a son, she had assumed he would become the next chief, while Kate explained that she had offered that former chief's family to the gods they worshipped in this village. The reaction was immediate shock, with someone calling that cruel, but he answered flatly that he had simply been practicing the principle of throwing things away when they were no longer needed, adding that if the village chief's family was also making a living from his actions, then they were just as guilty. Another voice pressed Kate on whether she really had no sense of loyalty, asking how she could get rid of the previous chief's entire family and then take his place, while someone nearby hesitantly tried to get her attention. Kate answered calmly that loyalty does not come on its own, but only when a person's worth is properly understood and they are rewarded or given a position. Then she asked why anyone would make that feeling public in the first place, only to offer it to a fool. Watching Kate speak without hesitation, he gave a faint smile to himself and thought that she really was a brazen woman. Kate explained that while customs like sacrificing villagers were foolish, the former village chief had not been a complete idiot, adding that around 80% of the
Kaito Destiny Tim Tam, welcome to my channel.
Had fallen heavily into
Hello and welcome.
At Kaito Destiny Tim Tam, welcome to my channel.
Would truly obey them, and she answered absolutely, so he followed by asking how the villagers were going to be treated. After thinking it over, he said that for now, they should offer about 10% of their crops in front of the dungeon, then asked if there was anything else, adding that he would also like some pork or chicken if they had any. Kate nervously asked if they could pay in magic stones instead, stumbled over saying that their lives were at stake, and then froze when he repeated the word lives. Looking shaken, Kate asked where he had learned that information, explaining that she had heard rulers born from dungeon blood usually preferred pure dungeon blood, and that if someone were to become an enemy, a child born from a ruler and a peasant woman would face treatment even worse than death, so they had believed his temporary mercy was only a trick meant to drag out their suffering. He answered that he had been born in a place where wars had never been fought, where capable men were born, but heroes were not, and said he had only struck back because he needed to defend himself. He went on to say that instead of simply letting those men die in the dungeon, it would make more economic sense to force them to work until they died and squeeze more DP out of them than killing them for that amount alone. With a small smile, he said that pigs tasted better when they were fattened up, so he would treat the village more or less like a vassal state while fully recognizing its right to self-government, and added that if they wanted, he could even lend them troops for self-defense, such as against goblins. Kate bowed deeply and said she
Pokemon
understood
community
and that they
game
would
a
be
wild
subservient,
Magneton
then asked in
appears
return
catch
that
it
he please
using
protect the people of
Poke
the
Catch,
village, while he
winners
told her
revealed
that she
in
would represent
90s.
the village. The fairy-like girl asked what they should do about the village's financial problems, noting that if they did not pay up, they might end up coming to collect from Nida, and she added that she had heard some of the tenants were dangerous, while he quietly thought he would rather not cross dangerous people if he could avoid it. When asked what she wanted to do with the former village chief's assets, she brightly said this was where they became heartless and reduced the original loan by using the villagers to pay it back. Then asked what he suggested they do before announcing that she was going to sell the item she had. Looking down at what she produced, the others stared in confusion as one of them simply asked what it was. As the blonde girl shook the soft object in both hands with puzzled little movements, she was warned that if she gripped it like that, she would tear it, and he explained that honor holes were delicate and had to be handled carefully, which made her repeat the unfamiliar word in surprise. He matter-of-factly explained that it was a tube-shaped tool into which a man inserted his genitalia to make himself feel good, and the blonde girl reeled in disbelief, blurting out that such a perverted product could never possibly sell. The long-haired woman considered it and said she understood, calling them sexual products and adding that this might be a good idea, while the fairy-like girl asked whether they could be distributed to merchants through Kate's contacts, and explained that a peddler came once a month to sell things. Still squeezing the item with a pout, the blonde girl questioned whether he really thought it was that great. The fairy-like girl excitedly praised it as a seemingly simple yet sophisticated design, saying the
Pokemon
inside
community
reproduced
game
female
Magneton
genitalia
escaped.
with its own twist,
No one
and
caught
called
it.
a unique piece of art that accepted any kind of male genitalia. Glowing with admiration, she declared that this was the first time she had found Nida amazing, and from below, he shot back by asking if that meant she had not thought of him as amazing before. She coolly replied that the former village chief had sold villagers only because they were in demand, then argued that if on-a-hole spread, people would become addicted to self-pleasure and female slaves would lose value, while another voice added that this would reduce the number of unfortunate people like Philia. As the implications sank in, the fairy-like girl admitted with sparkling excitement that she had never thought it through that far, while he wore a sly, satisfied look. The scene shifted to a sturdy building in the village, marking a later moment. While eating, he admitted that the food was not bad, but thought with faint disappointment that it was nowhere near as good as the dungeon food. Looking over the table, someone noted that everyone was eating like it was delicious, while another observed that this was probably the standard of taste in this world. Realizing he had better get used to it quickly, he turned his attention elsewhere and called out to the girls nearby, asking if they would have dinner with him. A young man, an adventurer-like gear, approached with a friendly smile, leaning in as if casually joining the conversation. One of the girls, still holding her food, looked up at the newcomer and bluntly asked who he was. The newcomer introduced himself as Ryuto and said that, as they could see, he was also an adventurer, while the black-haired young man noticed what looked like
Wisebot 6 viewers, alarm clock 7 hours 42 minutes and 52 seconds.
And he thought uneasily that they had shown up much sooner than expected. Cheerfully addressing the village girls, Ryuto asked if they were from the village, then confidently declared that he would kill the evil dungeon master living around here, so they did not need to worry. The girls gushed that he was such a brave adventurer, and with a smug grin, Ryuto guessed that whether it was monsters or demons, both were no match for him. Showing off a blade with dramatic swings, he boasted that this dagger would be the one used to cut the dungeon master's throat. He went on to say that after speaking with people in the village over the past few days, he had heard a rumor that the dungeon master was a high-ranking devil who had wiped out the village watchman in a matter of seconds, leaving the black-haired young man and the tiny fairy-like girl reacting to the mention of a high-ranking devil. As the little companion asked if that was what they called highly intelligent ones like demons or dragon newts, he dryly thought that the rumors had become so exaggerated that his own image had turned into some unbelievably cool being. Keeping a straight face, he explained that a dungeon master was basically just a devil with an incredibly long lifespan who was doing this to pass the time. Ryuto cheerfully declared that the devil was no match for him, and that when he won, he would take the girls as his mistresses, adding that if he succeeded in the dungeon, his dream of becoming an aristocrat would come true. Watching this with a knife in hand, the black-haired young man remarked that he understood now, since if it was that profitable, no wonder people were drawn here. Turning toward the women, Ryuto said that instead of staying with that loser, they should come along with a winner like him, and that both of them would be better off becoming his mistresses. The fairy-like girl immediately exploded in anger and shouted at him for calling someone a loser, while the young man stayed seated beside her as she rumbled with outrage. Leaning close to the blonde girl, Ryuto said he was sure she would have a lot more fun with him than with that guy, but trembling at the table, she coldly replied that who she ate with was none of his business. With a sly smile, Ryuto complained that she was being so cold to him. He reached toward the blonde girl and invited her to have some fun together, making her flinch. In the next instant, the black-haired young man shot up and shoved Ryuto back by the chest. Ryuto jerked in shock, letting out a stunned sound as the blow landed across his face. The blonde girl stared wide-eyed and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Wearing a dark, possessive grin, the young man grabbed hold of her and declared that she belonged to him, adding that no one touched her without his permission. As he held the dazed Ryuto in place, someone off to the side coldly remarked that, for heaven's sake, this was pathetic. Ryuto, sweating and flustered, started to protest that this bastard was at fault, while a cat-eared girl looked on with a stern, unimpressed expression. The black-haired young man flatly cut him off and reminded him that he was the one who started this, Ryuto. With a weary sigh, the cat-eared girl said that what he had done was rude, even if he was drunk, and that he could not do something like that to someone he had never even met before. As the black-haired young man kept his grip on Ryuto, someone asked how long he planned to keep strangling him, and the fairy-like girl protested that adventurers were supposed to make people happy, not leave them suffering like this. With a small huff, the young man calmly said it was easy to see which side was right. Cursing under his breath, Ryuto dashed away and shouted that he would remember this.
Coordinates locked.
The young man
Time to
admitted he
teleport.
had never thought he would meet a real person who actually ran away while shouting such a cliché parting threat, then bowed and apologized for the trouble they had caused, adding that he would pay for any damages. The blonde girl looked over and asked if she had caused trouble too, and the cat-eared girl explained that Ryuto was not really a bad guy, just on edge because they were planning to raid a dungeon tomorrow. Smiling with her arms folded, she praised the young man for being quick to back up his companion and said he was not only handsome on the
Teleport
outside but on the
activated.
inside too, while privately feeling she could never beat him when it came to character.
Here we are,
The explanation
right
turned
on
serious
target.
as she revealed that both of Ryuto's parents had been attacked and killed by devils, and that she had heard the dungeon master this time was a devil, which was why he was so worked up and thought he might finally get revenge. Taking that in, the young man quietly said he understood, then added that he did not really mind and noted that the dungeon would be invaded tomorrow. Brightening at once, the cat-eared girl spread her arms and, as an apology for the trouble her friend had caused, asked whether he would allow her to treat him to a meal, while the fairy-like girl reacted in surprise and delight. As coins spilled out with a metallic clink, she boasted that she had made a lot of money and had enough to buy him dinner, adding that she could even go into a dungeon now. With a dry little huff, the cat-eared girl thanked him for the warning, then admitted she hoped she was not misunderstanding things, while the blonde brushed it off and said that, for the record, some pickup lines still had to be declined. The blonde laughed and said she had absolutely no relationship with that guy, and when asked if that was because they were close friends, she cheerfully replied that it was actually nice to know he could say things with no hesitation at all, as the black-haired young man sat there looking unbothered and someone remarked that Alice's tongue was as sharp as ever. With flushed cheeks and a wicked grin, the blonde boldly claimed that, to be honest, putting those types in their place after they got cheeky was one of the great pleasures in life. Heading for the door, the cat-eared girl said that in that case she would be on her way, and added that the money should be enough to cover his meal, so he should take his time and relax. Hugging the dish with a pleased smile, she hummed that food somehow tasted better when it was eaten on someone else's dime. From the table, the black-haired young man called out to Nita,
Alright,
San,
so
and said he
down
figured
for
he
a
would end
restart.
up owing them a favor, but he would return it in the dungeon. He then questioned whether that was not basically repaying kindness with hostility, before answering himself that one thing was one thing and another was another, and after asking Tanya what people said in situations like this, he settled on a quiet, thoughtful acknowledgement. Tanya raised a finger and, wearing a sly smile, said, "That was exactly what anyone would expect from a dungeon master." The next day, beneath shafts of light in the forest, the pair arrived before the dungeon and
Alright, we're gonna end stream here. I'm gonna find somebody. Let's see who we got. I got fluffy babies who cuddled on me. Nap and a nap. Like 2 of them are on the bed.
Sleep and rest, the night has come.
The one's fun with it,
Stars
actually.
are humming soft and low.
Alright, let's see. Raid
Lay
target.
your
Let's raid.
head, your
Da, da, da,
day
da,
is
da,
done.
da,
Let
da,
the
da.
quiet
Oh, we're gonna raid someone
gently
who's not playing Ark. So
sleep, fluffy blue dragon, drift
raid
away.
for the one.
Let your dreams begin to play. All the laughter from today fades into the stars' ballet.
We are still working on. I'm trying to finish fine-tuning
Rest
this
now
idea.
from your grand adventures, all the fun with friends you knew.
Oh, he's raiding out. Never mind.
A treasured memory, wrapped in
Alright,
skies of velvet
we got Pal World. We got
Sleep, fluffy blue dragon, snuggle tight, cuddle close through the night. Kitty cat kids by your side, warm and safe in dreamland light. Dream of places soft and bright, your happy paradise in view. Clouds of comfort, skies of light, waiting there to welcome you. Clouds of comfort, skies. Sleep, sleep, let the time drift by on a gentle
Person under 2. Fuck. Okay. Here, we'll go to this one.
Just dream beneath the moonlit sky.
We're gonna raid target. We're gonna go raid Q.
Fluffy blue dragon rests so deep in a world of dreams.
Love is for big fluffy.
Safe in love, so soft and sweet.
Are you traded?
Drift away now,
Wish you
go
the best.
to sleep.
Bye bye.
Sleep and rest, the night has come. Stars are humming soft and low. Lay your head, your day is done. Let the quiet gently flow. Sleep, fluffy blue dragon, drift away. Let your dreams begin to play. All the laughter from today fades into the stars' ballet. Rest now.